Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of the Blast Pro Series Global Final, live here from Bahrain. My name is Semler. I'll be your host for the day. Alongside me to bring the analysis, Pimp and Maniac. We've seen the 2 days so far. Double elimination bracket, a pure joy here live at Blast. But now, this is it, guys. This is the home stretch.
This is do or die time for these teams, right? We're going to crown a champion today. We're going to send another team home before the grand final. And so far, we've seen teams play some solid Counter-Strike, but I think we have even more in store for us.
Oh yeah, we've had 2 fantastic days of Counter-Strike. Let's be honest. Best of 3 all the way, as you said. 4 magnificent teams coming here. And today is just going to be better. Honestly, I think we have bangers of game coming in. That first game as well, NIP Liquid. People might think it's clear and decided. I don't think so.
Were you the one? Yeah, I think you were the one who was getting into a tiff with Duncan on Twitter.
Oh, it's just a little bit of back and forth.
A little bit of back and forth, a little bit of banter,
nice.
you know, the bants. But you do tend to believe that perhaps Nip have a chance, that we should not be sleeping on.
He's such a big Forest fanboy.
He is.
It has nothing to do with being
it's like a worm that just worked its way through his brain.
I refuse. I'm able to keep my objectivity, right? I know that Liquid are favorite. I think everyone Liquid's a favorite. But under certain circumstances, I could see a miracle happening, and I think this is why we need to keep a close eye on this game coming up, because this is going to be some great Counter-Strike.
You know what? I will give it to you. I think there's potential for a close game. I think there's potential for a competitive game, because we have seen NIP look much better throughout this tournament than we've seen so far. You know, that being said, though, it was only 1 game against FaZe, right? And against Astralis yesterday, they didn't really show us too much. Maybe that was just Astralis being too strong for NIP, but we need to see them step up just a tiny bit if they want to take on one of the best teams in the world, who are Liquid right now.
It's just not 1 game. I think it's the culmination of a NIP getting better and better over time.
Because we have it here on our screens now, the bracket. So it's not just 1 game. It's not just 1 game.
It's not.
Well, it is.
Because guess what? FaZe actually came out.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. They had 1 good game against FaZe Clan, and then they showed us absolutely nothing against Astralis.
They showed nothing. That is not fair to say.
To me, there's nothing.
Maniac, okay, you're getting excited. Tell us, what are we missing here? Pimp and I, what are we missing?
No, I mean, the game against Astralis, clearly Astralis were 1 step ahead. I'm not going to argue against that. I do believe, though, that some key rounds were missed by NIP. A little bit disjointed. The rounds, specifically when they had an advantage, I think they dropped the ball, but they made it competitive. I think it was competitive, and it bodes well for the game, because Liquid, they've shown weaknesses throughout the game right now. They lost a map against FaZe. They're in the loser bracket again. They couldn't make it versus Astralis. This will be a competitive game.
And it's worth mentioning that FaZe are eliminated. Double elimination bracket here. You lose once, you drop down into that lower bracket, and FaZe, as you guys can see, they could not survive versus Team Liquid. Liquid, it went 3 maps. It was solid, but it just wasn't enough for FaZe yesterday.
No, but I think they can be somewhat proud of what they showed yesterday. I think it was a great bounce back after losing to NIP day 1, where they played some of the worst Counter-Strike we've ever seen this iteration of FaZe play, right? That was really, really rough. So, yes, they finished on a 4th place here, you know, the first team to go out of the tournament. But I think they were, you know, overall they were positive about that yesterday. You saw some of the players on social media saying that we're happy that we played better. Obviously, we would have loved to win against Team Liquid, but they can't really expect that for now. So I think they got to leave the tournament, you know, as the worst team on a good note.
Okay, there we go.
Nice sentence. You were
the way that we go
so
into the end of the year, right? You know, we're the worst team, but guys, it's Christmas presents. We can look up to better games next year. That's what Finico is already saying.
They were facing this team, right?
But exactly, they were going up against Liquid, and fair enough. Liquid, they are monsters. They proved to be super solid versus FaZe yesterday in the elimination match. They turned it around on the final map, a real scrap, but Liquid have shown weakness this tournament.
And you got to see what you wanted yesterday, right? You saw Twist play some solid Counter-Strike, and you've been wanting that for some time.
Yeah, I wanted it because I think that for Liquid to go back at the top, Twist has to be a member. He has to be influential. He always was when Liquid was at the top of the mountain. Now, yesterday we saw good signs, but it has to be the day that Twist steps up. That's today that he comes back into the light, right? Now, I have a question for you guys. Who do you think are the 2 lowest rated players of the tournament right now?
I'd say one of them
guess they were in that lineup.
One of them is Nitro.
Yeah, one of them is Nitro. That's a given. And it pains you to say, but...
And Stewie 2K.
That is. And to me, that is an issue. You know, we talk about Liquid, and we praise them rightfully so for a lineup that is so deep. Obviously, they have a map pool. They have the experience. I'm never going to argue against that. But Nitro and Stewie, they're having problems, individually speaking. If you go against NIP, they're firing up. Maybe they get a little bit lucky in the veto system. I'm telling you guys, I'm not just a dreamer. I'm not just a romantic. There is a reasoning behind in the river slipping in.
And I'll let you stay on the desk then, Maniac, you know, even if you are a dreamer, that's fine. But I mean, as far as their opponents here, NIP, what are we thinking about the Swedes going into this one? Forest, he has had a fantastic, I see that you're getting all warmed up. I just have to mention his name, Maniac, and you just get all warmed up. So Forest, how's he looking right now going into this match?
You know what, looking at the lineup, there's a lot of potential within NIP. I think that's, you know, the sentiment that has been going around for quite some time. You have a guy like Forest who at certain times, you know, can still be one of the best players in the world. We saw that on day 1 when he was playing Hearts Out, some solid Counter-Strike. Twist is a guy we don't we don't really appreciate him enough, and that's his own fault basically, because he's not performing up to the level that he has, right? In FPL, when he's playing mixes, when he's just running around and doing his stuff, he's one of the most skilled players that I've ever faced, in such a pocky environment. Whenever he gets to a team, though, he was in Fnatic, he didn't really deliver, he's been in NIP now. It's not that he's a bad player by any means, it's just that he's not living up to his full potential. Then you got a guy like Riz, a guy that has won MVP awards. He hasn't really shown up to the level that you could expect as a recently, but there's potential when the NIP came. So I'm buying your argument that, yes, on any given Sunday when NIP really plays well, they can take down a team like Liquid.
Yeah, okay, let's be honest, right? I think there are too many integration marks when it comes to the player. This man, though, that's an exclamation mark. We know what to expect from him. He's been beasting all the way.
Do you think you can crack him up, say something funny?
He's got fans in the arena right now.
I think he's in the zone right now. I think he's there. I don't want him out of the zone.
Definitely a way to crack him up.
See, that is the look he's going to give you when he goes to that 60 frags at best of 3.
Forrest, do you miss Get Right?
I've already lost.
No, didn't work.
No, he doesn't. He's in the zone.
In the zone. Well, he talked about that yesterday, right? And he talked about, dealing with all the mental stuff that he still has to deal with. I find that interview quite interesting, right? A guy that has been playing Counter-Strike for, plus 15 years, still tries to handle himself mentally and show up for the big games and work on that mentality. So good to see that he's still trying and good to see that he's still, serious about his job.
And I mean, he's seriously the Skrata de Florida champion. Yeah. Definitely not laughing on his side. He's focused. He's ready.
He's not. And I mean, as long as we're talking about NIP's lineup, one player, one question for me remains Plopsky, right? His integration, I think, went pretty well in NIP, and specifically in Pro League. He has impressed me because I wasn't expecting much from him. The problem, though, whenever I've seen him in a high-pressure situation, he tends to disappear. He's a rookie. Let's be honest. That's new for him. All this stage, huge cash prize, playing against the top teams. That is a new experience, and you need time to reach the highest level when it matters the most. Now, can he do it today? Because this is when they need him. So far, he missed a little bit on Copenhagen finals. He has another chance today.
Okay, so before we get into the picks and bans, I'd like to actually kind of dig in your brains real quick. Sure. What can we expect?
We're not going to see Train.
We're not?
We're not going to see Train. Okay.
I think Dust 2 will not be played as well. If I'm NIP, I feel Vertigo again.
Yeah, I mean, that would make sense, in terms of, there we go, Dust 2 is going to go out and Train is 100% going to go out for Team Liquid. Now, in terms of the picks, I see NIP has 2 roads to go. They could gamble here and they could really, take it to Team Liquid and pick Vertigo.
Pick Vertigo, right? That is
a big surprise to me. Otherwise, I'm leaning towards Overpass potentially, which is where I think is the only map that NIP realistically can be.
There we go. And then we should see an Inferno from Liquid, because that's a map they're so strong on. Why would you gamble and take the risk? Oh, actually, they go for Mirage.
I like that.
That is interesting to me. That is interesting. We've seen NIP show a great face on Mirage, against FaZe specifically.
Yeah.
I think Liquid have convinced me many, many different times, because there is it. If you leave Inferno as a second rotation, it's going to get removed by NIP. You're not going to have it as a third, so we might see Nuke as a third map. That's what's happening. So if you're NIP, this is not a bad veto. There was
a time where Liquid were by far one of the best Mirage teams in the world, and I think they found some of that confidence again as of late. We saw them play it yesterday as well. It was, a good show against FaZe Clan. Yeah, they allowed FaZe Clan to somewhat mount a comeback into that game, but for the majority of that game, it seemed like a Liquid who were in full control despite picking into Mirage. So I like the confidence coming out from Team Liquid, and again, they don't have to show NIP any respect. They know that if they play up to that level, and that's that's where it all falls down to, then Liquid should be able to beat NIP. That being said, though, with this map pool, I'm starting to lean more and more towards a competitive game.
It is somewhat of a success if you're NIP and you're able to have Nuke and Overpass in the best of 3 versus Liquid, right? Yes. I'm not saying that Liquid cannot play Nuke, but NIP famously, over time, they've always played Nuke. They've never shied away from the map. They can do it. Now, Liquid, they can play it too now. But let's be honest. If you look at this game, all the metrics that we have at our hands, they all point towards Liquid. That's how it is. If you're talking about stats, players, individual, talking about experience, talking about the trophies they won, everything points towards Liquid. That's just how it is. That's a different kind of beast.
Are these stats that you guys expected to see, given the fact that Overpass has been picked? I mean, NIP are looking fairly solid on the map.
Yeah, it is. It's interesting to see Liquid only having won 20% of their last, 3 months playing on Overpass. That being said, though, they played some of the best teams in the world on the map, and a lot of those games have been very competitive and very close. So to me, it seems like Liquid, they haven't really had the confidence and the luck to close out Overpass. And there's one player in particular who's missing in this tournament so far, and I knew that was going to be your point. It's going to be Nitro, right? He needs to step it up. He needs to be influential with the AWP, and why is that, Maniac?
I so agree with you, because Nitro, when Liquid was winning Overpass, he was the absolute absolute beast on the A side, and he was taking so much space on their defense specifically. He would move around. One day he'd be banana with the AWP, then he'd go long, and he would remain very high, very aggressive in the bathroom, taking the information so deep, allowing for NAF to rotate around and always be in the same position. Now, if you have Nitro a little bit in doubt, maybe individually speaking, he said in the interview he didn't really know, they're going to need him, and they're going to need this man as well on your screen to create space on the T side.
They need the smoke criminal.
They do.
He's got to make it happen, man. The smoke criminal's got to show up. He's going to be playing. I mean, he's already jazzing up the crowd, and the crowd was amazing yesterday. Glad to see you all here today again as well. Beautiful CS on the way, absolutely. But now, I mean, it's going to be the focus, the big picture, overpass. So the eye to keep on is Nitro and Stewie for Liquid.
Sure, especially for the CT side, it's going to be all about Nitro. He needs a presence with the AWP towards that A bomb side. He needs to move around. For Stewie 2K on the T side, we need to see him create some space.
And so for NIP, are we looking for any particular player that needs to stand out? What's the key to victory here for NIP?
Res is a guy that used to perform very well on
the A side as well,
especially on the A side, and I think him on the T side as well. A guy that can close out rounds and win rounds where you're not necessarily supposed to win. So you need that X factor to step up for NIP. Whatever that's going to be, the guy on the screen right here in Res, Plopsky, or Forest for that matter, one of those three will have to step it up an extra notch.
So if you guys tuning in, thank you, Pim. If you guys tuning in did what I told you yesterday, which was to follow on the social media here, because the Blast social media guys have been killing it, freshest of memes, the dank, it's all on there, but also information, and we just had a huge announcement regarding 2020 that just went live. What a fantastic way to end the year. We get the massive announcement going into the next year, 2020. Some of the best teams in the world will be competing here at Blast in a new format as well. So nothing but the good stuff coming up here from Blast. Be sure to keep an eye on what we're going on with on the social. And, well, just enjoy the games for today. We don't have any more time, gentlemen. We're going to be getting right into the game. So I'm going to throw it to a break, and we'll get right into the action.
Once upon a time, in the cold and the darkness, oh, how fine are the Emperor's new clothes. Don't they fit him to perfection? Stood as steady on one leg as any of the other soldiers on that. The little mermaid lifted her clear bright eyes toward God's side. A lovely white butterfly kept fluttering around her. Real princess would be so delicate that she would feel a tiny green bee underneath all those mattresses.
Today we crown the kings in the Kingdom of Bahrain. It's Team Liquid and NIP. The Ninjas, a late resurgence in 2019 as Team Liquid just try to keep their head above water. They have been struggling, and both of them just one step away from the Blast Pro Series Grand Finals. And we're going to see who will make it there to play up against Astralis. A tough task for both teams, Scrawny.
An incredibly tough task for both teams. And I think that this matchup and kind of this run this weekend for Liquid is it's really synonymous to what you just said and trying to keep their heads up, right? They have gone down to the lower bracket after facing Astralis in their opening match. They've eliminated FaZe. And if they want that sweet taste of Danish revenge, then they're going to have to best NIP first. They came in a way that I didn't expect NIP. I was very impressed with their matchup versus FaZe.
I've been very impressed with them ever since Plopsky has permanently come into this fold. Once they've got him acclimated to this team, I think he's one of the most promising younger players that we have in the scene right now. He's been a very cool addition, and obviously Forrest continuing his tear has been a big help. But this NIP team, I think people still kind of think this is a weaker squad than they really are. I think part of it is they have to prove a little bit more before people will start respecting them, that extra little bit. But this is still a very scary squadron despite some of the struggles they had throughout most of this year.
Yeah, most certainly is. I mean, it's crazy to think that once Plopsky comes into this, that they've been able to succeed. His first finals back in Copenhagen, and now potentially fighting for another one just one event later. So what a sweet way for NIP to kind of bounce back. We watched Fnatic get to the very top of Swedish CS lately, and maybe there'll be a second roster to join them soon.
Yeah, it's an awesome resurgence from Swedish Counter-Strike, and we've missed them the past few years, so it's great to see. And on the Liquid side of things, you're just sitting here, and it's hard to really talk about why exactly they've kind of lost their step. A lot of it they've discussed in interviews, some confidence issues, which is a bit worrying considering that Liquid team that we saw just battering people, screaming during all their matches. They've kind of lost that excitement, lost that energy and that feel. If they regain that, though, this team is right back to being scary. But it's all about the individuals for Team Liquid. The desk touched on Nitro, Stewie, the two lowest performers here in Bahrain. That can't continue today.
No.
You might be able to get away with that against NIP, but if you beat them and go up against Astralis, you can't get away with it there.
No, you're going to need those 5 hard-hitting pieces. And, I mean, one piece who has hit hard from the get-go, Nafly. Naf's continuing the success as of late, so at least they've kind of got that to fall back on. But I think it's still, again, able to break under the pressure of Astralis. Still, you'd think they have a lesser opponent here to start the day, but it's going to be a long day for Liquid if they think they could lift this trophy this evening.
I think it's got to be, it's kind of funny. Like this whole half of the arena is like all Liquid fans at the moment. And every time I see people still cheering for Liquid, I see them like smile as if that makes them a little bit nervous, like they're still not used to it.
Yeah.
But obviously, yesterday, FaZe and Liquid are playing on different sides of the arena. Today, NIP's on this side as well. They've got that entire contingency of Liquid fans just right in their face.
Right in their faces. So let's see if it's not just the crowd, but the players too, who will find themselves up close in their faces. We begin on Overpass. Team Liquid to the CT side. The very first round of the very last day of Blast 2019. We're all in for a treat.
Overpass has not been kind to Team Liquid recently. A big obstacle to go on top of the NIP opponent in Forest versus Twist. Two very powerful players with the pistols, a stack here in the stairs though. Naf and Alige, a deadly crossfire. Plopsy's going to be the one to try and clear things out. Ooh, and Naf not even realizing how exposed he was. Oh, and the crossfire, it hasn't panned out just yet. More aggression from the defense, and finally Twist and Plopsky fall.
Yeah, good thing Twist comes running down there, just backs up Alige, a little confidence for him, but it's towards the B site that the bomb will get going. And Lekro coming back into short. This secures the man advantage, but Stewie's in the water, and he pops Rez. Despite him being able to get out from Monster, you see that shadow? That's information gained! And a pistol round as Nipper slain, trying to split the site.
Nitro and Stewie just holding the line, holding the cross, and it's perfect. That was still a bit sketchy. That's a bit of miscommunication or a misposition from Naf. He was way exposed. Maybe he thought Alige was actually peeking down to prevent that, but a free kill could have been a disaster. Thankfully, Liquid had all the bodies necessary to recover. A couple nice shots from Stewie at the end.
Yeah, nice taps to get the ball rolling for Stu. Man who's been very self-critical, so finds himself at the depths of the performance here in Bahrain. Not too much bought up here in the follow-up. Single deagle.
Yeah, no plan. So wanting to save for whatever they can for that first gun round. Wanting to get right into the action very quickly. Couple deagles that can cause damage. No utility on the NIP side, so it's going to be all about that deagle in Lekro's hands, and I mean, there's no one better on this team to put it in.
Of course.
Although he's very far back. It's the Glock's leading the way, and the deagle has nothing to do with anything.
Just hoping for a long extension. I mean, we have the information. Alige nowhere near that corner. So Lekro will be useless for the time being, but let's see. Maybe if they can close this gap. When we talk about how far back they are, that's at least going to lead Nip to have some close presence here on Bathrooms. Looking to maybe rush down the site, but Elige does decide to get going. He's got to be cautious. There it is. Lekro extends out from long, and that's a FAMAS that could find itself in the hands of the opposing side. But Stewie's coming in from Connector, and that's an easy flank to drop Twist out of the round.
Yeah, the problem is the Deagle, even with the FAMAS, though, the Deagle is still the best weapon you have for those 1-digs at range. The FAMAS, an unarmored player in his hands, not as effective as they'd like. And a second round for Team Liquid as they handle the aggression perfectly.
Yeah, minimal losses. No big surprises, really. You saw Elige kind of get impatient there. You know, he knew some presence was being shown towards the A site. Watch for the long peek, but Lekro had tucked behind the rock.
2-0 heading into the first gun round. 3 Kriegs picked up for NIP. 2 AK-47s next to it. And some more aggression. Flashbang over. Nitro's going to at least go for some early nade damage. Oh, that's a nice deep one as well. Makes it right into the choke point. Forrest is brought down to 56. Utility is going to be an issue for NIP, so keep an eye on those nades. 2 Molotovs and 1 smoke. They're going to have to win some duels.
Oh, Twist's aggressive. Rez tucks into the short tunnel just in time, and he catches that. So, despite all that early grenade damage, it is the first kill offered over. Potentially another as Stewie pries into short. Willing to sacrifice the 2 SMGs that they had moved forward into this round.
Elige just waiting over the top. He's precise enough to hit this shot as well. Plopsky and Twist going to be just a bit more delayed than Elige's patience. And Lekro now going to start peering up. And remember, without utility, this is a fight that he has to try and take. He has to see if he can get it, and with no advantage in that peak, backs off. Wants to preserve the man lead. NIP in a position to start pressuring both bomb sites at the same time, with Lekro being aggressive towards Monster, towards Sandbags. And these 2 players close up towards Bathrooms. Nitro's about to be under some pressure, but he does have a smoke to utilize still.
Yeah, and he did just spot the head of Twist. Although if he throws this smoke too late, they will be breathing down his neck by the time he can get that gun back out. Holding off on the long push, calling for the reinforcements to come upwards, and sure enough, Elige arrives, but Plopsky drops him just as fast as he gets into position. Nitro playing around the smoke is called from long, and Naf dropped down as his entire team falls around him. That's Ninjas on the board.
Yeah, Nitro trying to use that smoke as cover. Just didn't have his eyes on long. That flank, again, the timing of it just came a little bit late when he turned away. Didn't expect the push whatsoever, so a nice hit from NIP. Without utility, they find a lot of map control. There's no aggression from Team Liquid, so NIP didn't have to worry so much about Bathrooms, clearing it out clean without the flashbangs, without the smokes, and it's fine when there's no presence there from Team Liquid.
This will be a nice round to win. NIP keeping 4 up as well. Mind you, this was the bonus. Again, remember we started it with the 2 SMGs for Team Liquid. We say no aggression, but they did at least try to push out towards Monster early. And that was a 5v4 given away in the first bout of the round. So there we have it. Bomb pops off on the A site, and the Ninjas are on the board early.
I think it's actually pretty critical that Liquid have a nice start to this half, that they can recover here and build on this, or recover at least in their next buy, depending on how much they invest here. But remember, this is a map that they don't feel comfortable on at the moment, more so than any other map in their pool aside from Train, which is their permaban. They don't really like playing this. So if they go down in a hole early, it's just going to get worse and worse, and that's when the mentality starts to get affected. Small buy here, CZ picked up by Nitro, Scout on Stewie. They can turn these rounds. They are one of the best in the low buy and the economical buys. And Nap's going to find an opening kill. That's a boost up in the staircase to find Lekro.
Weapon dropped in an irretrievable position. So they don't reap the rewards.
Well, now this gets interesting because look, now Stewie's at least aggressive towards long, so he can have some information if anyone's going to peek there from NIP. Also might be able to gather some information in Bathrooms if a footstep or anything is heard. He's going to fall back to the A bomb site, and he can have deep information gathered by jumping over those boxes, but they have to prevent damage from this. They cannot allow Rez to be effective, and if they can win this battle, if they can win it clean, they're not going to. Twist is going to have to turn. That's not a follow-up flashbang. Oh, he's so blind, but he still got the headshot. And that is exactly what Liquid could not allow to happen.
Rez playing dangerous games walking in there on his own. What do you know? Finds the first one turned, and that third kill just,
That's the second kill where a Liquid defender. Remember, Nap on the pistol around at an awkward angle, didn't realize he was exposed. Elige as well. Back turned to Monster when Rez goes for that peek. Now Stewie. Unfortunately, you have to hit every shot perfectly in that scenario. It's a tall task.
Damn. This was looking good for Liquid. I mean, they had that stack working over towards the B site too. That's why you think Rez's aggressive play could have been so easily punished with the numbers there. Like you said, if he gets dropped down, bomb as well on the far side of Monster, it really would have forced Nip into a stagnant spot.
Even if Rez just gets 2 and Naf doesn't get killed while Rez is blind, then there's still an opportunity to win that round. Stewie can play that completely differently, doesn't have to be committed to an aggressive peak. He can wait for reinforcements. Unfortunate, but we'll be tied up 2-2. Remember, Liquid didn't invest everything they had into that round, so the next buy is going to be pretty strong for the defense.
Right. It's one where we need to see something. We need to see them cut down at least the numbers for Nip, get these rounds closer, because so far it's been 4 survivors in the second and the third. If there's any silver lining, it looks like Nitro will be able to hold on to his FAMAS. But NIP tying things early. T-side with momentum to start this series.
Should be an AWP in the hands, and we're going to have a headset taken off by Lekro, so there's going to be a small timeout there. This is a little bit of beauty, a little bit of luck from Rez, but he knows where the follow-up peek is coming from, and he also, I mean, that's just the only point that he's in danger from.
Yep.
He's covered from every other angle.
It was the last accurate bullet as well that comes out of the Krieg to hit that headshot. You see the follow-up bullets pinging off of the pillar, hitting barrels and whatever not. Like he starts retreating once he's blind, but at least gets 5 shots out, and well, it only takes 1, clearly. Naf even had that patience to wait for the flash, so a little team play meant to cut him back. Although all in vain.
It's early enough, though. This is still recoverable easily going into round 5. I like that call from Liquid as well, the half investment to make sure they have money moving forward. They don't get fully depleted too early in this map. Bahrain trying to get him back into the action. And remember, Liquid, I mean, if they are to win this series, the next matchup is Astralis. Astralis just gets to chill all day. They just get to wait. They get to wait for their opponent. They get to wait for who they're going to play up against. Obviously, that matchup against Team Liquid, they know it intimately. So if you're Astralis, you have a lot of advantages. One team you've just played so often, you probably know everything already. The other team, NIP, you can spend some time researching them if they're the ones to make it there.
Yeah, and you've already beat them this weekend. So I feel like regardless of who comes out of this BO3 Astralis, they're comfortably waiting and looking to finish the year strong. Seems to be their trend, Jason.
Yeah, they just, I mean, they're a team, like, no matter how many dips you see them in, you know, even when EG is climbing up the roster after that New York win, I always still felt that Astralis was going to bounce back. It was like those guys just don't know how to stay down for too long. They're going to figure it out, and they're just so consistent.
They believe in the system, right? And that's what they have over everybody else, is the system around them, the infrastructure that is Astralis. There's a reason the Danes created the best roster of all of Counter-Strike history. But there are dips. We can't ignore that phase of 2019 where it wasn't Astralis with their name up in lights. It was Liquid.
Yeah, that was a beautiful run that they had in the middle of the year, and the rest of this, the final third of this year of 2019 has been Liquid trying to get back to that level. And we're back into the action. Timeout is over. They fixed all the issues. 5 seconds left in freeze time going into round 5, and you could see there all the rifles bought up for Team Liquid. They're back into the action. They're back into the rifle game. Nav with the FAMAS, that's passed over. M4s surrounding it against a whole lot of Kriegs, 5 of them for the Ninjas.
No AWP in the mix, but aggression early. 2 CTs peeking over towards Fountain, looking for some information, and also Stewie in the short water.
Lekro's already been picked off here at once as well, so you've got to imagine he's going to be cautious. He's going to come right through it, and Stewie's going to be frustrated. He was looking for that exact play from Lekro, but the footsteps behind him towards Squeaky Door, that scared him. That made him a bit nervous. Twist with the trade back to keep things even.
Thank goodness for Liquid that he gets that. Would have been a frustrating spot. Not only Stewie dropped, but then another 5v4. Not the case.
Boost going to come over from NIP. They're going to try and find someone into this A bomb site. Is anyone from Liquid exposing themselves to the danger?
Twists do not back up. Instead, he will walk forward. This control obviously being taken thanks to the opening kill versus Stu.
This is very slow and patient rounds from NIP on this T side. They're still far back. Force now just peering out towards long. Confident there's not an AWP on the map just yet. Willing to take that battle all on his own. 3 players going to meet up with him in bathrooms at the very least. And the defense is so far back into the bomb site. It's Elige and it's Nitro. They've got a Molotov and a smoke between the two of them to try and delay this hit.
At least this time around, it's not a single defender. And they'll throw out those grenades before the T's have already pushed out through bathrooms, but Twist is not looking to waste any more time. He is flashing his way through the smoke, and he does pop Nitro first. Elige unable to get more than one. So efficient trade frags and a plant in the last 10 seconds. Man advantage for NIP. The remaining B players will creep their way up the stairs. And once they arrive, it is still Plopsky on site with the other 2 ninjas falling back on long. Plopsky tucked behind Prime. Smoke fades and Twists makes the most of it. Now it's Lekro ready to hold cross, but he too fumbles. And Forrest has that bomb planted for him. Whoa! Twists offering up the side of his head as he tries to stick the defuse, but with no kit, that's impossible. 15 health for Forrest, and this bomb's too far gone. A 3rd round for the Ninjas.
That is a huge clutch for Forrest, and that's got to be tough. Heartbreaking for Twist and Naf, who almost make that retake work. But I have to say, again, this is another round. I'll keep pointing it out. Perhaps some of the issues that Liquid have had on this map, another miscommunication in the defense. Just one player able to slip up and find Nitro immediately into that bomb site despite a crossfire being set up. That's a couple times right here. That's way too much ground for Twist to gain before anyone spots him. A nice flashbang maybe forces Elige off the angle, but Nitro not being ready for that play whatsoever.
Right.
That suggests to me that's the lack of comfort on this map at the moment. Especially when you add that in towards Naf in the pistol round. Molotov out towards sandbags to prevent any fast aggression. And Plopsky's going to be waiting. Another boost for Team Liquid.
That singular M4 would love to find bodies popped up here in short, but completely circumvented. NIP charged 2 bodies out. Monster, they're doing so quietly. Oof. One of the pistol players down, Stewie. Deeg in hand. A dangerous duel to take, but hopefully Twists can maybe add something into the mix. He falls first, in fact, and Rez on point for the moment. 2 headshots that open up B wide. Forrest, the last ninja in tow, will bring that bomb in, and this is a 4th round for the Ninjas, no doubt.
I want to see an alt picked up in the next round for Team Liquid. I'd like to see a little bit more presence in bathrooms as well. That's twice towards the A bomb site in this half so far that NIP's been able to march up with no real resistance in bathrooms or at long whatsoever. A lot of map control just being given up for free by Team Liquid. You're preventing NIP from spending utility. You have to make them at least fear that presence and show that you're willing to do it to force out the nades so that those hits on the bomb site itself cannot be as effective. Liquid haven't established that whatsoever. Nitro again left to just try and save the weapon, but they know exactly where he is. He might find a little gap in the NIP hunt. Out towards bathrooms, out towards long, and yeah, he will get away. Twist has moved into a new position, and Nitro finds safety.
Yeah, he just slips into the bushes. NIP still chasing, but they will not find him. So single survivor and 3 on the other side. Man, Team Liquid struggling. Like you said, that discomfort I feel is so obvious at the moment. But Rez is looking good. Strong start from a player who at one point this year was definitely up there for NIP, kind of cooled off for a little while. And we've been wondering how long before he does get his name back into the mix. Well, early here in the lower bracket finals. But a gun round and that op you wanted, Jason.
Yeah, here it is. Hands of Nitro as well. And this time more presence out towards long. Nitro and Elige both gonna hang out there for the moment. The op on the flower pots. Elige just waiting close up. The op to cover for the first shot. Elige plays counter flash. But again, NIP slow playing it. How long do Elige and Nitro stay in this position? Meanwhile, they have no eyes coming up for the danger stairs coming down from the fountain. So bathrooms still can be attacked from a different choke points, and that might make this defense nervous at some point.
Yeah, I mean, stark contrast between the setups and these gun rounds. Last time we saw Stewie aggressively into short water on his own. We had Elige and Nitro setting up towards party peaks and trying to gather info, but this time they just tuck back. I think they're sick of giving away that early 5v4. So we shall see.
Bomb's still very far back, so no real danger of any kind of execute. 42 seconds on the clock. And still just spamming through smoke, but with how slow this is being played, you could see Elige, he's realizing, he's like, if you're not going to have any pressure on long, if you haven't made any presence here, I have to imagine you're leaning towards the B bomb site, so it's time for him to move up and get ready for a fast flank, and this is a perfect timing for it. He can choose to go down the danger stairs and wrap towards sandbags, or he can go all the way by T-spawn and wrap towards monster, but Twist is going to have a huge role to play. A timer on this with when that smoke clears.
Got a flash to just go past. First one's his. Forrest able to trade, and Stewie takes the peek, knowing he's being pinched. Finally, a hold here for Liquid. 7 seconds left over. Lekro just trying to close that gap to the site, but this round's already gone. Now it's just about surviving. An economic hit that would hurt. He's just going to try to find cover, and that's taken away. Twist throwing himself in the face of an execution with Stu behind him to clean up on both fronts.
Yeah, just delays him, keeps him in that choke point, so when Stewie comes for the follow-up peek, it's going to be clean, and he's able to go right back towards sandbags. A nice double kill for Stewie, and the flank even adding worse onto the woes of NIP in that round. That one's way too slow played. That was all about Elige. The information, the fact that no presence at long meant that Liquid had all the idea, all the information of what was coming, and Nitro going to go for an early peek with the AWP. Nade comes out, just a little bit of damage, but not enough to force him away, and oh, the timing. He gives up the angle before he had the chance.
Looks like they're going to go right back into the setup they had in the previous no. Elige will be on his own for long. Nitro anticipates a bathroom push, but NIP could send bodies either way up here on A. A little bit faster out of the gate than the last round, and a little more curious is Team Liquid. Not just kerneling up on site, but going it as short as Stu.
Good pick from Nitro. Just holding the angle. And again, that's that long presence. This time new positions from the AWP and the rifle. Elige waiting behind the tree. And now he starts getting aggressive. He's got that creek, but he's got Twist rating on the other side. A big fight coming in, and Elige is going to win it. Immediate headshot. 5 on 3. But NIP now know the defensive setup. They know 2 players in bathrooms. Rez is going to try and make something happen, and this is all about timing. Twist is the real main defender here. Stewie's too far away. Twist watching the angle, but that one kill on Stewie pulls his attention away, so Rez has already taken over the B bomb site, but the bomb is so far back.
And Twist in a huge position. Like you saw, drawn in 2 directions. Still, he is able to get one. Looked like timing could have cost him everything, but Rez's position now known too. Lopsky's gonna come join him. Oh, and he gets cut off.
Round's already over.
Yep.
Again,
done.
NIP slow playing this way too much. They need to go a little bit faster so they actually have the time to manage some of these hiccups, manage some of these obstacles. And Liquid's defense starting to look much, much cleaner these past 2 rounds.
Yeah, not giving up those early kills. That's really been a key.
Finding some themselves also.
Big time.
4-4, and it's NIP this time who are feeling this sting of a low economy. Back to pistols, back to deagles and P250s. Again, not spending a whole lot on the nades. No flashbangs, no smoke to allow him to gain the process or the progress. So it's going to be, the deagles and the P250 against AWPs and creeks. Good flashbang over, and Elige, a follow-up nade. That's going to do massive damage. That's going to do huge damage. Softens up 3 players.
Going to make the job of these rifles all the easier. Regardless of the damage done, the cannon in the hands of Nitro. Rez going to quickly sprint up long. That is audio cue drawing Elige in 2 directions, but he survives the test. Big ol' spray down from the Krieg to put Liquid back in the lead, but it is only by 1 round.
Elige is one of the early adopters of the Krieg, and I remember talking to him a lot when the buff came out, when all the new changes came out and people started using it. He was one of the first guys who just said, as soon as people learn the spray pattern, as soon as the pros pick it up and start practicing with it and learn how to spray with the weapon, it's going to be all over the place. Obviously, that's some time away, and we've seen the future already. 5-4, a 1-round lead for Team Liquid. And now they've got some money behind them. Now they feel like they have a little bit more confidence. And now they're also sticking to that aggressive stance at the A bomb site. They're pushed forward. They're not just playing sunk back and turtled up at the bomb site towards CT spawn. They're actually playing forward towards Fountain, going for a pick, going for a deep nade. Putting a bit of fear in the NIP offense.
And even if it's not towards Party that they get their pick, still not falling all the way back through bathrooms. When this CT side started, it was very much just bomb site control. Yeah. And even then, lackluster, right? We talked about how easy it was for them to just puncture through. Well, not the case. NIP, now that they're not finding that footing for free, costs stacking up.
Well, and it's the future cost as well. And this is what I mentioned just a few rounds back. Liquid had to make this change in their defense because you have to start making NIP, if they want to take over bathrooms, you have to make them start using an extra flashbang or an extra Molotov or an extra smoke to take control of that. And now that you've had Liquid finding 2-3 picks in that fashion, that's where NIP is going to have to start utilizing some of that stuff to neutralize those positions. It'll slow things down. We've seen the timer come into play a couple rounds for NIP.
Sure enough. More than once down on that B site. Curious to see how they adapt. I feel like Connector's been foregone from Liquid. That was somewhere we saw early stacks.
They'll go back to it.
Of course.
We've seen Elysian Nitro mostly towards long, but they've had a couple different setups. You have to imagine that they'll position themselves, especially with that AWP. At some point, Nitro will hop down there and at least go for an early pick. This bumps her out, means the timeout is ending. Round 10 coming in hot. AWP and Twist Hand on the T side. Nitro still with that comfortably, and a good amount of cash built up. At least one extra buy for Team Liquid behind any loss they take.
Counter op for Twist, that's where my eyes fall. Who will find themselves in his scope? Could very well be Nitro. Op the op. Throws a deep nade and it finds no contact. Stewie back into the short water. One of the most aggressive players we've seen from B. There is a threat just on the other side of the door.
Remember last time he was in this aggressive stance, it was some footsteps behind him that really made things, oh, he just gave up a sound cue. He's got to back away.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, Lekro and Plopsky definitely heard that. But they're not going to try and take advantage of it. Nade comes in and just missed its mark. Maybe just a couple seconds late. There's that smoke at the base of bathrooms at the initial opening as well to neutralize any aggression from Nitro. So that's what we're talking about when we mean NIP having to spend extra utility to try and gain control. They haven't had to use that in the past, but now enough fear, enough presence from Team Liquid has forced that out.
Yeah, this is one of the further back setups we've had on the A site ever since Nitro and Elige were moving forward, but it's still at least Nitro not on the bomb site, just outside of the door.
He can't even be in the bomb site if he wanted to. There's 3 other defenders there ready and waiting, 3 other rifles. They know there's no presence at B. Good opening kill from Nitro, and now he's got more information. He goes back for another, and trying to find one through the smoke, but NIP have made no progress.
Yeah, with so many teammates behind him, he's confident to fight this. Still Twist looks to counterpick him, but the smoke blocks all vision, and by the time it fades, he's gone. Elige has taken his place. Swapping the op for the Krieg, bomb seen, and finally NIP able to respond. But time yet again. We've seen it be an issue. 10 seconds, if they want to charge in, it's got to be now, but they know that the loss would be too great. So NIP giving away a 6th for Liquid.
Yeah, if you're going to slow play it and you're going to lose the first 2 players in that fashion, you're not going to win a whole lot of rounds. A couple of these have been easy down the stretch for Team Liquid after the initial contact. This is great play from Nitro. Jumping across for information, going back for a second. And then the reposition, the op falling back, and the Krieg stepping forward.
Yeah, I mean, if those couple of mistimed setups that we'd seen from Liquid where somebody's caught off guard was kind of indicative of their discomfort on overpass, I feel like these late rounds that NIP were trying to play from the get-go, yeesh, not calling them too quick.
Deep Molotov, deep nade as well, but they've gotten past it already.
Negligible damage. But not negligible guns. That op and Krieg still in play. Elige, ooh, confident.
That's great though. I mean, he gets away with one a little bit. There was a shot that could have connected. Either way, he forces that smoke out onto the Molotov, so utility spent in a round where they desperately wanted that due to the fact that they have 3 deagles. It's all on Forrest and Twist with the op and the Krieg for NIP. Force in the underpass coming up the stairs, but look at the aggressive setup from Liquid. Again, going back to it. This has been their bread and butter on the CT side. Naf is a little bit bored. He finds a good time. He got a Plopsky, who had just looked away. Again, 2 opening kills. Make that 3 to Team Liquid's defense.
Yeah, connector entirely cleared. Twist again finally with a response, but just like last round, it's after they find themselves in a 2v5. Aggression potentially predicted from Elige, but he's going to see the back of Lekro. And Twist running away should be an easy target. Even with the jump, he won't survive much longer. So a deagle for Lekro is all that remains, and that too toppled as Team Liquid hit 5 rounds in a row. You said it, the variation on their A setups, this time Nafly added to the mix. We had seen him be that fast rotator on site, but never joining them on the forefront, and that's how he kills him? Oh my God.
Yeah, it's a bit brutal. I would expect Liquid, I think this round is when they switch things up and they send a few more bodies towards the B bomb site. NIP has been so shut down before even getting to the A site that you have to imagine they're not going to mess with it this round. That's way too many times that they've gone here and just been destroyed, demolished. And here's that aggression. Molotov is going to force him back and actually right into the arms of potentially a bunch of NIP players. This time they've picked up the pace.
Yeah, but not fast enough. Unable to catch Nitro and Elige on their exit from connector. All the way back to the A site they'll go, and there's even time to get one closely positioned on long.
You got to admire this from NIP. They've been shut down towards the entrance of bathrooms, and this time they go the long way. Take long and a little bit of a detour to turn in this direction to avoid any kind of aggressive op towards Playground, towards Fountain.
But again, showing zero presence towards that B site, Moses, and Twist is more than content to play it alone. Team Liquid gonna really stack up this A site.
Yeah, Twist is loving life at the moment. Bit awkward that you have to play continually on your own, but he's had no one head his way in these situations, so NIP just continue to run right into a brick wall. I cannot believe Elige kept going back for that peek, even after getting blinded by his own teammate. Mistimed on the flash, so a miscue for NIP, but Nitro, he can pick up the slack. He sees the jump. He knows there's likely more. How does he position himself now?
Yeah, even with that first loss, at least there are bodies here to try and hold them back. Forrest gonna cross through smoke and gets dinked. Stewie, lots of damage, but no kills yet. Oh my God, look at the health that remains. This is one of those rounds that seems like it could have been so easily turned the opposite way, but 5 alive for NIP as that bomb goes down.
That's a really good hit. And it's the difference of not losing any players as you progress towards that attack. Twist has been spotted. He does take down Force. I don't know if he can go for this. There's 2 quick kills. Surely not.
1v5.
Smoke onto the bomb.
Another headshot shown. Clearing long, he knows that the after plant's probably back towards bathrooms, but one sneaks through that smoke, and Twist gonna shut him down. Just as quickly as Liquid's on fire, those flames extinguished.
That's a nice play from Twist. He saw the potential for that the smoke diffuse coming in and just gets up close, so he knows he has the perfect angle on the bomb boxes. But yeah, this was a phenomenal attack from NIP. Force with a couple of nice kills on the entries. That one frag on Elige towards long really weakened things. And that play, that mobility from Twist. Timeout taken by Team Liquid. Wanted to add a few more rounds, not let NIP get back into this half. They would love to take a 10-5 lead into the second.
There's still room to do that. From the 2-0 start, NIP 4 rounds in a row. Liquid throwing it back with 5, and now this, potentially the anomaly. Because I mean, again, we had seen them shut down A on this so many times. We questioned it, whether or not they were just gonna go back to B. We see Twist there on his own. But they remained adamant. And even though the health was so low for the majority of NIP, they managed to finally put that bomb down and hold on for the A site. Will they try again? Is this some kind of false confidence that they think they can replicate another A plant? Let's find out. No op on the side of NIP. Early bodies towards B. Stewie, Flash takes the peek, and Rez gonna work his way into short.
They've taken some damage, though. A little bit of chip damage on Electro. Down to 71, Rez at 88. So Liquid know what's coming. 3 players at the B bomb site, and again, aggressive stance, aggressive defense pushed away from the bomb site at A. And NIP have no presence there. There's just one player very, very far back at Playgrounds. 15 kills on Elige. He has been a workhorse for Liquid.
Quiet creep and crawl from Plopsky and Connector yet again. Twist solo up Fountain now as we hit that minute mark. There's two things we can question so far from this T side. It's been the late round plays of the Ninjas and their consistency on that A site, but the first gunfight won by Elige.
That's a dick move from Elige. Right before the smoke pops as well. Twist never had any idea it was coming. Catches him completely off guard. So now it's only the B bomb site that's really available to NIP. They have to fall back. That was most of their presence. That was half their presence towards the A bomb site. They've got no more standing there, so a split. 2 coming through Monster, 2 coming from Sandbags. And Twist and Stewie are in perfect position to just shut this down. Smoke clears, there's the peak. Stewie in some trouble. Pop flash from a teammate, that's perfect!
Excellently done, however. The threat's still near, the bomb not in their possession. NIP down to the last 10 seconds, and it's Nap to clear the board. Stewie had to go big there. Thank goodness for his teammate's flash.
Again, when you're running the clock down that low, as soon as that kill comes out onto Twist, I mean, Liquid know exactly what's coming. They have to move forward, yeah, so that flashbang is definitely going to be effective. They're both so blind, and Force had no chance.
None at all, and Nap even spamming through the metal just to finish this one off. So again, even if it's not that A site, it's the timing, the late rounds. Liquid know exactly what's up once presence finally shown.
Timeout taken by NIP, talk things over. Wanted to grab these last couple rounds before moving into the halftime break. Give themselves a little bit of breathing room. This is their map pick. An attempted punish on a Liquid team who's lost a lot of confidence here on Overpass. So far not panning out. So far Team Liquid seem up to the task.
Stellar defense once they stopped offering opening kills.
Once they got money, I think that was the big thing, is that they didn't have in those first like 2 or 3 gun rounds on the CT side, didn't have the cash, didn't have the AWP on the CT side to really feel comfortable with the aggression, but now they're loving it. They're living the dream.
And even the aggression they did throw, it was those MP9 players, so no surprise when they fell to the wayside of the Kalashnikovs. But here we go, back into it. 2 rounds left here on the first half. Great grenade.
Yeah, but this is going to be a quick hit. This is NIP already in position, and Twist, he's been in a cold position this whole time, and you can see he is not ready for that attack, neither is Stewie. They go down very fast. That is a good adjustment from the Ninjas.
Excellently done.
That's a pacing change that catches the defense completely off guard.
Yeah, so frequently we had seen Stewie and Twist push further towards Monster, Twist on the opposite side, and Stu on the ramp, working between both short and long, but they are gone, blown away. Even poor Twist, who tries to get a nice off position.
I think he noticed, I think he felt that hit coming just a little late to get himself in a better spot. He was just kind of stuck where he was. He just realized he had to stand his ground. And unfortunately, with that low peak and the high peak at the same time, he had no chances. I mean, as fast as his aim in, he could even pick a target quick enough.
It's like 2 heads present themselves at the exact same time, and his crosshair's stuck right between them. Unfortunate for Twists, but of course, Nip will be content to add at least a 6th round to the board. 1 more to go as we trade back and forth for 4 in a row. No knowing who picks up the last.
I think Elige wanted to go for that retake, but the save came in. He realized his 2 teammates were just kind of out of money. Stewie had absolutely nothing. He was going to need a drop, so no reason to risk the extra weaponry, the extra economy. 1 final timeout before this half will come to a close. Liquid in their game yesterday against FaZe, all 3 first halves ended 8-7.
As close as could be.
They're in that same position again, up 8-6.
Second half a deciding factor, and if we question the comfort of Liquid on Overpass, I'm curious to see once they set the pace on the offense.
Yeah, well, look for some quick action from Stewie here. He's picked up the AWP. Talk frequently about his AWPing. That's usually when he gets in the mood that he's just tired of getting battered with the rifles and he wants to go for some kind of a wild play. So I imagine he's going to at least peek through Monster at the start of this round.
Also had a great spawn for it.
He won't be. I got everyone excited, and it's not going to happen.
Way to let us down.
Yeah, I know. Whoops. Nitro's waiting and peering, but again, NIP, I mean, after what, 6, 7, 8 rounds of very slow play, they have these last 3 or 4 have been much faster. They've changed things up in a big way, realizing that the slow pace was way too brutal. they weren't accomplishing enough once the Alps came out onto the field. The slow play was actually to the benefit of the AWPs on the Team Liquid defense.
Grabbing up all of long, Twist already clearing corners and pressuring Bank. Naf floats up from the B site as we've seen before. And obviously Elige and Nitro setting up on the floor of bathrooms closer towards Lekro. They both are here, and the quick flick from Nitro. Slight adjustment to find his opening.
And a big note, there's no flashbangs on the NIP side. They had to use a nade to try and use that nade smoke to confuse it because they just didn't have the flashbang to utilize to blind Nitro. If they did, that could have been perfect. It seemed like that position for a flash would have been a monstrous. Yeah, it would have completely taken Nitro out of the equation. Unfortunately, they lose Lekro.
4v2 on this B site, make it 3. Naf does get back into position before they hit, but wow, talk about timing. Forrest tries to throw himself up short. There is an answer, and that is Stewie, the secondary off, ripping them apart, and there we have it. 9-6 for Team Liquid. 3 points of a lead to close that CT side. A back and forth affair for the final 5 rounds, nearly as close as could be. But we will have to swap over to the offense for Liquid and see if they can pick up this map. We'll be back after the break.
That's a B. Flush. I think it's Kevin. Mullet barrel. And two monster coming out. Flash. Coming monster. Nice. One more monster. Up short, one. Monster. Too short, one monster. Sorry. I got left pillar. Nice. Good shit.
Calm and collected in those communications in a hectic moment, and I mean, fair play. They really recovered on that defensive side. They figured out how to stop NIP's kind of slow play in the early half, but Sweet's able to grind back a couple. They had their own variations up their sleeve out of a timeout, changing the pace, and they caught Liquid off guard to scrape together another extra 2 rounds right at the end. This is a very competitive game now, and as you mentioned, now we get a glimpse of what Liquid's offensive side is going to look like.
Right, very curious to see if Elige can keep up that performance, because
he can.
Yeah.
He can.
Of course he can.
The question is, will he?
Right, here on Overpass. But I think one of the reasons we had such clear communication there from Liquid was, like you said, those late hits. They knew exactly what was coming.
Yeah.
It was not as though they had to figure it out on the fly. It was just a matter of knowing how many on Monster and how many on Short, because that's it. It was Nip all in on those late round executions. It got stale quick. But this is fresh. Liquid on the offense. Lots of utility over towards this B site as the vast majority get into Short, but that's exactly where the CTs position themselves. Door swung after Rez gets 2. That is onto the kill feed.
That is such a brutal crunch from this defense. I don't think Naf and Nitro have a chance. The bomb being planted is about the only thing they can hope for, and even that's almost taken away from them, just barely missing the shots.
Nitro in a 1v5 after putting down bomb, swept away with ease. I mean, that was 10 players fighting on the B site right out of there, right out the gate.
That was a nice little call from NIP. Enough players to hold them off at sandbags, and obviously the door swinging open was just the final nail in the coffin in that pistol round for Team Liquid.
Rez very crisp on the short push. Stewie popped twists right after. 4 CTs in short water at a minute 38.
Yeah, you don't expect that too often, but the plant is going to allow this buy to come in. Alige with the Krieg, AK-47 passed over to Stewie. We know those two guys like to work together a lot to find entries on Team Liquid's offensive sides. Twist as well, going to have a rifle in the newly buffed Galil, and some fancy footwork from Stewie.
He's dancing as he gets his way through playground fast. Ooh, that is substantial damage. Nice grenades there versus Twists. One of the 3 riflemen dropped to 31.
Yeah, he might want to pass that over. Although, unfortunately, Naf and Nitro, neither of them have head armor. So maybe he just chooses to keep it.
Seems so.
Should say neither of them have armor whatsoever, so fair play. A lot is going to be on Alige's shoulders. Stewie's going to be joined up with him.
They dodged them, instead heading to the upper bathrooms. If they keep 3 on long, then it's just Forrest to spot this.
He's jumping behind the APC as well, so he could get a very early spot. It's all down to timing, and there it is. He's seen it. What's the reaction from Rez and Twist? At the moment, just nothing. At the moment, just confident. Not for too long. Stewie's got a double. 2 clean headshots.
Yeah, he saw that barrel of the UMP, and now Team Liquid look to stampede through bathrooms into the A site. Only Forrest remaining here as a defender. He got early information, and he won't get any kills. Lekro on the other side of Smokes got Twists at least in front, but even that can't be stopped. 9 health on Twists, 4 for Stu, yet both survived this fight.
Well, think about it too. Twist took that double nade early on. He was down at what, like 40 HP to start this round, maybe even less, and he still managed to get 2 entries onto the actual bomb site to build upon Stewie's success, and that worked perfectly for Team Liquid. A 10th round, they respond immediately.
Yep.
And the response for NIP is going to be really interesting. How much of their economy do they want to risk in these first 5 rounds of the half? If they buy up in the next round, that might really hamper their ability to fight for rounds down the stretch.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we talked about how the economy played against Liquid on their start to the CT side. Same can be said here for Ninjas. This is a tough pill to swallow early. Remember, AK, Krieg, and a Galil is all Liquid had to play.
3-round lead for the North American side, looking to make it into those finals.
Again, I mean, I'm sure Liquid, they'd love just one more shot, just one more chance, Moses, this year to stop Astralis. Excellently done here from Stu, getting that second. You'd think Rez could have maybe been able to trade, but both Forrest and Lekro dropped the very tagged Twists.
That was actually a pretty risky play for Twist with the bomb and 9 HP to actually be that aggressive over the smoke. If he gets killed there, the bomb could launch forward behind the smoke, and then all of a sudden there's a really awkward situation, especially with players like Stewie with one of the AK-47s already at low health. It goes the other way, so no harm done.
Yeah, we forget about the threat that could have been.
Shout out to Threat watching this game.
Sure enough. Single M4 on Plopsky, committed deep towards Monster, and right now Naf's got him cut off. But every time he goes for that spam, you have to wonder, when does Plopsky try to make a move? When does he try to get that M4 through into the action? Because if he waits too long, it's just going to be a full-fledged hit to the A site where pistols defend on their own.
And NIP has taken that risk with their money. Plopsky has to make this play, has to find some advantage. They don't have advantage in utility, they don't have it in weaponry, but they at least have it in information. Can they capitalize on that one piece?
Well, with Plopsky so deep through Monster now, they will be able to stack up the site, but again,
time's going to become an issue. 35 seconds.
A tower of twigs, these pistols, not meant to do much, but Stewie, oh, caught! As he's lining up grenades, Twist's at least able to cut down one. 25 seconds as Nitro clears 2, but Lekro, unbeknownst to the T's, still tucked away. His Deeg, deadly, we know it. But Still, the A site may be foregone. Plopski, he comes in from that massive flank, and Liquid lose the round. 5 health, the difference. A single M4 pushing through Monster around T-spawn Moses and getting into position just in the nick of time.
I think Liquid's not going to be too upset about that. Obviously frustrating, but they know if that's a full force up from NIP, they have no money remaining in this round. Out of a victory, one player surviving, they're still going to have a very sketchy buy. So it's still one more very dangerous round for the Ninjas, as Liquid surely going to buy up into this one. No reason not to risk everything you have if you're Liquid, because you can reset this defense right now.
Yep. Plopski, dangerous games. And Elige, who ate early grenades, gets finished off by Twist. Content with their 5v4, they can just fall back.
If Liquid lose this round, it gets real interesting.
Big time. Yeah, you know, the idea of winning this, knowing Ninja's forced into the last round, Liquid bouncing back with a purchase of their own. You know, a tantalizing buy, considering that they could break the Ninjas. But now that it's a 5v4, you start to contemplate your options.
Stewie's looking for that jump from Twist. He's missed it by maybe a second a couple times. The only player trying to cause some kind of presence towards A. Flashbang is out. Nitro looking for Plopski, looking for someone who's positioned themselves on the ramp, but at least they force out a smoke at 50 seconds.
Yep.
Look at the shift in the defense as well, with the presence given up towards Monster Tunnel. Forrest has rotated over. And Rez getting aggressive in bathrooms for a quick flank down the stairs.
Stewie was down there, but now he joins his team.
They don't have the manpower. He can't watch the flank. He's got to be involved in the hit.
Sure enough. Ooh, deep peek from Plopski, punished. Remember, Rez hot on the heels of Stewie towards short. The pinch to the B site with 3 CTs stacked on top of it. Forrest has a chance, but it's Naf to answer back slightly with some kind of an action. We do have the 2v2. Another smoke thrown down towards short, but 13 seconds left. And Naf with a 1v2 to clutch. Does the damage, doesn't get his kill. 7 seconds, he needs the frags, and he's not even gonna try it. Fading away as Rez cuts him off. It is all denied. A crucial win for Nip.
What a godlike round from Twist. 2 kills with the scout on the defense. The first on Elige, cleaning off the nade damage, and then just the 1 headshot as Liquid's attacking into the bomb site. Took enough pressure away, and obviously that flank coming in as well. Eliminating Stewie, making that a 1-pronged attack for Team Liquid through Monster Tunnel. And now the pressure should subside. No plant there, and even with the kills, I'm not sure Liquid want to risk it all here.
Nope.
Sitting right around 2K on all 5 players. It's not enough money to fight.
Single flashbang, all they have. These forward CTs could have been caught by a Glock rush out connector. The timing could still be there, but NIP intelligently fall back before that flurry comes flying out. Maybe Rez gets caught on long, but he's been given bomb. In fact, the T's now try to trickle towards him, and he does so much damage. 3 kills on the anti-eco. And while Naf gets his hands on the Krieg, so be it. Forrest already forcing forward. Naf sees his head. Whoa, and a second kill now. Makes things interesting.
I think they're still very far away from a win, but 2 rifles picked up means just 1 more kill. Again, the economy from NIP, they haven't been able to build anything. We'll keep going back to that money because NIP's not been in a comfortable spot yet on the CT side. Any more damage that Liquid can cause, they don't even need to worry about the bomb so much. If they can get some damage, that's huge. Lekro alone in the site. The sole defender here. There's 1 flashbang on Naf. You have to imagine he's going to pop his teammate through this.
Should be. And if Nitro gets this duel, if Lekro finds himself fully blind, that would have been massive. But now that they've made their move towards long, you see Twist's attention turned. Plopski comes out from connector as they presume correctly that Liquid are closer to the site. Now the crunch is really here. A difficult cross for Nitro. Easy headshots for Twist. And we are all tied at 10.
They don't get that extra kill. That would have been so beneficial. Good round from NIP. Even with the 2 players going down. There is a small Ninjas in Pajamas fan base here. That's nice to hear. Oof. Yeah, nice double kill from Twist. Just holding the line up. Plopski's getting hyped up. 10 to 10. No ops yet in this second half. It's been all rifle work.
Majority numbers towards this B site. Sitting back and relaxing is Liquid. Moving forward is Rez, already on the corner of long. And if he rounds that corner, he's going to find it completely clear.
Liquid looks uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Their whole team goes towards the B bomb site. They changed the call. I don't know if it's something they saw or maybe just wanted to switch things up. They haven't cleared out long. They're going to come back and join with the Liege. No utility on him, so he's got gun out the whole time, and that might be a good thing. When does Rez peek towards long? There's no one to watch this. He can have a fast flank, and those flanks have been so deadly. And he started to creep out a little bit wider now. He shouldn't see anything as he peers towards Fountain, but he can backstab 3 players.
Oh man, nobody's watching this Nitro. He needs to turn his attention back, and he does just in time. Imagine Rez comes up from party and just clears, smothers what was supposed to be the set piece execution.
I like that. Look at this call as well. Nitro gets that kill, and the endgame leader immediately has Liquid turn around one more time. Bomb going to make its way back towards the B bomb site. They're going to give Stewie all the freedom in the world to cause a distraction, but NIP know exactly what's coming because of the position in bathrooms from Twist. He's got all the information that no players. If Stewie can take the attention away, if he can make his presence known, there's not enough time on the clock for him to flank.
Oh man. Twist moves forward. Stewie, if he can hit this B site just as the execute comes in, that'd be one thing, but he has to go. Timing. Oh, wait, that's everything.
That just opened everything up because the time was such a huge issue. It's still going to be pretty tight considering where they're at, but they will make it. Naf's going to add one more on top, and Liquid, they wheel and deal across the map, and they've just done it. Good tactical call, good individual plays by Intuition.
Yeah. That right there, that's why you love to watch a game of Overpass. Rotations and timings down to a T. Team Liquid with a second to spare. Rotate back up towards that A site.
It's also a good indication of why that control of that staircase, danger stairs, is so important. Look how fast you can get between the bomb sites. You can shift your attack very quickly. They do get away with a little bit of one there, and they'll take an 11-10 lead.
Of course, because I mean, there's a world where NIP's Twist defeats Liquid's Twists, and if that happens, then Bomb is not going back to the A site. They have to charge into the B site. Stewie not going to be able to flank in time either, and that one could have so easily fallen flat. So such a crucial duel picked up.
Yeah, that plant was a second and a half away from not even being able to go down. So you're right, that battle was so critical. Even this one, like look how narrow the margins are. And like Twist even checking to the left first.
Like what is that fight? It is barrel to barrel at the top of the steps.
And NIP can't fight, they don't have the money. We've referenced that a couple times. They weren't able to build up enough cash to sustain a loss of that caliber. So 11-10 lead, 1 round for Liquid. A good opportunity to build upon it here, and a lot of bodies massing towards the B site.
Considering the thread that last round hinged on, and the result that it gets them versus Pistols here in the 22nd round. Liquid with a bit of a saving grace. Already blowing open this B site. Stewie with an entry. Forrest, Deagle in the water, has support from Lekro too, but down he goes. Finally some kind of a response.
I like this though. Liquid have been a lot of pressure on this B bomb site, but they're not committed to it whatsoever. That's just Stewie and Naf. Unfortunately, what it has allowed is this guy to get an AK, and that's why it's so dangerous. Now he's pinned down behind for the moment. Oh, he handles it so well. The experience is shining, and Forrest has control of the bomb, and he might turn this around for NIP. He's got a lot more work to do, and not a lot of health to do it with.
He gets around back, another smoke. Stewie with 3 HP is doing everything to get them back into this, but Forrest has played around back to the other side, and that is when he falls. Wow. A round that's got to make you sweat.
He played that so well. Not just the kills, but the repositioning also. Just too many teammates dying all around him that whole time. What a performance. And this is why he's such a highlight for this team. The things he can do, and he almost steals a round away single-handedly. And you can see the frustration as well. To him, every round is possible.
Yeah. Cannot count him out, ever. Not even on a round like the last with so little to work with. NIP. Forrest specifically almost gets it done, but now smelling blood in the water. Team Liquid keeping up a pace here versus the lackluster guns. A shadow seen, a Liege doubling down on this B site. Another body toppled. Only man up is Twist, as Team Liquid look to soar forward here on the T side.
This is both halves. Liquid just have a great sense of when they have the economic advantage and when they can just take dry fights into that B bomb site, not having to worry about rifles, not having to worry about nades, just getting in position and pinning down those USPs. They've done it 2 rounds in a row. I imagine this round they go away from it because they know the rifles are coming out. They know the smokes, the Molotovs are going to be in hand.
For the first 5 picked up by Nip on this CT side. After only getting 5 rounds in the entirety of their offense, that 21st round to me is still what everything hinges on. That 1 kill from Twist v Twist. The last second bomb plant that gets them 2 chances versus Pistols.
Yeah, that might be the turning point of this game. That was a huge swing round. That gave Liquid so many advantages. You're exactly right.
This 13-10 scoreline would be turned on its head if it wasn't for that 1 second difference. But at least we do find Nip back in on a bye.
You have to imagine NIP is wishing they could afford an ult, but they have never been able to build up any kind of money. They do have it now. First round. Round 24 is the first time we see the AWP on the field for the defense in Rez's hands. And he'll have that peering up, and he takes a shot, narrowly misses a leash.
They threw an early molly to keep Lekro out of this corner, but he moves forward past it once it burns itself out. Unbeknownst to him,
Contact play
is clear. Mollying out the barrels, Plopsky going to extinguish those flames, calls for help. Forrest is here in the water, but he gets blown out regardless. Fully blind, he still is able to put one up, just like Lekro. But Stu, again, clawing back these rounds. Lekro's got the cross from short. He knows there's nobody here, so everyone's on site.
That was a bold plant. There was nobody covering. If Rez had peeked with the op, it could have been all over. Lekro's going to have to wrap around through Monster.
And Op still smoked off. Team Liquid take that forward position, both Twist and Stu to the forefront of the site. Nitro holds the back line. By denying Lekro, you have to wonder, do these 2 last players make their move? About to give Liquid their 14th round. Rez still comes in now from short, seeing them so deeply rooted on the bomb site, they call it quits.
Yeah, the problem is with that AWP, you can't do anything. You have to let your teammates give you the opening, the opportunity, because you need that weapon in your hands. 14 for Team Liquid. A great round, a great hit. Contact play, NIP's not prepared for it. Good swing. Even two rounds away from this first map.
Even Plopsky, who thought he had made himself some kind of sanctuary, just gets blown to smithereens. Forrest and Lekro's kill apiece made it seem like maybe B would hold, but it was Stewie, the jackknife of the B site. Forrest down here in connector, Twist rounds the corner and gets an early opening kill. Rez could swing that door wide, but it's expected.
Yeah, this is full control for Team Liquid. They know everything that's coming, and now they're starting to get some confidence. Twist, I don't know how you get a multi-kill here. Maybe you don't have to. Stewie's already added 1. A no-scope. Oh, but he misses Twist. And the door is shut right in his face. Lekro does add 1 onto it, but they know the position of the remaining 2 players from NIP, so they're gonna get a free plant at this A bomb site. And again, does NIP, do they go for this retake? Do they want to risk the AWP and the AK-47? That might be the entire map on this decision.
Oh, and they don't suspect the Liege to be so forward pushed, so that's an easy frag to the AWPer. Value thrown to the wayside. Twist chucked into the wastebasket, and Lekro left to move past his corpse. 1 versus 3. Does he try this? Or do they just give Liquid their 15th round? Oh, he's done it. At least able to procure himself that AWP.
There's no kit.
He's going to try to draw them back onto the site itself, but so be it. Done, Moses. A 15th round for Team Liquid.
A 15th round, and Liquid is, they've caught fire right at the end, right going into match point. It's been 5 in a row to get here. Ever since that round that you mentioned, they have been unstoppable. Yep. All the right reads, all the awareness.
5-round spree that, as you just said, hinged on that 21st. Counter-Strike sometimes disgusting with the way it relies on a millisecond, but a masterful act of offense from Liquid, looking to close this one early and move the series to Mirage, their map choice. Shouldn't be easy though, at least NiP find themselves back with a bye.
Control of the short waters already for Naf and Stewie. A boost gonna come in as well. Gonna try and peer over into this B bomb site, see if they can find anyone. Waiting for the timing of it. Meanwhile, NIP aggressive stance in bathrooms towards A. It's been a heavy lean towards this B bomb site for the attack. Now against FaZe, Liquid had a lot of advantages. Oh, there's a good find. There's a freebie. Clean little one tap. Plopsky's down, a follow-up nade as Lekro spams through. Even that does damage. Liquid have such perfect reads at the moment. They're feeling the game in a way that NIP cannot match.
Yeah, we question their comfort here on Overpass, but I feel like these last few rounds have just been smooth sailing. At least each of the B defenders gets a kill and Lekro doubles down. Man advantage for NiP. Looking to lock off this B site as the two A defenders come scrambling downwards, trying to hold. But Team Liquid falls silent, and with no presence inside of Connector, they don't know if they've fallen back, a smoke that indicates they are still here. A bomb plant as the fire starts to burn the feet of Nitro. He gets away with 0 damage. Health advantage over Lekro, the front runner on this retake attempt. Utility near non-existent, a smoke and a flash that remains. A double defuse kit. Twists, locks himself back into short as Nitro finds Sanctuary on Monster. The flash meant to move them further. And Nitro yet to swing. A bomb tap meant to get the peak. Twist comes in with a kill. He's smoked off, but there it is! Team Liquid, 16-10 on NIP's map choice where they are meant to be comfortable.
That is a dominant win. It was close for a long stretch, but once it got to 10-10, once Liquid took control in that second half, they ran away with it. It was easy from there. A good win on Overpass. We're heading to a break, and then we'll get the desk.
Was one of the lowest rated players in the
Force was there. Heaven. Heaven dead. He's swinging me.
Monster. Yeah, swinging.
Could be sight.
The circ. Nothing monster. I'm holding the site.
Sight. Sight.
So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The smoke criminal is back. Liquid looking good. they managed to turn it around, actually, in the second half. They actually started to play a solid game. It was a little iffy there at start.
It was a good start for Team Liquid. It was a good game. I think they didn't really have to try that much. I think Stewie2K had some more impact. We kind of have been asking for that throughout this tournament. It's been a rough one so far for him. As for NIP, again, it's like they had one chance of getting into this series, and that had to be an overpass. They actually got off to a good start, leading 4-2, but from that point, it felt like they just fell short once again. It's the same thing over and over again when we're talking about NIP. There is potential, but when it comes to depth within the map pool, depth within the maps, they always seem to fall short. And I'm starting to get a little bit, not necessarily frustrated, but I'm starting to get a little bit sad on their behalf, because they have the skill, they have the potential, they never seem to realize it.
Yeah, they made it a competitive series for sure, and I think there are two elements that went massively in Liquid's favor. First of all, the A side, we talked about it, Elige and Nitro. Once they started picking up the AWP, they began being aggressive. Nitro was making the difference. Elige was always good for 2. So the A side became suddenly very close for NIP. They had to spend so much utility just to get to the bathroom. And the other element, as you said, Stewie on B. I believe that 80% of the rounds they challenged Stewie, he got away with the multi-kill. Every time. Monster catwalk, monster again, double AWP, he was there. So suddenly that T side from NIP fall flat. Now you move to the second half, they had a way in. Forest almost offered them a way back with this crazy 3K. Didn't pan out, but at the end of the day, Liquid was just a better team.
And this is where you have to wonder, is this going to be a Liquid? When you look at this Liquid and what you're seeing against Nip, Nip's performance out of the question here.
Sure.
What do we think about Liquid going up against Astralis if they are to make it through Nip on the second map?
Well, that's speculating, right? But
I think it's a bit speculation. I'm willing to go there, though.
I like it, though. I think Stewie2K playing at this level is definitely a great sign. I think he's one of the most influential players within the Team Liquid camp when he's playing well. He can do so much on his own, and if he can get multi-kills against a team like Astralis, then we look at a complete new matchup. Let's not forget that when these two teams met in the first round, it was a very close, very competitive game. So again, Stewie2K playing well, that probably could change the tide, and put some more pressure on Astralis. That being said, though, NIP coming into the second map, it's going to be rough now.
It's going to be super rough. Listen, we painted the picture of Liquid having 2 weaknesses when it comes to individuals this event. That was Stewie and Nitro. Well, they both showed up. They're both here. They both had impact. So that is a very, very, very scary prospect now as well on the side of the Ninjas. Blobsky, I'm sorry, but he's missing. He needs to be there. I've seen him shaking a little bit with the aim, being a little bit impatient. This is how you compensate when you have that, that pressure. You're trying to force the issue, trying to be aggressive when you shouldn't do. He had these moments. I can see the pressure in his eyes when I see him play. Granted, that's okay. I don't criticize him. He's going to have, a path to learn. But today that's the big day. He needs to step up.
And is this something that Forest, PETA, right, the back line and the veterans, is this something that you think they can help him going into the second map to try and get him up there? Or is it too much to ask?
Listen, August, you're talking about the second map. We're talking about a player growing as a professional. You're asking them to turn him into,
it's a fair point.
One map to the other. That is so hard. Maybe he can do it.
It was a fair point, and I was just throwing it out there because I was actually waiting for this right now. I was told that we were getting an interview done with Stewie here. So let's go ahead and hear what the young man has to say.
Well, before this series started, Stewie2K was one of the lowest rated players in the tournament, but that performance on Overpass has gone a long way to rectify that situation. It seemed like all you needed to do was head down to Monster, grab yourself a rifle on AWP, and it was guaranteed 2 kills. How did you feel about that performance?
I felt a lot better, definitely. It's been a long year, a tough second half of the year. I definitely haven't been performing well at all. But this game, I think I just went to the game more about no fear, more focused about myself. I'm not hyping up the team that much. They're holding their own, so it's pretty good. I felt like I had a lot of chances this game, and I took advantage of it.
Well, talk to me about your defense in that first half, because not Liquid, you're Liquid, NIP taking things slow, and at first it seemed like you left the A site vulnerable. How'd you fix it?
I'm not too sure, actually. I felt like their overpass, we thrive against their playstyle, and we do pretty well against it. They did nothing special. They just defaulted the same way as any other team does. They didn't apply that much pressure at us at B as if Astralis would. Astralis does that pretty well, so it puts me and Russ in very uncomfortable spots, and it makes us lean towards B a lot. So for us this game, we were just leaning towards A a lot, playing 4A, and we weren't even able to hold A with 4, but we still did pretty good on the CT side.
Well, it's your map pick next, Mirage. You could 2-0 this, so I'm going to let you go and get ready with your team. Thank you so much, Stewie. Let's head back to the desk.
Thank you, Stewie, and thank you, Frankie. So there you have it. As far as default plays from NiP, is this something that they need to keep going into? Because Mirage is going to be, NiP just lost their map pick. Now they're going into Liquid territory. It's going to be Mirage. And if Stewie's hitting shots, a little bit more freedom to make plays on Mirage, that could actually play into his wheelhouse.
Coming into this game, I think it was a clear-cut case of, you know, if NIP wanted to win, they have to step it up. They have to play some of the best Counter-Strike we've seen this iteration of NIP play. Also, it was kind of in Liquid's hands, so to speak, that if Stewie 2K and Nitro didn't show up in, then yes, there would be a chance. Now, we see Stewie 2K play well. We see, you know, the rest of Team Liquid playing well as well. I think it's out of NIP's hands at this point. Obviously, it sounds rough to say that, but if Liquid is playing up to the level, you know, that we know they can, then there's no way NIP can win this one.
Yeah, listen, I tend to agree. I think all the lights are green for Liquid right now. All the individuals are showing up. They had 2 rough starts in terms of halves, but they always got back into the game. And when you just think about the weapon rounds, where both teams had weapons, there was no discussion. Liquid was all the way up there. So going into Mirage, you know me, I like to think it's possible. I like to dream, but I think it's time to wake up.
You know what? I would love to see it. I would love to see a close game. I would love to see Forrest go off. Whether it's going to happen or not, yeah.
I was not expecting that from you.
Yeah,
I was expecting that from Maniac. When Maniac didn't mention Forrest as a key to victory for NiP, I was like, oh, man, he's grown up. He's changed. What is going on here? Now, Pimp, you're the one picking up the slack. See, this is true team play between the analysts
That's how we do.
One sets up for the other. Exactly. You're talking about team play on the stage. Right here at the desk, we got it all in spades. I mean, as far as predictions are concerned, can we look at it, how it's going to plan out here? Are we sticking with Liquid?
Yeah. Yes. Definitely.
You know what?
The way it happened.
I'd be surprised if we go to double digits, but I'd love to see it.
All right, so moving in before, we have to actually touch on something that we've been doing all throughout the year, and it is called an aim challenge. The pros did it, but it turns out so did the talent. So now we're going to see how that panned out.
Welcome to the 2019 Betway AIM Challenge Final. Our 4 top-scoring talent champions, Maniac, Launders, Scrawny and Pimp, are going to battle it out 1 versus 1 in our semi-final for a spot in our grand talent final, with the winner taking home the ultimate prize. So let's see who's the fastest at gunning their way around the AIM Challenge map.
It is time for the Talent AIM Challenge semi-final, and it is Launders and it is Maniac. Here we go, Launders.
Look at the wingspan on this guy.
I'm quite interested though in the severe concentration. Maniac looks so angry.
I wonder if Maniac. Oh god, Maniac's caught up here.
Yeah.
Maniac's caught up with this.
Maniac, yeah.
Launders.
Go.
Gotta push the button.
It looks, yeah.
So top 4 was my objective. I made it. I want to say thank you to my coach, everyone who prepped me for this challenge.
Scrawny and Pimp are over there. 3, 2, 1, go.
Connor is very, very focused.
He's using this crosshair that I can't.
Pimp is about 18 seconds.
Yeah,
he is 18 seconds ahead of Scrawny. That's
wait, what's his
unbelievable.
time?
He hasn't even scored an hour.
Oh wow!
Pimp told me he was gonna spit on me. Honestly, I'm not even gonna lie. I got really nervous.
Now I believe we're gonna have a grand final. 3, 2, 1. I'm kind of enjoying the contrast and sensitivity as well. Launders is kind of just like a shake it and see.
Launders
get it for himself ahead of him.
Look at this.
Yeah, look at those one taps. Okay.
Oh no.
It's fine. Look.
Oh, there's a reload.
Doesn't want to reload.
There's a reload in here.
Hang on a second. Okay, right. So it's getting closer. Oh, it's the smile of a devil child. He's won a jumper. Oh, he's being crowned.
Oh God,
we're never gonna.
He's literally he's the crowned prince of Denmark, and we all know what happened at the end of Hamlet. It does see.
Yeah, I always felt like a king. Excellent. Yeah.
Well, I'm willing to grant that you're the king of the desk, Pimp. Congratulations, you're the Betway Talent AIM Challenge. For the talent winner, you're the champ, you're the king. How's it feel?
Are you guys surprised?
No, not at all, actually. When I think about it objectively, I was trash on that talent. I did so bad. Overwatch, it just ruins your aim. You don't need aim. So.
You know what? It feels good to beat this guy sometimes. You know, sometimes he takes a hit on me up here. So you know, to
That
go
has
back
to
to him
be-
in game is always great.
Has to be the lowest point of my career, right here, right now. This AIM challenge, losing
I've
against
seen lower, to
Launders.
be honest.
Wow.
Yeah.
You've seen worse?
Yeah, I've seen worse.
Okay,
And you
can
played on
someone just
Titan.
pull out the games we had against each other, tweet at us?
Actually, I would love that. Yeah,
That would actually be
let's
fun.
see who's the most
Because when you have
successful.
Chad, he has to say all the time that he beat me once in one tournament over 20 years. Now, I don't know, between us, I think it's maybe a fair 50-50.
Nah.
No?
No?
You're going to leave it at that?
I won. You know.
Yeah, you've got the winter jersey. You've got the sweater. I mean, it's great. It's cold in Denmark. You know, that's really thoughtful
It's
of
good
Blast.
size as well.
Betway,
I
you
feel
know.
really hot in here. It's great.
You know, they took into account that you've filled out a little bit.
That's right.
Got the guns, but who else has got the guns? Turns out the teams do. We're going to be getting into the second map in just a few moments. We're taking a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Back in action, NIP falling on overpass, but Liquid just a bit too much to handle. I mean, they came in hot. That real hinge round, again, we talked about it. Let's just touch on it one more time. That 1 second plant, Moses.
Yeah, that was the swing round, right there at 10-10, all tied up, and it looked like NIP had a pretty good footing to get into the action. And I mean, Liquid just kind of not stole that round, but that was a huge one. That turned everything in their favor, and they gained. It happened in both halves, right? NIP had a good game plan, and Liquid just eventually figured it out and made the proper adjustments.
Felt like one of those moments where we had all of a sudden, like once that happened, once they won a round in such a minute way, Liquid's confidence just boiled over, and they used that confidence to just run through NIP, or at least what was ever left of them. But enough of overpass, because here we are, the second map of the losers bracket finals. NIP to the CT side. If that's an advantage they can work with, then so be it. But it is Liquid aiming at the A site already.
Yeah, elimination game here for NIP. Backs against the wall now. They lose this map and they're gone. They lose this map and Liquid make it into the grand finals versus Astralis lying in wait. And already up the A ramp. No presence here for NIP. They are very far back, just making sure that even if Liquid get the site, they're at least contained, that they cannot push towards CT spawn, they cannot push towards jungle. No utility left for Team Liquid as well. It's all battles from here on out.
A tough one. The old Classico, 5 versus 5 retake attempt. Elige inside a sandwich. He will finally add a kill to the board. Traded back and forth. Not nearly over. They know that Twist is tucked into connector. They also know Naps and Palace. They're kind of desperate for a defuse, and nothing comes through. Easy pistol for Liquid.
Nice and clean. Yeah, that retake never had any legs beneath it. That NIP never got that going whatsoever, so that whole idea of containment just didn't pan out for him, unfortunately. 1-0 for Liquid here on Mirage. Looking to build upon this, and yeah, it's got to feel like a weight off their shoulders that they just got overpass behind them. They don't have to worry about it at this point. Except for maybe in the grand finals, but they don't have to think about that quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, they've been talking about it, right? Map by map, and I feel like with Astralis coming up next, that's how you've got to take it. You also don't want to be sleeping on NIP. Individuals that have kind of shocked at times. Forest has an amazing opening day. Faltered versus Astralis, but who doesn't? Alas, silence falls across the map.
Again, I mean, Liquid just love taking liberties on rounds where they know they have such an economic advantage. Not afraid to just swing out top mid very quickly and take whatever fight there will be, even if it's a scout, even if it's the Deagles. They force an early smoke out of Twist, who probably didn't want to use it at that point. 2 smokes left and 2 HE grenades for the NIP side. Point of danger for Elige is Twist, and that smoke is going to neutralize his vision, deny information as well.
Nobody's showing face at all. Woof. Well, that's why. Show your face and it gets ripped off. Plopsky dropped from Ticket.
Well, now the tough part is you can make your way up connector, you can make your way up catwalk. So NIP have a decision to make, and at least for the moment they have the right call. 3 players towards this bomb site. Twist on catwalk, the only one. Stewie, not prepared, but he does win the fight anyways. The kill doesn't come out quick enough. Elige is going to fall. That's in connector. Not a huge deal. The B bomb site still under a lot of pressure. Plenty of time for Liquid to take this cautiously, but they just swing. Those rifles, again, so confident, and maybe they shouldn't be. Forrest is still here. 2 players to find out in the open. Nitro with a double. And Rez just going to save the AK-47.
The damage was there. Poor Forrest still expecting a window peek. Crosshair adjustment that's too much to ask for. So I was curious whether we were going to get another bomb plant with 5 alive. NIP just trying to hide in this round until Liquid would have been corralled towards either site. They wanted to head towards B off the get-go. And if there's any turning point in that round, it's, you know, that Deagle duel versus Stewie on Cat. He gets the best of the latter player despite being surprised by it. If he falls, everybody comes in off of apartments. And with Catwalk under their control, NIP could have thrown a much stronger defense. But regardless, it's 3 alive for Liquid at the end of this. Excuse me, 2. Bomb blows Twist to smithereens.
Yeah, that's all right. They'll be fine with it. No big deal. This was a great tap from Stewie. Good control of Catwalk afterwards with his follow-up kill, even being a bit surprised by his presence. And then Nitro cleans it up from there. They have that 1 AK-47 to worry about in Rez's hands, and that's about it. Looking like Liquid is going to be Out to a clean 3-0 lead early on in Mirage, unless Rez has something to say.
A couple of deagles added around it, but not even armor. Elige already looking for his duels. That's one of the lesser opponents taken out of the equation. It's all very much a mid-crunch here from the Ninjas. All about pulling Crosshairs away from Rez so that he can come wide and knock them back with his very own AK.
I bet NIP wishes they had one flashbang at this moment, but you can see Elige after that one kill just backs all the way up towards mid. He's like, yeah, now you know that I'm here, that there's presence, but I'm not going to be susceptible to any flashbang play that you might have. One more easy kill on top of it. Lekro might be next up. Rez is all alone, essentially a 1 versus 4 at this bomb site. He's got the first. There's the follow-up peek. He adds another on top of it, and the deagle. Rez has done his job, and Lekro's done it even better. 2 headshots with the deagle, and this round has turned so quickly. It's all Rez alone in the bomb site to hold on, and Elige must try to recover. 1 versus 3, and he misses his chance on Force. That's a lot of damage.
So much, and it's not enough. Lekro with 3 frags, 2 headshots with the deagle, and a follow-up to clear out Elige. Once he makes that window drop, everybody knows exactly where he is, and they respond accordingly. It really did seem like all they were going to have was a mid-crunch nip, but Rez given a chance to position behind that triple box, and from there he makes magic happen. NIP robbing around and getting on this board early. Not only winning a round, but forcing Liquid into a very awkward spot where they force up with only 2 rifles in the mix.
We saw him win one of these force-ups on overpass. They at least had a Krieg in that round. 1 AK is on ramp. That's in Elige's hands. How aggressive does he want to be? He's got 1 towards CT spawn, 2 towards connector. Liquid patiently looks like they want to set up with this map control, with top mid controlled by Stewie. A pinch, a crunch between connector, and that smoke is I don't know, bit shifty.
A little shady, I don't trust it. Ooh, dodging bullets, dodging nades. That did 1 point of damage.
Yeah, went way too deep due to that boost up. He's lucky to get away with his life. Still, nades running out for Team Liquid. That'd be a big kill to find. Nitro very low. Molotov going to come in afterwards. Twist is going to be forced away, but Elige has gotten into great positioning behind in window room, and it doesn't even matter. Immediate headshot from Stewie. They had Forrest trapped.
He did a bit more damage before he fell. Stewie dropped down to less than half HP, but regardless, they have that man advantage.
Elige is in that position to cut off any rotation. Twist goes for the peek and never expected Elige already up catwalk. And now it's NIP feeling the pressure against these deagles, against the upgraded pistols. It's just Lekro. Can he have a spectacular round one more time? They're streaming around behind him. There's the first kill. But he adds 1 more onto it and make it a 3rd. What a spectacular performance, and I think he just pulled it back in NIP's favor.
15 seconds, and Elige denied, so it all falls onto Stewie, and the CTs haven't turned back yet. He has to do this quickly. He has to find the timing, and he opts not to throw it all away. Retreats instead, wants that op. A hell of a prize to hold on to.
That's 2 rounds now. That Liquid have had a single player from NIP take everything away. Stewie, oh no! This shot, that's heartbreaking.
And dies after time. Oof. I see a single tear.
Yeah, the smallest violin is playing.
Damn, I thought we were gonna have a round back. I thought we were starting with fireworks, Moses.
This can't happen.
3 kills.
That cannot be a triple kill for Lekro in that corner. He's got nowhere to even reposition to. That can be pre-fired. That can be swarmed over, and look at the results, Stewie. He went from saving an op, which could have been very effective, to only having 350 and a Glock.
Wow.
That's a huge punish.
That is economic despair. He all-ins and comes out with nothing. Obviously now Nip's set to take the advantage easily at that. Team Liquid, 1 flash, 1 smoke. A P250, it's not even a Deeg. But they'll still bide their time. Then try to rush up catwalk. Twist is gonna come back in with Forrest holding this, and it looks all too easy. Elige will nab 1 and grab the M4, so Lekro gonna try to chase him down, but he's getting shot from the window drop. Twist has gotten into the action. He can grab that bomb and M4 and sprint. Sprint for the B site and just try to plant perhaps, but not even. Caught in the sky. He dies, and 3 survive for NIP.
Yeah, too much utility for him to feel safe on catwalk. He would have loved to have reloaded, been able to take that a bit slower, but the Molotov forced his hands. And we'll get a bye here from Team Liquid, despite the fact that Stewie's going to be relegated back to Deagle and utility. One-round lead for NIP early on in this first half. No op yet for Team Liquid. That pistol round victory in the second round seemed so far away at this point. It's been a great opening 5 rounds for Lekro.
Mid has really been set as the stage thus far on Mirage. Gonna be working through underpass yet again. Stewie trying to set up a Liege who has lackluster utility, but at least he's got that gun. Rez ready on this side of the smoke, but he opts not to jump through the window. No, Elige is just going to tuck himself away outside it.
Yeah, but he's got to be wary of this. Yeah, certainly you're looking for this exact peak. Rez in a lot of trouble if he goes for this advantage to Elige. There's the Molotov. Good win, good headshot, but with the flames spread, he can't run through them. And I think he's fortunate to stay alive as the flames, oh, they just reach him at the end, but not enough to take him down. But Forrest moves into the position that was just cleared, so that's another point of danger that will not be expected.
And all the while, we still have Plopsky in the windowsill. That's a good chip, bit of damage done by the grenade, and an op shot from Twists. Comes in from Ticket. Forrest falls back as Elige tries to get up connector, and he wins the gunfight, pushing the man advantage back into the favor of Liquid as bomb goes down.
Oh, they found themselves a phenomenal bomb plan. I don't know how you retake here. There is a flank coming in from Lekro. It's going to be very late and middle, and that's going to be a lot of information once he eventually gives it up. And Elijah is still here. He's tucked away with low HP. I don't think Lekro has the time to hard clear and deep clear towards underpass. He might find Stewie. Elige turns the corner. Stewie can now turn, but that's 3 quick kills for NIP. They've done it again. Nitro, does he have another clutch in him? 1 versus 3. And Plopsky doesn't clear it out.
No.
Oh no, he waited way too long. He had it. He even had the lineup on the bomb.
Incredible.
He froze in the moment, but it was all set up perfectly.
Plopsky, he had that feeling, that intuition. Someone's got eyes on him. He could feel the cold steel of Nitro's barrel. Ha!
I don't know why Nitro waited so long. I'm not going to lie to you. I thought they had enough time. I mean, the bomb timer ticked so far away, even if you don't go for that kill. Elige just dropped like an F-bomb and then looked at the camera like, oh, guilty. He's like, oh dear, I'm sorry.
I didn't say that, Mom. A set smoke piece maybe for the A site. Just trying to get a plant on top of it. That was a strong plant for them as well, but 3 kills for Nip on that retake. Just dismantling what was the man advantage. And talk about dismantlement, they get pulled apart. Everybody dies as Nip find fire.
And this is what having strong players like Rez and Lekro can do for you, is the fact, I mean, Lekro, those 2 rounds that he had, the 3 kill at the B bomb site, the 3 kills at the end of the 3rd round with the Deagle, like those are the 2 rounds that gives NIP the time to really kind of plant their feet. And unlike Overpass, now they have money. Now they're not on the verge of being reset the way they were on defense there. They can feel a bit more comfortable, take a few more risks. They have refreshed utility every single round, feeling much more comfortable here on Mirage.
Quick plays towards mid, yet once more. Plopsky on the other side of the smoke, though. Oh, face to face. Elige bests him. Rez blind all the while, but Lekro trades immediately. Very wary of a B-Apps hit, but there's nobody there. Everybody from Liquid trying to get into this A site. It's a quick trade back from Stu, but Twist moves forward, through and through. Dropped as Twist takes the high road, but Forrest again, the trade so efficient, down into the 1v1. And with that bomb just planted, there is so much time for Lekro to try and piece together this clutch. An impeccable start here on Mirage as he finds himself 10-4. But he has no idea where Naf's got off to.
And that nade isn't going to do enough damage to clear him out either. And the time is too far gone. Even if Lekro throws the nade, he doesn't have time to clear any corners, so Naf has a huge advantage here, and he's got to just go for the peak. It's so close. He's taking his time, and he's found it. He's got it at the end. Great play from Naf, and finally Liquid grind themselves into a victory.
An incredible back and forth affair, though. Those trade frags were so efficient from both teams. Rapid split up the A site. Twist getting aggressive like that on triple stack. Oh, and Forrest coming out from the cubby.
I mean, you've got to give a shout out to Naf. That's a quick reaction to get over to snap over to Forrest that fast.
Oh, and they're just going right back to the top mid clash. An op in the hands of Twist, and one for Stu, too. Spent a lot of bodies.
This is interesting, though. 2 players going into ladder room for NIP.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They've been playing this with numbers.
Well, it's a bit different when you have an op from Stu. He's zoned in on the entrance, right? Because you almost want to get that manpower spread out at some point. But if Forrest tries to leave it when Stewie's zoned in, that might just be an easy kill. They're going to hold it for here. They're going to double up and stay in this position. A pop flash for Elige in towards ladder room could be perfect.
Oh, not even needed. Forrest dies, but nah. Surprise, surprise. Rez trades it quickly.
The setup works, but now they have every indication of where Rez is. He'll be able to use the smoke to get out. But still mid-control for Team Liquid.
We have it, he's gone. Tries to put the Molotov to deny connector, but they go forward instead of back. Naf trades, and Nitro slays one more, opening up this A site. They're gonna go for the catwalk plant. Rez peeks into it perhaps, but Stewie waits for exactly that.
Tough position. If Stewie misses that shot while he's out in the open, he's in a lot of trouble. Do they go for this?
They're getting closer. And now in a 2 versus 2 with Lekro already having footwork towards the bomb site. They would have to get Naf out of Palace, a difficult task. But bomb's not planted for him on the other side of Triple here. This is a connector plant. Stewie meant to stay alive. Instead, he dies. It's very much on Nitro to go for the peak. Now that's a fake tap. Naf, 1v1, low HP. Let's see if Lekro can seal this off. Nope, not with the bomb so far gone. Time on the side of Team Liquid.
Oh, and if he's aware of it, he can go back for the AWP. He did kill Stewie with one up in middle. But that's 2 big one-on-ones for Naf to close it out, back to back, to get Liquid into the victory. And yeah, they're not winning with a whole lot of players alive. This time 0, previously just 1. But the economy for the CT side is much harder to manage. So with these victories, with these plants, Liquid should still have an advantage.
Painful reactions from Nip, knowing that they have just let Liquid slip back into what could very well be a lead. Single AK for Lekro, already revealing itself in mid-window. Nice timing on the flash, but no kill off of it. And poor Forrest. Oh, poor Forrest. He has 4 Ts barreling towards him, and Stewie clears it immediately. That MAC-10 making space for the bomb plant. And then one better. That single AK cleared.
Yeah, but if Lekro had got a double there, he was so close. If he'd had another round where he turned it, that would have been so disgusting. A chance for Plopsky, and he's got Naf. Low HP with that peak, but this backstab is just so brutal. They're not going to get away with anything. Alicia's going to make sure he takes all these guns back into the control of Team Liquid. A double spray right through the head of Rez.
Yeah, and you see Twist immediately kind of lean back. He was ready for his flank, ready to get into action, but Elige clears it. Any hope? Elige, 14-9. 10 rounds deep here on Mirage. He had a fantastic start to Overpass as well. Really got the momentum rolling for Team Liquid. And what's nice too is that he wasn't alone. We praised Nitro and Stewie. Again, coming into the series, 2 lowest rated players at the event.
Still not performing as well as you'd like. Nitro with those 3 kills. That fluffed clutch that he had earlier, that was a very winnable 1 versus 3.
Yes.
Can't say that too often, but I enjoy it. Stewie only had 7 kills as well. It's Elige, he's continuing his dominance from Overpass. 14-9 so far, but Naf with the 2 clutches is having impact as well.
Took time for them to get the ball rolling. This time Forrest just goes straight for the duel, loses it. Twist fully blind in no man's land. Elige just rips them apart in middle.
It's unfortunate. Plopsky with 1 kill, but cannot transition down. I like the call from NIP. They've been getting destroyed by this mid-control from Liquid, so deciding to get aggressive and trying to regain that in their favor, just unfortunately you're running into a hot hand. Elige is just a beast at the moment, and with a flashbang provided from his teammate, able to rack up 3 kills very quick. There's no recovering those rounds.
I respect the aggression from Ninjas to go for that top mid play. You know, they're not shying away from Liquid at all. But the timing on that flash just set up Elish so nicely. And poor Lekro hunted. Cleared as Liquid steer themselves to a 4th round in a row. 3, excuse me.
That is just a beautiful sequence from Elish, sliding out of top mid. 151 ADR for Elish.
Oh. Inhuman. What should be a quick one. Mind you, they've won more with less. Flopsky's single scout, hoping for someone to peek Palace above what is 2 CTs tucked underneath. Very much an A defense here. And that's fair because for the majority, other than the anti-eco Mac 10 rush, it has been mid to A splits. But how long do they hold it? We hit that minute 15 mark. Ooh, they get aggressive.
Twist gonna hold that push, and I like the fact that Liquid just saying Elish is a beast at the moment, letting him do his own thing on his own.
Yeah,
Letting the hot hand kind of dictate exactly how he wants to attack these portions on the map, and he's found a free bomb site. Liquid's gonna come on over. They'll take their time making sure that B Halls is cleared out. Stewie leading the way, but Elish has cleared out the rest. Only one position still at Van left unchecked, and Forrest is gonna rotate back and do a whole lot of Nightmare. And Liquid's already in position back in T-spawn. Only 3 players here committed to the B bomb site. They're waiting for NIP to kind of try and rotate to try and save their weapons and see if they can just close them in. There's no rifles on board, so nothing too valuable to take away.
1 AK dropped, if anything. Plopsky not going to get away with another. They cannot let this T side get too far ahead, Moses. They've already lost their map choice.
And again, it goes right back to the previous map that we saw. Once Liquid gets the advantage of the economy, they just seem to be able to run away with it.
Yep.
NIP not able to do a whole lot to stop them. So
Yeah.
they're going to have to recover very well. This is now, what, 4 in a row? Maybe 5?
5. Just like Nip did. 5 in a row. From 2-0 to 2-5 to 7-5 now for Liquid. But I think it is that. I think it's the confidence that comes from having economic control, from having in the back of your mind the knowledge that you have another buy. It really allows Elish to just try and be that one-man army, and oh, is he ever.
Well, and there's the other side of that coin where it's the confidence of Elish just going nuts. That you know, you just feel like no matter what happens, Elish is going to be able to bail you out. Whether it's opening or closing, Elish is going to be there with this kind of a scoreline and this kind of a performance still just in the first half.
What's he up to now? 18 frags. Not much heavy lifting for the rest of the team to do. We do mention those clutch rounds from NAF. That's why they've been able to establish an early lead, so props to him.
Yeah, those 2 clutches got him started, right? And
Yep.
Elish is just taken over from there. So only 7 kills for NAF, but they're high impact kills. Twist in the window room with the off. They're going to try and keep mid control in this fashion. He's smoked off. And actually, that's a jump over his shot. That was an accurate shot. Finally, his lead is taken down first, and Twist wins the follow-up.
There we go. They walk into it. One of 2 snipers in this round because Forrest has a cannon as well.
If I remember correctly from yesterday, Liquid, their ability to recover rounds within a 4-on-5 was only at about 30%. So this is not going to be easy. Twist maybe missing a chance, but again, pretty precise shots at those headshot angles. Almost took down 2. The Molotov nade combo almost finished one off.
Those were 4v5s though, Moses. This is a 3v5. So when they've got less to lose.
Yeah, it drops even lower, doesn't it?
Yeah. They'll retreat, try to set something back up. Even if they do let a round slip to Nip, so be it.
It's hard to think of them going mid and having success, though. There's no smokes. There's 2 Molotovs on Nitro and Twist. Twist is at a ramp, so they're going to try and get to connector, but that's a long way to go with no utility to block off Catwalk, where Forrest is with an AWP, to block off window where they saw Twist, to block off connector where they saw Twist, and you're sandwiched between the 2 sniper rifles if you're going to head into this attack.
Oh, timing though. Now, if you molly off Deep Cat, Forest may be prevented from a peek, and that's exactly what they're going to throw. It's all they have. Their options so limited. Flopsky does deny the ramp, and that's huge. Forest opts to run through the flames, and that's going to reward him as well. Nice. 2 frags for him to close the round. They're keeping themselves close. Only 1 round the difference.
They needed that aggressive play from Forest. That was massive. Also, I mean, the bomb dropping at A ramp. Good job from those defenders at the A bomb site. And finally, NIP can deny that control of middle to Liquid. Seven to 6. Down the stretch. Just 2 rounds remaining in this first half.
Visual frustration, and understandably so. Missed it by a millimeter there at the bottom of connector. Still, at least both those ops move forward. Double ops coming out late. Some economic issues in the middle of this half for NIP, kind of left them out in the rain. Timeout's called as this half comes to a close. 2 more rounds to go. Excuse me, only 1 of those ops was held on to.
Surprising. That seemed like it was in a very recoverable position. I figured they would have saved it as well. Either way, at least they've still got a very powerful buy. At least they've still got 1 of those. Force drops the op over to Twist. Maybe Force made the call to switch back into a rifle. Heavy play towards the B bomb site. 4 members of Team Liquid here. Elige lurking in middle. It's just Lekro alone, but he's got a Krieg, and the last time they came his way, it was 3 kills that he held onto, but he's looking in the wrong direction, and he's largely ignoring this B bomb site.
Oh no.
And Stewie didn't clear to his left, and there it is, another double for Lekro. A second headshot, and now the rotation is here. Even though he falls, he's done his job.
Yep, cutting the numbers down by 2 is a good way to get the ball rolling, but Forest just stampedes straight into the site. They need to deal with him, and they will. Nobody else here to trade him back. But the flank, a huge flank on both sides. The Apps one hits first, so that's the bomb thrown down, but they don't know about Elige. And Twist rounds the corner with a kill, but then is completely denied. He's gonna jump out from the window and nab another. Oh, all 3! Elige! Magnificent!
What are you supposed to do against that? He is having a game.
All 3 kills.
And an ovation from this crowd here in Bahrain as Elige wants to carry Liquid into the grand finals.
Oh, Rez just a second late on the peak. Lose indeed, Moses. That one's got to feel good. I mean, giving up those first 2 kills to Lekro is one thing. That flank hits first from Nip. They're thinking they've secured the round, but they fall prey to an unsuspecting flick.
Listen, but Twist and his op have been the only things that have been able to put down Elige in these past few rounds. He had the opening pick on him on Catwalk just previously. Now finally grabs his head through the edge of the wall. Smokes going down. Standard set piece. Naf falls. Another 3 versus 5. And they have to commit here. This is all their utility, and I think it's already done.
Yeah, from bad to worse. Stu can't get anything rolling. 5 survivors for NIP as they close this half. But again, just like on Overpass, things as near as can be. 7 to 8 the scoreline as we'll swap things over. A defensive side on their opponent's map choice. A tough one for Nip. Liquid looking way too good, so we'll see after the half.
Almost good on this guy. Door. Got Molly. Upper and one miss. Oh my god, you're insane.
A lot of wooing. I would have been way more excited than that. But what an impressive half from Elige. He was an absolute monster. He ended with 21 kills. And how much ADR is that? 139.
That's kind of incredible.
He went beast mode, and he is looking to get Liquid into the grand finals coming up just later on today.
Also winning that one clutch. The only 1vx situation that happened here on Mirage, and it belongs to Elige with 3 on the flank at B. Just kind of incredible. One of those world-class performances. It's why we put him up there in contention for one of the best.
Again, though, on the other side, like the flip side of that is just how good of a performance to only have an 8-7 lead. And yeah, I mean, you obviously love the lead and you put up rounds in your T side, which is great. But you'd love, if 21 kills come out from someone in a clutch like that, you'd hope to have at least 10 rounds. You'd hope to have some kind of a bigger advantage moving into the defensive side. Stewie is being so aggressive. He's found Electro. Back to middle he goes. He wants that fight. He wants the follow-up, but now he sees 2 players and just backs away, preserves the man advantage.
Yeah, with that smoke over on the A side as well, that's at least 3 playing towards A. So he calls for reinforcements. Naf up cat should be given 2 potential kills as these Ts decide to push out on jungle. They fall into Elige. Oh no, Pistol starting to slip away from Nip. Naf with another twist will get his plant at least. A bit of a consolation prize as it is Liquid to pick up Pistol.
NIP hesitated. If they really wanted to eliminate Stewie, they had to hunt him down. They spent way too long that allowed Elige to come over, and Stewie just baited them into that kind of a crossfire. Even with Elige falling afterwards, Nitro took up his position, and then it's just ease from there. Nice job from Team Liquid taking the pistol, but the plant will allow NIP, if they choose to go for that Krieg, to go for that AK buy, and step into this next round quite nicely.
Sure enough, they will. A scout for Twist, a Krieg on Lekro. Does Rez spend what he's got left? No, there should be a gun on the ground for him. Yep, AK in the mix. So Rez, Twist, and Lekro well armed for round 17. In fact, better armed than some of the other side. Liquid, double MP9.
Yeah, but they got to know this is coming. At this point, at this stage in Counter-Strike, you have to know a plant means that second round buy is going to have a Krieg, is going to have those rifles, so surely you have a plan of how to position those SMGs.
Which undeniably have strengths of their own. Sounds like you've got some fans here in Bahrain.
Yeah, you guys are beautiful here in Bahrain. This has been a fantastic week. Plopsky forcing back some of the aggression. He spots it. I don't think he saw Nitro. That could be the saving grace. Nitro can just position himself here on the couch. They're going to come right at him.
Yeah, he's just going to lie back. Let him walk right in. Plopsky, though. That was an off angle, too.
That's a hard clear with the Deagle. Fair play to Plopsky. Flashbang over, but a smoke just blooms, and Naf can play behind it. I don't know how they get through. He's just going to start spraying. Oh. Everyone's blind. He's out of ammo, but Stewie's here as well. Can he buy time for the reload? Naf with 1, and there's more. Stewie protecting as much as possible. Inside the site we go. And Twist now joins in. Twist needs this kill, but he can't get it. Now he's wrapped.
And it all's on Elige again. Not another 1v3. Unthinkable for him to try and clutch this. Rez doesn't stick that bomb. He comes off of it. A little bit of sound given away. And there we go. They deny him. They opt not to stick bomb and instead swing together. Play the man advantage.
That's a great round. I mean, a phenomenal entry from Plopsky, obviously, but even the follow-up from NIP, because actually the rotations for Liquid gave them the advantage. They had all the players there. They had Stewie, they had Naf. They just could never get comfortable, and just the trades are magnificent. Another good round from Rez, another good round from Lekro. And NIP have returned the favor, 8-9.
And that very much starts, though, with Plopsky's hard deeg clear. Wrecking face in the B-abs. Adds an MP9 to the mix, and that's then 4 weapons that charge down the site itself. Already making quick work of Elige and Twists. The entirety of the A site falls onto the shoulders of Stewie, and he has not been seen. But he has so much information. If he had a rifle, oh, just like he does now, all of a sudden things get awkward, but quickly quelled as Forrest turns back round and shuts it down. We're tied at 9 already.
Yeah, it did get a little bit dangerous, though. You thought maybe Stewie could have made something happen there. Good job from NIP closing that opportunity very quickly. All tied up. And this time Liquid have to save. No Deagles, no CZs, no utility, just the USPs.
Get it over quickly if you're Liquid. Poor Rez, gonna be outnumbered. Because of that, good displacement there by the CTs, spreading wide. Not lining up for him. Elish just gonna try to look at his feet and hope they unsuspectingly walk past, but they will convincingly push towards B instead, where there's another man hit away.
Yeah, but just no weapons to do any damage with, right? And even if you have the advantage of positioning, it would take something miraculous. I don't know how Stewie's had 2 rounds now where he hasn't been seen by anyone. And that's what I'm talking about. Look how long it takes, even with 10 free shots. It just takes way too long. Naf would love to keep this AK in his hand. I don't think Lekro's gonna go for the chase.
Yeah, it might be a bit of a freebie given away. But Nip hit 10 first. All right. Thank goodness they get that bomb plant, because I mean, let's rewind that to the pistol. A pistol round that it never seemed like Nip were gonna win, but the plant has changed the entire start to the second half. A fresh meta, say of it what you will, does allow teams to bounce back. So here we have it, another for Nip. 3 survivors in the end as well. Considering it is 5 USPs, Moses, 2 kills, you take that.
Yeah, you will. You'll take it, and now you'll see what you can get with a bit more money behind you.
Yeah, but money behind you, I mean, look at Plopsky.
Yeah, he's got some cash. Him and Twist. And Twist even has an op with that much money behind him.
Yeah.
Liquid, no snipers of their own. Naf is the only one with money after this buy. Fully invested his team Liquid going into round 20. Gonna be mid-control attempt, and it's gonna be mid-control failed. Lekro with the double immediately.
Man, a failure. They just fell flat on their face. They don't even get a shot off.
Listen, Lekro's only at 19 kills, Alicia 23, but those two are going blow for blow. Lekro has pulled so many rounds back in their favor in the first half. It was a big reason they were even able to get 7 rounds.
Yeah. What plays to the favor of Lekro is he has Rez 1 frag behind him and Plopsky not trailing by far. It is still very much the Elige show to the other side.
It's a save from here. Nitro and Twist not going to move out of this B bomb site. Twists.
This is kind of shaky. I wasn't sure what Nip were going to have to offer us on the offense. So far, so good. I mean, okay, albeit 1 single real gun round from Liquid, and it just gets immediately ripped apart by Lekro.
This gives NIP a good lead, though, going into the later stages of this map.
Yeah.
Liquid's going to have to mount a relatively small comeback.
I don't doubt Liquid's ability to adapt, and seeing as all we saw was a failed 2-man top mid push, it is still early days. It wasn't until the low teens that we had Liquid take overpass over the line.
They're going to be pressured, though. Now NIP has enough money to really want to go for a hunt to try and take these guns away. Twist is going to be the first test for Lekro as he turns the corner. Twist, we just looked away. Nitro's been brought down to 21 by 4, so their safe space is really shrinking on the Liquid side of things. Now they've got to get back to the B bomb site. The cover of the flames, a flashbang as well, but NIP still on the hunt, running out of time to find these guns. Coming up the stairs as we speak, and I think the crossfire setup is going to be too much for them to handle. Oh, that nade.
Oh no, Plopsky, not again. Oh, but Twist, hold on, still tested. He'll knock him down by 2, but so be it. They will clear the board of Liquid's players. 5 casualties.
It's not the biggest issue, obviously. Liquid would have loved to have had those 2 weapons to just have some level of danger, some ability to steal a round away from NIP, but they were mostly going to have a small buy around those anyways. The next gun round is the all-important one for Team Liquid. NIP looking to get up to a 3-round lead.
Curious to see if Twist can get his scout into the mix. Do something here. No.
Not at all. peering into that A bomb site. Another smoke going down to cover the mid control, the mid presence. Ooh, and Stewie bails out right at the perfect time.
Yeah, Molotov to prevent any additional CT peek, not knowing how many bodies are here. There's 3, in fact, towards the B site. But that Molotov, the window smoke, it gives such deep control to the ninjas. You can see Forrest in ladder room. Nafly wary of what could be a jungle push.
Yeah, pretty quiet across the map, though, for the moment. NIP taking their time with this one, and for good reason. Don't want to let any of their advantages slip away at this point, and they're going to find a free bomb site here at A. They're going to be rewarded for their patience. And they will find that 3-round lead. They will be up 12-9, and they will have money control. They have a lot of advantages down the stretch here. So Liquid, it feels like this next gun round is going to dictate a lot of whether they're going to be fighting for this map, fighting for this series, or if it's just going to be a high possibility we go to 3, which would be nuke. Oof. Yeah, don't spam that deagle at me.
Yeah. The beauty of that is Rez sends like 2 bullets back the other way. Lands the headshot just as Nav, whoa, brings him back a bit, but up close is Forrest. He'd been tucked away in ladder room for so long. Nitro just gets his reward at the bottom of connector. Even if he falls back, though, Forrest has him pinned.
I think he can stay here. I don't think he has to. Maybe if he hears Forrest drop out of the window room.
And here's him moving. Forrest comes back and even then misses the timing. But it is Nip on fire. Don't forget, though, second half of Overpass, NIP, 5 rounds in a row. Then the 21st happened. That was when Liquid got themselves a great call, plant bomb, and from there on out, swept Nip under the rug. Could very well be a mirrored image here on Mirage.
It's got to start now, though.
Right now.
Liquid have the op on Stewie. They've got the AK-47 on Nitro that he saved in the previous round. M4s across the board on 3 players. Molotov smokes, all the standard things to protect yourself on the T side for mid control, and it's Lekro to swing wide. That off is at the A bomb site. Stewie's got it back in CT spawn stairs. Top of the ticket booth.
Twist toying with the idea of a little bit of a palace push. He's on the cusp of it. No further movement from B-Apps, though. Plopsky just waits. Hopes that someone pushes in. He's cleared up, or cleared out, some players from apartments, so ooh, he knows. He knows they will play in it.
That's a risk, and remember, Nitro's had a really tough game here on Mirage. I think at half he was only down at 20 ADR. Hasn't been able to have the impact he would have liked, and this is a big risk for Elise, just sliding out into the open. He's found a new pocket of safety. But he's the only one here in mid, and now he's got to put this Molotov out. That is certainly... Ooh. Oh, yeah, it spreads. Oh, and it's late. He does get away with it. 52 HP as he burns down. And look, Nitro and Naf, big task to do. Molotov is going to hold him off, at least initially.
Yep.
They're looking for Lekro on Catwalk. They want to make this a single-pronged attack.
So many bodies now about to try and pile out. Traded quickly. Forrest coming into it. Still, they haven't dealt with the Catwalk players. And that could be so problematic, but Twist's going for the bomb plant as Stewie's caught on his peak. Rez gets tucked into the corner and seals the deal on that one. Again, we questioned those late rounds from NIP on Overpass. Many a time they tried to hit in the last 30 seconds and it cost them. This time, because they get that split from Cat as well, they clear B, they plant their bomb, and they establish a 4-round lead.
This is phenomenal trading from NIP into the B bomb site. This is a couple rounds now in this half where actually Liquid's had an advantage in their defense. That's 3 players at the B bomb site. That's Nitro in the back. There's 1 player towards Catwalk and 1 just getting out of market. You should be able to handle that defense, especially as Liquid, who's touted as one of the most skilled teams of the, or skilled rosters that we have. They're just not hitting their shots on top of everything else. On top of the good play from NIP on this T side.
Well, this is wild. There's nobody else stepping up to bat with a liege. Stewie still trailing by 10 kills. They won pistol on the CT side, lost to the Force Spy, and now we're talking 6 in a row from Nip.
Big lead, big advantages for NIP, 13-9.
Running out of time.
talking things over in this timeout, trying to find the adjustment. Thankfully, right at the end of that previous loss, Twist was able to pick up the AWP. They can at least bring that forward. It's got to have an impact in this next round. But with that slow pace from NIP, it's not really having a chance to find any picks, to find any advantages.
And the one time we've actually seen Liquid confident enough to go for an aggressive start on a CT round was when they just got obliterated on their top mid push. We haven't seen anything as audacious since. Rinse and repeat, perhaps. Liquid.
(13-9), round 23 kicking off now. Elysian window again, wants the fight, wants the duel. It's just a flashbang this time from NIP. No smokes down. Here comes the catwalk presence. Big win from Plopsky. Huge trade from NAF.
Yeah. A necessary trade. Nothing further. Twist, who was originally deep in B apps, doubles back for bomb, already using it through T-spawn. Rez being held in Palace by Nitro, but his attention's also turned towards Connector. Stu's got a line of sight through it, but it'll be Lekro left alone on mid. Top Connector smoke, that's gonna force the feet. You see Nitro switch sides, and suddenly he can no longer keep Rez honest in Palace.
He's gotta trust Stewie.
Yeah, and Stewie's got way more work to do. That's a huge kill from Nitro. Stewie's able to slip behind triple, but Forrest already at the top of stairs. That kill makes all the difference. Then Stewie can swing out wide, and they know where Rez is at. Finally, Team Liquid can hold a round. They gave away 6 in a row before responding.
That's the first gun round they've won as well. It's been comprehensive from NIP. They've won all those rounds. So Nitro is able to get the job done. 2 kills in Connector as the only defender. The other 2 players for Liquid were the other side of the map. This was a huge performance from Nitro.
Yeah.
That gave Stewie the opening for a double kill with that AWP. 13-10. Money gonna start creeping low for NIP. A big gap in that thanks to the Molotov.
Late game economy is what lost them overpass in the end. NIP having that fresh on their minds as they nearly bottom out their bank accounts for this one. There is still some cash there, but there's already more bodies on mid. NAF nearly giving away that opening kill. Stewie hoping that Forrest oversteps this corner.
Yeah, but they might not know that it's a double op setup. They might not be aware that Stewie has that AWP ready to go in window as well. They saw one on catwalk. Molotov forces Rez off the angle, which gives Elige some safety. And boy, is he pinned down. He's got players about to come up Connector. Twist is gonna get close towards ramp. Smoke comes in, Twist goes for that peek, and yeah, the shoulder peek actually gives away his position.
Rez reveals himself, gets jump scared by Lekro, takes an early shot. There's the response. Plopsky's got something, but Stewie trades again. Oh, Forrest, he's slipped out from Tetris. And that leaves us 2v3. He has the bomb on his back, but a man advantage still for Liquid. NAF has seen nothing further in middle, and Nitro has opted to go all the way around.
You have to like this call as well. The 2 ops have backed away. NAF's on catwalk. Stewie's repositioned to watch the cross, but very passively. There's the peek into the angle, and this makes the flank near impossible for Forrest to deal with. He's gonna rush the bomb plant, which is the most he could hope for. He's surrounded in the bomb site, 1 versus 3.
Wow, but he slipped back. Into ramp he'll go with an AWP in hand. Nitro's come out from Palace. Stewie jumping past the bullet and landing yet another of his own. 3 kills for him in the round. He has gotten these crucial AWP kills after his team has gotten openings on this A site. Last time it was Nitro by stairs and Connector that allowed Stewie to succeed. This time around it's Twist with the opening frag. Anticipating the counter offer. Young Stu.
Yeah. Rez is going to be frustrated as well. He shot at a teammate that gave away his position, which really neutralized any effect he could have had.
Right when he was about to swing out and try and blindside the site. Like, he had that element of surprise. He had the CTs shifting and standing in the open.
Timeout called.
The jitters cost him.
13-11. NIP desperately want to keep some money in the bank. They want to keep these buys going. And the ops, just like Overpass, started to become a problem for NIP to deal with. This is everything that NIP has in the round. A great chance for Liquid to tie things up. Stewie again in window with the AWP. Naf with his towards the B-bomb site.
A well-timed molly and frag could have done way more damage there. Almost burned them right back into it.
Oh, this is going to be all towards the B site. And Liquid, even when they've had a third player, even when they've had massive amounts of bodies, they haven't been able to handle this. But this bait and switch could be everything.
This could be huge. Nafly, you know, after a shot, he may just slip down. Could even just stay in the windowsill while the op's on cycle if Nitro decides to swing wide, but he misses a crucial shot. Now Nitro's going to be set up, but slightly flashed. Players start to push past. He drops that bomb and gets inside of the smoke, although that's where it ends. Now Nafly's got players in close proximity, but he's also got Stewie to try and save this. Only 2 for him. And an even 2v2 with the bomb down. Elige quickly coming in from catwalk, gets himself into the mix. He's spotted Forrest, who can't cross. He does, and he clutches! NIP to 14!
Elige having a bit of a heat check there, going for that second fight towards bench, a disadvantage fight, and again, it seemed like Liquid rotated at the right moment, but one more time, NIP's trading is just too good. This is awkward. Nitro wanted way more than this, but no one tried to force the issue. Good patience for NIP, trusting the team to deal with it. And your star player winning a 1 versus 2. Oh. Forrest matching Elige in that first half. A lot of nices being thrown out by NIP.
Forrest's chance, Jason. I haven't heard those ones until now.
Why not?
How do you not hype this man up? A legend of the game. Pushes back when the pressure starts to mount.
And this goes to what the desk is talking about, and it's when you mention someone like Nitro having a really rough stretch here and a really rough second map for a lot of this time, this is a bomb site they've lost a number of times in this half where Nitro is one of the primary defenders. It's not to call him out as an individual that it's all his fault, but yeah, the guy having a tough game. Start heading towards him, see if you can lean on that, see if he can actually step it up when it's needed. And at the moment, he isn't doing that.
But not over just yet. Weapons back on the buy. Finally, somebody else has arrived at the top of the scoreboard alongside Elige. It's Stewie. Equipped with the op, inside connector, hopes to catch another player on cross, but Lekro's already behind the mid boxes. That's a big pickup. Plopsky sniffed out by Elige, and Forrest peeks into his own demise. 5 versus 3. An advantage that you'd think Liquid should be able to secure a 12th round with, but it's not over.
Stewie's being very assertive and very annoying with this op. A lot of peeks. And now look at Liquid. Elige is infiltrating the back lines. He's moved up the stairs. Eat your heart out, Snacks. He's got 9 HP, but he's not waiting. He's going to turn into his death. Oh, but he almost got a kill. A missed shot with the AWP, but that gives up the game. NIP's got to hustle. And actually, they're making a new call, dropping in towards underpass instead of attacking the B bomb site.
Should have most certainly been heard by Nafly, though. He's still in the ladder room.
And Stewie's at the A site with the op. He's got a lot of deep angles towards that connector.
Yep. Not fast enough of a move here from NIP to catch Liquid in a misrotation, but Rez, further information as he clears out jungle. Nafly will reveal himself, and Lekro's on Cat to try and deal with this, giving chase. He's denied. Nafly coming up with 2 big kills as Stewie gets back to ticket, and Liquid keep the lead within 2.
Keep the lead within 2 and keep the money low for NIP. Not able to string rounds together. Back to a very weakened buy for the attack. Should allow Liquid to close the gap one more time moving forward. Some frustration coming out for NIP. Deagles, oh, they fully buy into this.
Whoa.
I am surprised. They're risking the 2-round lead here with this kind of an investment.
We're getting wild, Moses.
Yeah. This is a ballsy call. A lot on the line here for the Ninjas.
Let's do it. They've got at least near full sets of utility.
The idea behind this is keeping the money equally low for the defense for Team Liquid CT side. trying to get 3 or 4 kills, trying to keep them in a position of being reset in the next round.
They slowly work their way towards this B site. I mean, if there's been any criticisms, it's kind of been the B holds.
Absolutely. You can't even fault them for this. They've been able to trade efficiently into this bomb site, even when there's been multiple players, even when there's been an extra defender.
And that's the thing, there is no extra defender yet nearby.
Liege will be there quick, but that's it.
And even he will have to crawl through the murder hole first. A wall of smokes comes flying over. Nitro's first up. He drops 2 and Naf gets into the mix. He just needs to tuck himself into the corner, but he's confident enough to fight. Elise drops quickly on the flank and Liquid to 13.
I feel like that's a smile out of Nitro where he called that setup specifically for a B hit.
Yeah.
He had to have said something like, they've had so much success here, you have to imagine they're going to come back, and that's not enough damage for NIP to justify that buy. That one hurts. That should see their lead disappear. That should see Liquid tying this up at 14 all. I don't even think NIP can afford Deagles.
We're just taking a quick break here, take a quick sip of beverage for Forest. Talk about composed.
The French timeout coming into play. Talking some things over with the Glocks. Lekro with 2 flashbangs. But that's about it. That's not enough to close the gap against the M4s and the AWP. You mentioned at one point Stewie was 10 frags behind Elige. Well, now he's just 5. This AWP has been so great in his hands.
Yeah. Refreshing scenes. Four of the last 5 rounds, in fact, for Liquid. There was a time where NIP had a 6-round spree rolling. But now, obviously, with Glocks in hand, it has come to a grinding halt. But they'll try one more time to hit this B site. Flashbangs, all they've got. A plant that could afford them the tidbits of utility in the next. Naf ready for it. These T's come cascading past the windowsill, and it is just way too easy.
Woo, hello, that's a nice USP shot, and he cleans him out. 14 all. Naf and Nitro handle that one perfectly. No trades, not even a single kill. And remember that buy just a couple of rounds ago, that 4-step, that was designed to have this round right here at the very least be a low economy or lowest economy possible for Liquid. That's not an issue for them.
Not at all.
Even if they lose this, they have a solid buy in the next round, so NIP won't have an easy win here.
Nope. There are no more free rounds in this one, Moses. No matter what, we're playing 30. Overtime or either win. It's all in the cards.
And also, NIP about to be, or on the verge of being eliminated at 14-14, fighting for their tournament life, fighting still for a spot in the grand finals. Liquid, the advantage to reach it.
A slow burning CT side for Liquid, but they've got it back under control. Albeit not over. The pistol rounds, the half buys, all ending up at the B site, but we've got ninjas outside A early. Oh, and they just run right out ramp. An efficient trade, but Nitro's tucked away. And Elige, he's gonna draw attention away. He gets cleared, he gets held back. Naf from jungle. And Nitro's gonna activate, coming around the boxes. No one's seen him. Oh, but he's traded by Plopsky. But 2 versus 2. A potential pinch. Stu works his way slowly up from Ticket, and he has not seen a soul. But Lekro knows he's hurt Naf, and he can't hold him back. Everything's on Plopsky, and he falls. Team Liquid securing overtime and at least.
Naf is just running around deathmatching in that round. I don't even think he expected a player to be in connector. He did everything. He even took the attention away from Nitro's position to get that 1 kill. What a beast.
Wow, they run in before their smokes execute. They're trying to play a timing, and they caught Twist off with it. But even with that timing, Jason, they didn't clear backside, and Nitro's gonna punish them accordingly.
That's a lot of crestfallen NIP players. 1 round left to try and force overtime. They had such a nice lead. They had this map in the palm of their hands. And yeah, go to the B bomb site. It's been your most successful strategy. It's what's gotten you most of the rounds, but Liquid's going to be aware of that as well. Stewie's going to have a very fast position on catwalk. Here we go. Nitro, M4, Stewie peeking with the AWP. Good first kill from Nav. Nitro adds, but big trades again for NIP.
The entire kill feed back and forth. Another 2 versus 2. Last round picked up by Liquid. Elysian twists. Stars who shine. Lekro and Forest trying to hold this line, but Elige not yet seeing heads. Forest caught in no man's land, and it's over. 7 of the last 8 rounds. Team Liquid will have 1 more chance versus Astralis in 2019. They end the second map on fire, leaving Bahrain on their feet, Moses. An incredible close on Mirage.
Yeah, for a team that's having some confidence and mentality issues, that was a good show right there, that they're on the path to recover in that sense. NIP, a very close affair, a very cool affair in both maps, and just unfortunately, the adjustments that Liquid make, enough of those individuals kind of popped off. Stewie came alive, Elige had that brilliant first half, and you're right, Liquid have 1 more crack at the greatest rivalry in 2019. We're gonna head to a break and we'll be back with the desk.
An incredible close on Mirage.
Yeah, for a team that's having
Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the conclusion of our first best of 3 of the day, the consolidation final. Liquid once again proving to be just the team to beat here. It's going to be the rematch between Liquid and Astralis in the end of the grand finals.
That was a much closer game than I think anyone could have expected, right? There was some tensions going on, not only on the server, but also in the green room. I think NIP did well. I was standing here saying, you know, coming into this game, I would be surprised if they got to double digits, and I was very surprised to see that they actually probably should have won this game, right? Liquid were down at a few times, you know, and NIP definitely had chances enough to take away a win here on Liquid's map pick of Mirage. So kudos to NIP, but still, again, you know, it's the same story over and over again. They get close, they just can't get over the finish line.
Listen, we say Counter-Strike, the highest level is a game of details. I don't think it has ever been so true than in the last 2 rounds. You can rewatch these 2 clutches, which in my opinion, NIP, they have a shot. They're almost at an advantageous position. 2 versus 2 usually favors the T side. You covered the bomb. Naf absolutely exceptional in the connector, winning that duel versus Lekr. Lekr is going to kick himself tonight because he had the angle.
Right now. Yeah.
He had the job on NAF, cannot convert that kill. Suddenly it's 15-14, and then the next round, exactly the same situation. They have that B side, 2 versus 2. They don't realize Elige is coming from the back. These 2 rounds were the difference between a third map or Liquid going to the grand final.
Oh, can't argue against it, but you got to give credit where credit's due. Elige, first half,
oh yeah,
it was his party. He was just having a ball, and then Naf is there to take it home for Liquid. Even Stewie2K though, he showed up. So are we seeing enough pieces of the puzzle here coming together for Liquid? Are they a real threat to Astralis, or is it still something that we need to kind of throw up in the air?
They are a real threat to Astralis, surely, and I think, you know, just the fact that you said it right there, Elige having a monster game, Nef having a great game, Stewie2K having an impact, yet NIP was still close to win this game. You gotta give credit towards the NIP boys. Whereas for Liquid, it's gonna feel, you know, it's gonna feel great to win 2-0. You know, they get some time to rest now and get ready for that Astralis game, but still, they would have liked to just get this, you know, one over with in a convincing fashion, 2-0, making sure not to give away too many clutch rounds and making sure not to invest too much energy into this one. But let's be honest, they were pressured down to the barrel here. They could have lost Mirage and they could have gone to a third. So I think Liquid are happy, but they still have to raise the level just a tiny bit more if you want to see a real competitive game against Astralis, who has been playing well so far.
Yes, they looked, I mean, phenomenal on the first map as far as Liquid are concerned. They got the job done quick on Overpass. It was double digits again for NIP, but they managed to get it done quick. It was fairly clean for Liquid. Here, they got pushed, but I still think in terms of fuel in the tank, they're still probably looking pretty good. If it had gone to a third map, like the point I made last night going into today, I think it would have been dicey for Liquid, but they got the job done.
Yeah, I agree with you, and there's something even more scary about that Liquid lineup is that in both these maps, NIP had good starts, but it didn't matter for Liquid. They were always able to pull back, and you can feel it, you can see it on the server. Once they get control, they play simple, efficient, quick Counter-Strike. They play the trade game, and NIP, even though they had that great start, at some point in their first half, no one was able to stop them anymore. This is the round that changed it all, in my opinion. Naf winning that clutch that was never supposed to happen. See the clutch here from Elige as well. But Liquid, they have this ability to turn into simple Counter-Strike. And if you're not stable on your 2 feet and you get them when they come to you, they're going to win rounds even without finding technical solutions, just because they're better than you. And that is a scary prospect.
Going into that last round as well, I'm just thinking, well, hold on, Force is alive, right? Because the round before that, and it's no knock, but again, we were talking a little bit about it, Plopsky on Overpass.
A fanboy as well now.
No, I'm looking at statistics here. We're looking at hard numbers in terms of performance.
Sure.
And so we were talking about earlier where Plopsky maybe a little feeling the pressure, right? Lekr, not exactly the heavy fragger that he's been, you know, in quite some time now. So I mean, ever since he's taken over the in-game lead role. So are those the 2 guys you want in a clutch situation for NIP? Or is it, you know, you have Forrest in the mix, maybe Rez still alive, some of the heavy hitters, and then to have Forrest just get shot in the side of the face without even seeing who shot him, it's just you feel it for Nip at the end.
In that round again, you will see why Liquid has more experience. Is that because the rhythm they play. Elige is coming from the back just after the bomb gets planted. That means he saw that move coming. He was already in position. He was already on the pass, coming to the B side. And IP'd, their experienced player, Forrest, has been playing for 55 years again. But still, he doesn't see, it doesn't matter, we're going to ask the historian, right? But he doesn't see that movement coming because it's too fast. That's Liquid when they are 1 step ahead of you. And the experience shines in these high-pressure situations.
Yeah, it's simple as it is. You know, Liquid are simply just too good for the players for NIP to handle. I think we saw a lot of potential. We saw Plopsky, you know, stepping it up a little bit. You called him out after the first map, not performing well enough, and I think that's totally fair. It's a player that has to, you know, elevate his game. It's a player that has to mature, and I think an experience like this is always going to help him.
Exactly. And well, now we're actually going to get to hear from the monster of Mirage. Elige is ready with Frankie.
I had to grab Elige, Mr. Jonathan, for a chat. What an incredible performance from you on both maps today. But we got to talk about that second half. There were some issues on the B site. How did you sort them out?
I mean, I think the first thing that we did was we got a little bit more aggressive on mid because they weren't, they were just able to do anything they wanted, and our late round wasn't really doing too good. I mean, I'm not really sure exactly what they fixed, because we kind of started 3B'ing a little bit more, getting info a little bit more. I was really fast on the underpass flanks a couple times as well, so as soon as we got a little bit more info, I think it just was a lot easier for us.
The stress was visible on both teams' faces, though, and it felt like the rest of the boys took a while to catch up to your performance. But in the end, we saw some fantastic trades to retake the A site in particular towards the end. How did the guys get their brains back into gear?
I think just having like a focused game plan and everyone knows what they're doing, getting more info. Like whenever you call aggressive strats, those are things where everybody knows what they're doing. So there's no hesitation. Like nobody's going to be second guessing themselves. I think that NiP's whole game plan was just to go B. So as soon as we put more focus towards that, play a little more retake on A, I think that's when it started working out more for us.
I want to ask, of course, about the grand final. Congratulations, you've made it. We're going to see a classic Astralis Liquid final. We're all very excited here in Bahrain. I imagine everyone around the world watching is too. Adrian told me in an interview earlier this week that your aim was just to make top 2.
Top 50.
Top 50? Yeah, no pressure. Does this mean you're going to have fun? You don't care about lifting that trophy?
I mean, I definitely want to win this one. It's a super top-heavy first place, and to be able to end it with Astralis, like beating them, is going to be incredible.
Okay, I can't wait to see it. Thank you so much, Alicia. Congratulations, and let's head back to the desk.
There it is. That's what separates the men from the boys, the competitors, and the kings. The mentality, the vision, the key word right there. Ending it with Astralis, beating Astralis. It's not, oh, we're going to play against Astralis, or we're going to face off against them and best man takes it. He's like, no. We end it with beating Astralis. He's already visualizing in his head they're beating Astralis in the grand finals. That's what you got to do to win tournaments, Pimp.
And let's be honest, that's going to mean the world to Team Liquid if they were to be able to beat Astralis later on here today. It's always good to end the year on a great notice, right? It's always good, especially for a team like Liquid, who right now have been struggling a little bit. The last 6 months haven't really been up to par with what we saw the first 6 months. So if they can end the year with a beating of Liquid, beating Astralis.
Yeah, them giving it, receiving the beating.
Exactly, that would be great. And again, it would fuel up both teams for 2020. And we already have announced some of the teams coming into 2020, and both Liquid and Astralis is going to be in Blast next year. So
there it is. We know that now. Due to the announcement again, check out social. Be sure to follow there. We're going to have a lot more information coming up about what's happening in 2020 with Blast. But what's happening tonight? We're not going to get quite into the grand finals just yet.
Oh, are we now?
No. There is one thing that we didn't change in the format. Yes, best of 3. Yes, double elim. But we've still got the 3rd versus 4th place show match, essentially. But it's a show match for $20,000. So yeah, it's a bit of money. It's a bit of scratch.
It's the kind of show match you like, right?
What would you do if you won $20,000 right now?
That is a good question. I'd probably, you know what? I think
buy a suit, probably.
My parents have never really taken that flight, so I would probably buy them a flight.
Oh,
and I would
that is so
show them
awesome.
the world.
But I mean, you know, Switzerland being so expensive. I mean, where is it? Just a flight to France? Like just a, that's all you can afford?
From Geneva to Zurich.
Yeah, there you go, right?
Very expensive.
I mean, $20,000. This is where it all gets on perspective, right? He lives in Switzerland, one of the most expensive places in the world. It's like $20,000. I'll buy a Big Mac. Yeah. You know? Hey, that's a good one. What would you do? Because you live in Denmark too. So how? Like, I know what you would do.
First of all,
I know what Pimp would get.
The government would take what?
65% about. Yeah, 65% of that, and then what?
What do you think?
I think you would get a bike. You would just go all out and just get like the fastest, because you're a triathlete, right? So I mean, you would be all about getting the most expensive gear, just getting ready. You're gonna like shave a couple seconds off your time.
Yeah, sure as hell wouldn't buy
totally worth.
Sure as hell wouldn't buy plane tickets for my parents.
See, that is a different.
Yeah, I know.
But a home gym, maybe?
I'd probably, you know, a home gym would be great. You know, take my family on a vacation, probably, you know, somewhere similar to what you're saying there. And for $20,000, I think you can go far. You know, not only Zurich.
Oh, you can come to Switzerland.
Yeah, I don't really want to.
What? It's beautiful there. Come on, best climbing. Again, you bring the new bike that you just bought, and then you can go climbing in the mountains with
the Alps.
I could also go to France or Monaco or Spain for that.
That's a good point. That's a good point. You know, get that, you know, visualizing, right? That yellow jersey you're going to get in 10 years.
Time, man. Why do you think I stand right here?
One day at a time, Pimp. One day at a time. Maniac, I mean, as far as the takeaway goes for this match and this tournament so far, I mean, just going into it, we've got the 3rd, 4th. I am going to have to tease you guys a little bit about it. I'm going to have to poke you a little bit about it. But in terms of sheer aim, right? Who's going to, because this is all about aim. And maybe you know, it's not Zonic this time.
We've got a guy who doesn't give a damn.
Oh,
there you go.
He's going to walk in. There we go. Trist, bring on the headset.
Welcome.
Bonjour.
I didn't think I'd just walk in here like that.
Hi there.
That's cool.
Perfect.
Doesn't matter.
Welcome, man.
How you feeling?
Good save.
Oh, it's feeling all right.
All right.
Yeah, I've been saving a lot.
The lucky one. We're over here just like, man, sleep. That'd be amazing.
Okay, I have a question. I have a question before we dig deep into, you know, the game and Counter-Strike and all that. How much time a day do you spend doing your hair?
It's like 5 minutes in the morning.
5 minutes?
Yeah, it's fast.
He comes from the school of Sponge, man.
That's pretty good.
This is like the school of Sponge. You know, just do that.
But how can it look so good all the time if you spend 5 minutes?
Oh, I hear you.
Do you hear the envy in his voice right now?
He cannot believe it. Like, only 5 minutes, really? I spent like 30 minutes. Why is it only 5 minutes?
It's the absolute struggle. Just like what we're, you know, right now on the desk. Let's bring it back, boys. Let's get focused on something we know about. Counter-Strike. Do we have any questions to kick things off here for one of the very best players in the world?
Yeah, what kind of brand do you use for your gum?
Oh, man.
Brand?
Come on, dude. Yeah, just walk off, man.
Kidding, you know
All
what?
right, all right.
That's it,
Let's be serious. Team Liquid, you guys had a wonderful time throughout the year, right? You had your ups, you had your downs. As of lately, it hasn't been up to the same level. And in particular, me and Maniac has been criticizing you a little bit for not playing up to the level that we expect from you. How has that, been feeling for you as well? Do you think you're playing to the level that you can, or do you still have more in the tank, so to speak?
I missed some opportunities there and there, but mainly like when rounds like are coming to like an end, like I have all the nades, so I'm just supporting. Yeah. I feel like I've become one of the best support players in the world. So
there we go. Has that been a switch of role within Liquid? Or?
I think it just gradually happened over time, and it's okay. I went from like entering to like middle of the pack to just in the back. So I guess it's like they want me to be in like clutch situations most of the time, but sometimes just isn't playing out that way.
And how was it for you to adapt? Because I think at some point you were really up there, like you were in one of my role models in terms of CT side at least. You say it, you had to adapt, take a new role. How was it? How did you live it? How was the emotion? Was it hard? Was it easy for you? How did you feel about changing the roles?
On CT side?
Yeah, but just in general.
Well, on T side, it's very different. I'm usually like entering most of the time. I mean, sometimes I'm still entering. But on TT side, I mean, people just get smarter, and like the anchor positions kind of become obvious, Like if I die in pit early on Inferno, like they just know where the rest of my team is. Like it's obvious. So it's, I don't know, people just are getting better, and it's harder for anchor positions.
So would you credit that to the other teams, as you said, like people are getting better, right? When you guys were the best team in the world, do you think that was more down to, obviously you guys were great, there's no doubt about that, but was that more down to some of the other teams not performing?
Kinda. I mean, I don't really know. I think the game just evolved like really fast. Whereas like, I feel like over the break, everyone got like super good, and like things just like balanced out.
Sure.
And now like the competition in CS is so high.
Do you do any, when you're talking about changing roles like this, there are certain players that are kind of known for saying, yes, I'll study demos of specific roles on teams to figure out tendencies, like little tricks, take away from what he does. Did you do any of that as far as like maybe, I don't know, studying Zipniks or something along those lines, right? Anchor players in the back line to get prepared for your role, or did it all just kind of flow naturally and you just went with what felt right?
It kind of just flows naturally. I mean, I feel like I've always been like a big fan of learning naturally, and that's kind of how you create your own play style, right? You don't really copy someone, you just get your own, and if you're really good, it will gradually come. And I mean, I don't really know where I'm at in that phase, but I feel like I'm getting to the point where, if I just start hitting my shots, I'll be able to win most clutches.
Well, I mean, we've seen it. I was just watching some Super Stadium yesterday, how easy it is for Twist. Yeah, dude. And you had some clutch pistols yesterday as well. So what I was actually really curious about is, you're talking about these kinds of changes. How much impact does Adren have in that to mix? Because it seems like you guys put a lot of faith in him in terms of coach, in terms of the strategic view. How much does he have in, say, in like the personal game? Does he let you do your own thing without too much input, or does he try and lend a hand in this kind of formation?
Most of the time, he usually lets the players take care of this, and he'll more study like tendencies, and he'll write down like all the strats for like every team, what they have. And it's more of just like on us to figure out roles. And it's not like I've been like dedicated, I've been like given the support position. It just seems like where every spot I play, I just end up with like the utility, and that just makes me the support player at that point. So it's not like we like plan this.
I see.
Like a short straw. Okay, guys, I'll do this then. It's fine. I'll do the smoke. I'll do the
This
flash.
is like some passive-aggressive stuff from Nitro. He's just like,
okay,
you're just going to be over here in this role now.
He did replace me on the lineup, right? And I think that's the same role I had in the later days of Liquid. So it makes sense in that sense. Yeah, I always had to have the nades out and all that kind of stuff. It's fun sometimes. coming into next year, right? You guys had a time where you were the best team in the world, and it must have felt great. When you won the Intel Grand Slam, when you were undoubtedly the best team in the world, it must have been a great feeling. These last 3 or 4 months, it hasn't been to the same level. Coming into 2020, do you believe, honestly, that you have what it takes to get back to being the best team in the world?
100%. I feel like, obviously we dropped off after the break. And I think the 4 months that we've been spending trying to get back to the top, we've learned that we can't really just automatically just go back to our former selves and try to find what we were doing there. And we can't just use the same things, It's time to evolve, make greater things, and we can't just dwell on the past. And now it's time to find a new version of Team Liquid within the same lineup. So.
And what would you say is the biggest difference between peak Liquid that no one can beat, and Liquid that was a little bit in a slump? What is the one main difference for you, being in the team?
Main difference? I feel like our individual plays kind of slowed down a lot. So we're kind of back into that structured CS. And it's not a bad thing. We're very... we're executing, we're all trying to go in together and stuff. Whereas former Liquid, I feel like, someone on Inferno would just walk up boiler up lane, find 2 entries, or just run out Balk, just find 2 entries, we're just out-aiming everyone. And now it's more of like we're trying to outstrap people.
All right. But do you also keep a space when you're playing for that kind of action? Like, do you leave the opportunity for people to just pop off and maybe you have an idea and you just go in, you get the entry, and that, or is it really structured and every round has an idea behind?
Usually every round, Nick or Jake have like an idea almost like every time. It's more of just like sticking to the plan and letting the end game eventually like unfold, and not like, you know, if I'm like apartments with nades, I don't want to just like peek balk and just die, because that would be really lame. Then it like messes up everything. So I just, you know, everyone has to have like a passive player. Sometimes I feel like I'm just too passive and like I should take more duels individually. And yeah, I mean, I think our current playstyle is really good. I mean, we get close to Astralis every time. So obviously, like, we're doing something with our strats and they're working, so it's good.
Yeah, because you guys are getting closer, right? It seems like the level between you guys when you were in a slump and to the Liquid that was the best team in the world, it's getting smaller and smaller, you know? You're getting there.
It's getting really close.
Really close?
It's going to be a good final.
So what about the final, yeah?
Yeah, I think it's going to go... I'm expecting a long game. It's going to be a grind, especially for us. Yeah,
All right.
It's going to be a grind. We already played one best of 3. We have to wait through show match and this blast standoff thing.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of just the format today, in your experience, is it an advantage for you that you already played now and you're going to go up against Astralis? They've been chilling, maybe watching you, or do you think they have the advantage? How do you see the whole situation?
I think it kind of evens out. Obviously, they've been waiting the entire day. So that can get into like your own heads that, you know, you've been like preparing maybe too long.
Yeah.
And then for us, it could just be, you know, with our BO3 might have been like exhausting, or like we get tired over like the next 2 hours. So we just got to stay focused, you know, joke around, have fun, make sure the vibes are good, and go into the best of 3, have good energy, and yeah.
You have to be feeling better about that as well, because you got it done with NIP in 2 maps, which I said was going to be key as far as your performance against Astralis. Like, you guys needed to just get rid of it, and it's fast, not use too much energy, right, and just be able to focus on Astralis and focus up for that and stay there. So, I mean, it is looking very good, and I don't want to take up too much time, you know, keep you from your team for too long. So I'm going to say thank you very much for taking the time for having an interview with us, Twist. Really appreciate it. And best of luck tonight in the grand final.
Thank you.
Great. Guys, we're going to be taking a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be getting into the standoff.
I want to have a bit of hope in NIP, but in that second game where they got blown out of the water on overpass,
NIP just was not able to make a comeback.
NIP, they're the team that will lose to Vega Squadron in overtime. Yeah.
Give it up for our first teams, Ninjas in Pajamas!
And is it going to happen again once more by a similar situation? They'll open themselves off and straight through.
12-3 half for Eds.
He doesn't miss these. An ace. 1v2 clutch, of course they do it. Astralis. But when they play against an Astralis, when they play against a Team Liquid, there's often a fight. There's often a brawl.
Series Madrid!
So this is very much the A split. It's one and Zella. No real ability to get into this way to do something.
Electro still alive for the time being. Important smoke and short.
And that's going to be 16-40 in favor of NIP. Just barely made it, but well done on their part.
NIP were so damn close to being in this grand final.
We're not going to see you in the final, but how does it feel to be 3rd place and in that standoff?
Sure, and then. Well, that's how good Liquor is. That's fine. That's he's a noise. He has no idea where it is.
Make some noise for NIP!
It is time for Blast Copenhagen to kick off.
God damn! I think NIP, they are on the uprise.
Right, the clock is going to force this guy's hand. How did they manage to pull that off?
Give it up for Face Clan and NIP!
Guns out of their hands, though. I mean, we've got
his head.
Oh! A-side, it's Coursera from the rafters! Plopsky's coming up from Catwalk. He sees the first, but now he sees nothing, and it's just defeat!
My name is Abdul Hakam, known as Hakoum on the PlayStation platform. I'm the #1 trophy hunter in the world. I have played over 3,000 games and I have unlocked over 2,000 platinums doing so.
Get over here!
I have 5 Guinness World Records for the most PlayStation Platinum trophies, for the gold trophies, silver trophies, most overall trophies, and the points which decides which ranking are you on the leaderboards.
Do you like trophies, Hakam?
Yes, of course, I love trophies. I've been hunting them for the past 11 years. I wake up in the morning, I spend time with my family, I eat lunch, and then I come back to my room and start playing games. time frame for games or anything. I just pop in the game, play it, and that's it. There's no like time or limit or I put some. I just play the game, finish it, and move on to the next game. If I cannot finish it, there is always another game. There are over 10,000 games on the PlayStation. I have only played 3,000, not even 50%. With the Platinum Trophy unlocked, it proves to the gamer that you have completed the game fully. So it's the most valuable trophy there. I am playing every type of game to unlock trophies. My first trophy was back in 2008. It was a game called Super Stardust. God of War, The Last of Us, and Death Stranding are the best games I have played in my life. They're just like a masterpiece. One of the Platinums I am mostly proud of is Max Payne 3, because I had to complete the game without dying and in 1 minute. I was afraid, I was nervous. When I jumped and I was like very happy that yes, I finished it. It was completed, finally. A nightmare was over. By the time I have achieved what I have achieved, my family are actually happy with me now. And my wife is also a gamer like me, not as extremely like me, but she also enjoys playing games, and my son also enjoys playing games, so we're like a happy gaming family. I can see my son being something big into the gaming world, like maybe a great esport player or a great streamer or something. Because I think gaming now is the future of the world. I couldn't find a job that suits me well, so I decided just to invest my time into gaming and make my living through gaming. You can make a career, you can make a fortune, you can make yourself famous from it, you can do many things with gaming. I have played many games, I have seen many things. I have made my language better, I have met a lot of people online. Since I was a child, I always wanted to be the best at what I do. Anything, any game I touched, any sport I did, I always wanted to achieve the #1 position. Always do the things you love. Follow yourself, don't follow others.
Anything that I wanted to do in life, I've always wanted to make it bigger than myself, bigger than us, bigger than the company. It has to make a difference. My name is Sabah Salim Warsi, and I am the founder of the Story Studio. We create games for impact. So we take real-world causes and make video games around them to increase awareness, empathy, and positive action around these causes. Because the whole purpose of creating change through video games is to give someone a very fun way to learn something new.
Sometimes he moves, sometimes he doesn't move. Okay.
And the players have different options every single time. So Musa Brothers' Story is an adventure game. It's based on the refugee crisis. The player is basically taking charge of Musa, who is the older brother. And we are looking at the sibling relationship and what happens to it under times of stress. And we're looking at what unaccompanied children go through when they're displaced from their homes. We took a trip to Turkey, where we saw firsthand a lot of refugee children. When we began thinking about it, we were like, why don't we tell their story through video games? So in 2018, we established our studio. In Bahrain, there were no gaming studios at all. We were one of the first. It kind of puts us in a position where we can tell the government, who is very supportive, of what we need exactly to make it work. So I think inspiration is a very tricky thing because it can happen anywhere. So sometimes you'd walk through the souk and just look around and we're not looking for anything. You see so many different nationalities and it's like a melting pot of different cultures there. There's so much buzz. It's just so colorful and the colors just play with your mind and they make you think about so many different things. That's when inspiration strikes. My co-founder, who's also my husband and also a very passionate gamer, and we play games together all the time. We both love what we do and we love talking about it and we're passionate about it. It doesn't feel like work. Ever since I knew how to use my thumbs, I've been playing video games. They've transported me to different worlds. They've been a sort of escape for me when I needed it while I was growing up. So I wanted to do that for other people. And I've always been a storyteller. I've loved music. I've loved art all my life. When we give someone a game to play for the first time, it's very nerve-wracking because you're like, oh, will they understand it? Will they know what to do? it's really nice to see the kind of emotions that people can go through when they're playing a video game, you know, starting with interest and confusion and intrigue and a little bit of sadness as well when they realize what's happening, because they're reacting to so many different things. They're reacting to the music, they're reacting to what they're seeing on screen, they're reacting to their own involvement in the game. So it's very interesting to see that you can encourage the kind of emotion, a human emotion in a person with something that you've made. That's really beautiful.
These are all stuff that I have used in my videos. A sword, a helmet, a toupee, another fighting helmet, a microphone. Yeah, I've done a rap video. All sorts of crazy stuff. I love live content. You get to talk with your audience, see what they're asking, because sometimes some stupid stuff happen, like, I don't know. I think it's a massively growing culture in Bahrain.
I am like the original streamer in Bahrain. I started YouTube in 2011. I think Bahraini people need like other stuff to do on the streams just to get people more interacted, because there are too many people out doing the same, just playing, and they need to do like other things in the stream just to make sure that people are watching.
معكم اخوكم عبد الرحمن، واليوم بجرب شيء جديد ومختلف ما قد سويته من قبل. اوكي يا جماعه، فالحين قاعد نلعب طور الهارد بوينت مثل ما تشوفون، وبيحرقوني بس انا قاعد احاول.
Most people are aiming for high competitive gameplay and stuff like that, where I'm trying to be that gamer that does fun stuff and at the same time is good at the game. I don't care about what game I play as long as I'm having fun. I don't want to like be fake for just the views or anything like that. This is who I am.
I used to do many games before, but now it's like everyone is playing Fortnite, everyone is watching Fortnite. I dedicate most of my gaming time to this game. People like are excited, they're waiting for your stream, they want to see you more.
Devastation is one of the most helpful streamers and YouTubers in the region. One of my ambitions is to be like him business-wise. He has his own gaming company. This chair I'm sitting on is from his company, and he's been more than helpful in organizing gaming in the region. I can't even express how much I'm grateful for him.
I'm proud. I made big numbers before. I did a celebration for 100,000, but I didn't do anything for the 2 or 3 million. I think I'll be more excited if I reach 10 million. I'll do a big celebration for this one. Hamon is becoming one of the top streamers and players in the region. People love him. They love when he makes crazy stuff about Fortnite. He has that in his character, like to be a filmmaker.
What I wish for is that each and every person that comes and sees my videos each and every day, I want them to just be happy, enjoy those moments.
I'm really excited more about esports because I think there will be big things in the region in terms of like tournaments, events. Things are leading to other things here in the region.
I love this life. I love gaming for a living. It's like the thing you do for your own fun, but you make a living out of it. It's a dream job for me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being patient during the break, but we are about to get into the standoff here at Blast, the global finals. But, Maniac, I'm not alone.
Yes.
Pimp, you'll notice, isn't here.
Finally. Do you know how long
I've waited
why?
Yeah.
I'm waiting for so long just to get a one-on-one time, just you and I.
See, the spotlight's on you. We don't even need to speak. On peut parler en français.
On peut faire le desk en français.
Pourquoi pas?
Yeah. I think that would,
Juste pour casser les pieds à tout le monde.
Juste pour embêter Twitch, ils comprennent pas vraiment ce qui se passe.
C'est ça, mais tous les Français maintenant, tous les francophones. Bonsoir, bienvenue. All right, we're going to stop messing with you. So, Blast Standoff, this is what we're going to be getting into now. It's what happens with the 3rd and 4th place team. There's $20,000 on the line, and it's a series of 1v1s with different weapons. And so, tally, yeah, there we go. And so tally of who is going to get what in terms of like which weapon, what are we looking at?
We have the matchup. That is pretty interesting.
Okay,
so you put Nico on the Deagle, that makes sense, right? If you think about the amount of highlights he's had over the years, Coldzera, the Spray Master, now the AWP, okay. All of Meister taking the AWP, not broke here, and then Forrest, the Pistol God, again, that makes sense. Rain and Rez with the AK, I think that bodes for like an explosive match, right? Plus, I think viewers need to know that it's not only about the weapons, you also have boxes you can break, you have grenades that you can pick up, you have a glass floor that you can break and fall if you want, you can surf as well. So there's like...
I like that part. I like Zonic trying to surf on it. That was great. That
Zonic duel with Timber was actually beautiful.
So good. But yeah, this is the overview of the map. This is what it looks like, specifically designed for the purpose. And yeah, it can get pretty hairy. You can just start dropping boxes on people and chucking everything all over the place.
Yeah, you will see it when the score is going to be close, maybe 5-5, then they will actually start to mind game each other, break the glass ceiling, start surfing on the right or the left. Sometimes there's blunders as well. We've seen people fall through the surfing many times. Fallen very famously had a moment of silence when he actually dropped down. The nades as well. Yeah, I think it's an interesting twist on the aim map, right? Because the aim map might be sometimes a little bit too basic, too standard, but here you have the aim and you have the fun.
I'm looking for the movement here. I know that Forrest can surf. I know that some of these guys can definitely get that movement going, so I'm looking for some quick plays around the side, some quick flanks, just outplaying your opponent. That's what this is all about. And this is also what's fun. You get a little bit of the team standing behind each other, cheering each other on. So far, I'm not seeing any coaches sitting in the seat. I would love to see Yanko, take a crack at it. But
ooh, that'd be great. And also, I think the viewers, they have a surprise because our dear friend Pimp is actually casting with Moses, right? That's why he left me alone. I'm not complaining at all. I'm having a good time with you. But he's going to be up there doing the casting.
He's going to be bringing that pro player insight. But we're going to be getting into it in just a few moments. Wait, Yanko's sitting down. We're going to hear from our sponsors, and we'll be right back.
welcome back to Blast Pro Series. It's me, I'm joined with Pimp, as I said at the desk, going to be casting together with this Blast standoff. A nice little 1v1 action. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. It's going to be fun. Last time we saw this one transpire was in Copenhagen, and I believe there was an iconic moment where a certain guy called Sonic did some dirty stuff with the Deagle.
That was phenomenal. Yeah, up against Symbol. That was really funny. And he almost fell off the map, which would have been even extra great. It actually turned out pretty good. Now we have FaZe versus NIP, so the last place team versus the third place team. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, which one is the last place team?
FaZe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one sucks. It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Do you remember what the matchups were at all? We have Coldzera against Plopsky. That's going to be the M4.
Yeah, and then we had Forest against someone else. That I do remember.
Yeah, nailed it. I don't remember either. I was just trying to throw you on a bus.
Actually,
it's accomplished that.
I didn't pay attention because I would like it to be a surprise when it happens.
I think it's Lekro Necro on the Deagle for the second one, but either way, yeah, we do start with the M4. Young rookie going head to head here.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a rough tournament so far, I'd say. So maybe he can make up for that by winning him.
Oh, production's a thing of beauty. I love these guys.
So we got Coldzera against Plopsky to start off with, then Nico against Lekro, Rain against Rest with AK-47.
Yep, that's gonna be that'll be fun to watch. Especially Rain was looking on point at certain sections of the tournament. Brokey and Forrest with the CZ. I feel like you've really neutered Forrest with that one.
Yeah, I would have loved to see him on an AWP or AK-47 for that matter, you know.
And Olaf versus Twist.
Yeah.
That's a nice Swedish battle to end the whole thing.
Who's gonna win?
That's a really good question. I'm gonna take FaZe. They've got to win something this weekend, you know.
Well, I'm backing up NIP then, because
all right, I like that. All right, we'll go ahead on it.
Yeah.
Cold looks like he's ready to go.
Does he though?
He's got the face of Focus at the moment.
Oh, you think so?
What other face would that be?
A more intense face, I'd say.
He's like, please don't lose, please don't lose.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be interesting.
Have you played this map at all? You have, haven't you? You played out at Copenhagen once.
Yeah.
Is it pretty cool?
It's pretty cool. I got beaten by a kid, 11 years old, I think. So yeah, that was a great experience. Thanks for bringing it up, actually. Tried to forget all about it.
Well, I just want to know, like, all the boxes. Did you try and go surfing at all?
I tried to go surf. I'm actually a decent surfer, you know. Okay. And that kid, you know, he just didn't give a damn. He just removed me from the map.
Wiping his brow, wiping the sweat off,
I like
fixing
that.
the headset.
That's team play right there.
Got to teach the kid how to do it.
Yeah.
All that experience. They're passing it down the line.
Yeah. What do you think Peter is saying to him right now?
I don't know. If you lose your cut, I think you put the.
If you lose your cut.
Well, I don't know. It's in Swedish. It's a weird language.
Yeah, it really is.
Better than French. We heard a little bit of that on the desk.
Yeah, that was disgusting.
That was weird, awkward.
Made me feel uncomfortable. So now we're just about ready to kick this off between Plopsky and Coldzera. If you had to guess between the two of those, who's going to win that one?
I am taking Coldzera all day with this one because
Plopsky all day because he's a legend in the making.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, Coldzera is just, you know, he used to be a legend. Never mind.
Yeah, you want to keep going with that point? You want to continue to make it?
I'll keep quiet.
Good, quick headshot. Welcome to the pros. Welcome to the 1v1 map. Going to try and use some of the boxes, and we'll see if anything lands. Plopsky avoids it.
Oh, we got the first surfing attempt coming in. Question is Plopsky having any idea? Nope. But he's covered by the wall for now.
I told you, man.
This is going to end bad.
Yeah, Coldzera is just going to end this guy's day. Nice little surf around the edge.
Got a flashbang now, huh?
I haven't really seen the utility used too great. In Copenhagen, we did have the nade toss. Oh, he's going to go for it again. He's going to double down. And he's got it again.
There we go.
He's shaking his head. Poor Plopsky. No idea what's happening.
Oh.
Checking his headphones. He was like, surely I should have heard something.
Should have heard him, yeah. Well, he's surfing, so I think that's going to be a little bit tough here, Coldzera. He's looking to finish this 9-0, you know? Is that what we're playing for?
Yes, and if you get a knife, it ends everything. Oh my God, surely not 3 times in a row. Is he going to go for 4?
Yeah, you'd argue that Plopsky probably should be aware by now.
It's hard though, right? Because it's he's like looking forward, he's waiting for that attack, and ooh, there's the straight up duel, and Cold's got that one as well.
What about Plopsky being a legend in the making? Let's.
Well, in the making being the key phrase.
You know, yeah, it's 2021. Maybe.
Listen, I'm really excited about Plopsky's career as well.
Me too.
No, don't do it this way. Don't do it like this. He's never going to expect him underneath.
There we go.
I guarantee that was Forrest. Forrest gave him a little piece of advice before this round started. Yeah, that was definitely Forrest to be like, drop down, bro. You'll hear him land.
Drop down, bro. Definitely worked out. Maybe he can pull it back now. I guess at this point, every single round counts. He's giving him his own medicine right there. I like that.
He's a little bit calmed down.
Yeah.
After getting battered.
Doesn't smile as much now, do you, Cole?
Another drop down. Coldzera has the high ground. We know how that works.
How does it work?
The high ground always wins. Ooh, Plopsky missing a shot. He had the opportunity.
This duel is dragging out a little bit.
And there it is. See, the high ground.
Yeah,
it's all about that high ground.
You got the experience, you got the ace, Jason. I think
I've casted a number of these. I've seen it play out many a time.
Well, you have lived out, basically you lived out twice as much as I have. At this point.
Oh, he's back to it. 7-2 is going to end the M4 phase.
Yeah, that was a great performance by coldzera. I guess there was a reason he was, the best player in the world at some point.
Yeah, that's a good point to make.
Yeah.
Couple years back, but still effective. And obviously, he probably spent more time plugging in his mouse and keyboard than he did playing the actual game.
Well, yeah, you're not wrong about that. Now we got Lekro with a deagle. That's actually exciting, right? Because he's one of the few players out there who may not be the best fragger overall, but when he gets a deagle in his hand, he's so dangerous.
Yeah, he had that great round against Liquid in that series, and I think the third round on Mirage with that deagle, cleaned up. And we've seen plenty of highlights over the years from him as well.
Yeah, I feel like I remember so many cash highlights when we were playing that map with Lekro had a deagle and he just did some unbelievable stuff. But
you probably felt the pain once or twice, I would imagine.
Probably felt the pain a lot. Like he's Swedish. We always played those guys. It's so annoying. But Nico though, talking about cash, talking about a deagle.
Yeah, that's a good point. He's got one of the classic plays that'll go down in history. Still, I think Lekro is going to be a bit more experienced than Plop's going to be able to challenge here. Another one of the players who's been considered one of the best at some time. Oh, God. That's a rough start.
Get absolutely owned.
He took 3 steps.
Yeah, want to see Lekro smile here.
Oh, that didn't work as well as he would have liked. That wasn't as cool of a cinematic moment. NIP really using the drop down. Oh!
I thought he said high ground always wins, Jason.
Yeah.
Maybe not with a deagle?
No, maybe not with the deagle. Maybe that's the big change.
Maybe it is.
Still 7-4, 3-round lead for FaZe in this matchup.
Do you think FaZe could take another heartbreak of actually losing this standoff to NIP? Would that be too much?
At some point, you'd have to imagine it would be. That would just be one more straw onto the camel's back, as they say. And, ooh, Lekro changing his position. I think Nico realized it. Tags are out. They just need that cleanup shot, and Nico's got it straight to the head. Sigh of relief. He's on the board.
Surviving with 13 HP. Let's see if any of these two fancy some surfing.
I don't know if surfing with the deagle is the best idea. At least with the M4, when you land, you can spray a little bit, right? If you land with the deagle and miss that shot, you're in some trouble.
There's a saying that says, expect the unexpected. And I think that could work out pretty well. And they're playing it very defensively, right? They're actually taking this somewhat serious.
Ooh, they're looking, or Nico at least looking for that sound cue, and he's got it. Here's what's coming next. He did not pull the trigger. It felt like he was lined up. Everything but shooting the weapon. And there he is, cleaning it off, tapping away.
There was some very controlled deagle action right there from Nico. I guess he is showing why, as you said, used to be considered one of the best players in the world, and maybe with the best team in the entire world. Ever since Scream this out.
He never got the official title, though, Nico.
No?
He's never been ranked number 1 in the world.
Do you think he was at a certain point the best player in the world?
Not across a whole year, but definitely at a certain point.
Sure. I tend to agree. Do you think Lekro has ever been the best player in the world?
No.
No?
Not yet.
Not yet. Not yet.
He'll get there. He needs that killer instinct. He's too nice.
A legend in the making?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Nice shot from Lekro. Lekro's one of those guys, every time I see him walking around at events, he's always got a goofy smile on his face.
Yeah, he seems pretty chilled, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. Never seen him rattled out or anything like that. Must be nice, considering he's an in-game leader as well.
Yeah. That's a good thing to have.
Close-up duel right there. A little bit of a nade. Oh.
He's going for the Zipnix play.
Well, completely failed that one.
Can't do it as good as the Danes.
Nobody can.
Just waiting at the bottom of this ramp. Checking out the deagle, wants the timing on the shot. Here's the footsteps. And he's going to get lured right into Nico's trap. Oh, if he recovers this, that'd be incredible. Through the box.
Almost messed that one up. Finally got it in the end, though, and now we got a 3-3 scenario.
I almost feel like FaZe is playing a game here. I see coldzera laughing when Nico misses a shot or two. Oh, here we go. There's surfing with the deagle. Not going all the way around.
Well, Lekro was too smart for that.
He had to have been spotted. For Lekro, he just pulled the knife out and just bailed out. There's the peek and the exchange.
Beautiful. Let's make this game competitive. 10-6 overall, and let's not forget to remember the crowd out there that they are playing for a decent amount of money. Jason, how much is it?
20,000. You thought I was going to know that, didn't you?
Yeah, what would you do?
There's a big check.
Big check. $20,000 right here, right now. You'd buy what?
Ooh, That's a really good question.
And don't say it's very apparent.
I'd probably buy a vacation somewhere.
Exactly.
A really nice vacation.
Yeah.
Oh no, I didn't even think I was thinking me. I wasn't thinking family. Oh, the box drops down. Lekro sidesteps it. And missed shots across the board for both players.
Yeah, playing like a bunch of silvers right there, to be honest. Not beautiful.
Yeah, you would have expected one of those to land.
Yeah.
Well, Nico's down to 70. I guess one chapped him in like the kneecap. I never knew that angle existed.
No? How many rounds do you think you'd be able to get against a guy like Lekro with a deagle?
With a deagle, probably 0. I am one of those players who in the history of Counter-Strike, I've never had a functioning deagle. Nico just asking, he was like, oh, you can break those walls?
He had no idea.
No, he was caught completely off guard.
Well, at least Lekro seems to make this one competitive. 11-7. Oh. Sit down, I guess.
Not that competitive.
Not that competitive.
3 people chanting Lekro's name in the crowd.
Sounds like one guy. I like him though.
Nico. Oh, he spotted the head now. There's the pop-up, and Lekro's got nowhere to go.
Whoa! Finally finishing him off, though, with a headshot. That was not too beautiful, was it?
That, like, 4th and 5th shot is what my deagle does across all 7.
Oh.
That's what mine looks like.
Oh, so it's not
where I'm like, I swear it's on him. It's not actually getting me a kill.
No, it's not a you problem, it's a weapon problem. Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm pretty sure. That one looked much cleaner. 7-5. And a nice big lead for FaZe.
Yeah, it's going to be rough for NIP to fight back here. They're down by 7 points already. That being said, though, we are going to change weapon. We are going to change players, and you never know, Jason.
Here's the big thing. Remember, if a knife comes out, that team automatically wins.
That ends it all.
That ends it all. So that it comes into play when when you get to the AWP, when you get to the CZ.
That's the thing, yeah.
There's 2 things with the knives, and you might have to, if you're one of those players forced at the end, he might be somebody who's forced to go for a knife.
I think he's thinking about it.
I hope he's listening to me right now.
He is, yeah.
He's got a whole, like, Sith Lord thing going on with the hood up and everything.
Yeah.
That's a cruel retake.
That's nice. Setting up for the next round. That would be Res with an AK-47 going up against.
Yes. I can't remember, to be honest with you. Olaf was on the AWP.
Brokey was on the CC.
Okay, so it'd be Rain. Oh, that's right. How we forget about Rain?
Well, some of those players from FaZe have been relatively easy to forget about in the past, but it's getting better.
Yeah, it's
getting better.
A lot of steps forward progressively, not as quickly as they'd like, and yeah, there's one more step forward.
So at what point do you start to think about the knife here, right? Against an AK-47, I guess you can.
Yeah, you can't really do it there. Unless you go for some kind of crazy surf that they just like don't even notice, I think that's when you'd have to. Using the cover of the box to go for a surf himself. Ooh, and he doesn't see anything from Rez, but tapping away, missed his chance. That's unfortunate, but he wants the battle. He breaks the glass. It still doesn't work, and he's going to slide off.
And once again, the high ground doesn't prevail, Jason. Fortunately for you.
You're going to keep bringing that one back.
Yep, I sure am. Don't say stupid stuff.
I do my best, but I talk a lot for a living, so at some point, something stupid is going to be said. And there's one more time before you can get to it. The low ground wins.
Yeah, not bad. Making it 9-15, closing it up, closing out the gap. West is a player that, we can talk a little bit about him, can we, right? A player that has a lot of potential, but haven't really showed it as of lately. He's been a little bit absent as he goes down to Rain right here again. I think a player that has a lot of skill, a lot of potential, just need to realize it.
We've seen it too, though. He's carried NIP through some stretches at various tournaments. It's been a bit, but obviously I think everyone's been pretty happy with what he's put out.
Sure.
Just would like to see the consistency come in. Ooh, that's a rush all the way across the map, and he's been caught. Maybe calling a bluff, maybe assuming Rain went for a surf.
Yeah, a lot of good questions.
A lot of good questions, but it doesn't really matter when it's 17-9.
Nah, it's about time NIP step it up.
Someone's going to be going for a knife at some point. Ooh, Rain's found him. Yeah. Dude, they're so nervous. coldzera's not playing anymore, but all those surfs, everyone is just like, I don't want to look like that. I don't want to fall to the surf 5 times.
Kind of ruined the game for everyone else, didn't he? See, Rain is seeking those duels. He's playing with a lot of confidence this time around, though. Rest says no.
We've all had a 1v1. Every once in a while, you go for a duel like that.
Yeah.
That's like the alpha
once,
duel.
And then you figure out, well, that was a bad idea. I'm gonna do that again. And there we go. Rain drops down to the lower ground. Question is, has Rest any idea? Spotted him right there, but it's a small angle. I feel like you have to have a pretty precise aim in order to hit a shot like that.
That's a tough one. Rain holds the angle and does not get the kill quick enough. Good spray control from Rez. They're coming back.
Yeah, I think Forrest is just standing there behind thinking, just give me something to work.
Yeah, just get it within striking distance.
Yeah.
That flashbang was surprisingly effective. Rain drops all the way down. I think he hears these cues as well. They both do, but that's a precise shot.
That was insane from Rain. Ouch. Must hurt. Bullet to his face. 19-11. Starting to looking a little bit bleak for the NIP guys. We see another surf attempt coming in, but he's got a face straight up, and he spotted it all. How did he not spot him?
He was so worried. He saw him right at the end. Rain was trying to line up a beautiful one tap.
Could have been black bars right there, Jason.
It could have been. I'm always surprised how many people play with black bars.
You are? I do.
Surprising? Well, that's not surprising. Rain saw Rez initially, lost track of him now, but he knows the position, and Rez still worried about that surf. And Rain's gonna have an easy time tapping away. 20-11 lead after 3 rounds of the standoff.
Yeah, we need to see some knife action coming in from some of these NIP players. I think we have Forrest going up against bo1 now, so is it the youngest against the oldest in this matchup? I believe so. You know, the star in the making going up against the guy who, I guess he's been a star for 15 years or something.
Yeah, Forrest has been around forever.
How old is he? 32, 31?
I think he's right around my age. I played against him at one of his
35?
early tournaments back in the day.
How old are you?
I'm 32.
Whoa.
I'm old.
Yeah, well, it's not that bad.
Now here he is. He's logging in. Yeah. CZ time. So this is where if they run out of ammunition, there's nothing to fight with. So you got to go for the knife.
So I reckon, you know, Forrest right now is sitting and thinking, I got to bait out all the bullets, and then I'm going for the knife.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I guess if you're FaZe, you're just telling broky, like, always keep 5 in the chamber. Just always have 5. Oh, don't waste them.
That's a waste of bullet. They're going for the duels this time. Oh, that's a headshot. Forrest down to.
So is that.
It doesn't matter though, yeah.
That's a backflip as well.
So Forrest winning 9-0. We got a game.
That'd be something.
Yeah, not likely to happen. broky has actually been, you know, playing somewhat impressive in his FaZe career stint so far. I think not many people expected too much coming in from him, right? He's a guy fostered in FPL, and we didn't really know.
I don't think anyone outside of like FPL really knew a whole lot about him to begin with.
No, exactly.
I didn't hear his name before he was picked up by FaZe, so there's one thing.
I guess he's showing right now why he was picked up. Got that CC under control. Forrest once again down to 16 HP. And now he's going for the...
Oh God, that's a lot of boxes that are raining down. broky's got it. Good headshot there. 22-12, 10-round lead for FaZe, marching towards an extra 20 grand. Oh, they're serving. Oh, that sucks. Oh no. That's really unfortunate.
The kid read the master. Had him under control the entire time. I don't think I've ever seen a team lose every single duel in a standoff. Could be the first time.
Yeah, that would be weird.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen that either. Oh, Forrest going for the long route. Now he's showing off.
Look at that.
He's been doing this for 2 decades. Don't try this at home. Takes a lot of experience, and he's got no idea. He's just having fun. No actual tactical purpose to do that. It's it's just to show off.
Oh, it looks good. I appreciate it.
Here we go. Forrest tapping away. Ammunition going to start running low. Needs a reload in there. 3 bullets left in the chamber, and broky's got an immediate headshot. He's fine with the fancy footwork. He'll take the win.
Clearly not satisfied with his own performance right now. There we go. Taking the straight out duel. Not really landing any shots. I think Forrest right now needs to consider the knife attempt just somehow, you know, find a way to do that. With the surfing.
Maybe he's setting it up. Maybe he's giving broky all the confidence in the world.
Oh, so he's playing him. Oh.
The difference, of course, is that broky, being so new to the professional scene and one of the more inexperienced players, he's in try-hard mode.
Yeah, I would be too. I mean, $20,000 it's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money, especially for an aim map. Clearing the surf on the left side.
Really effective with that gun.
Yeah, he really is.
Tapping away.
The one taps on each side, like death by 1,000 cuts.
Bet you Olaf Master right now, he's happy about it. He doesn't have to try even with the AWP.
Oh yeah, no, he's, oh dear.
It's only fair.
Yeah, it happens. It happens to the best of us.
Clearly also the worst.
Yeah, this would make it weird going into the op round. That means Twist is going to be forced to go for a knife. Like, even if you win 9-0, you're not even in a position to win in that fashion. You have to have the knife. I don't think I've ever seen that either.
Me neither. I was actually knifed when I played it in Copenhagen. Felt bad.
Oh, we need to replay that one. Blast has it somewhere.
You can just see the skill Forrest has on a server, right? The surf skill right there. That's actually harder than it looks. Broky can't really do anything to stop him. There we go.
Does give him a love tap as he drives by.
Gotta find a way to waste those bullets, and there we go. Once again, Broky showing no respect whatsoever to what is a legend of the game in Forrest. One more round, that's it.
One more round, tapping away again. Forrest caught out in the open. Another round for Broky, 7-2. And that's 14-round lead for Olaf Meister going into the op round.
Yeah, we're probably gonna see some fun duels now. I think Olaf Meister has nothing really to lose here. Question is he gonna do it in a fashionable style, or is it just gonna be, you know, boring? That looks good.
It does look good. I like it. I mean, at least he's given us that. At least he's given us some highlights.
Keeping the observer, you know, on his toes as well. It's hard to follow Forrest flying around the map.
Yeah, Sluggy's getting put to work. Yeah. He's really earning his paycheck today.
Yeah, for once.
Here we go. Twist versus Olaf with the AWP. All Olaf has to do is not get knifed. It's that simple.
Yeah. Do you want to put a bet on that? Do you think he is going to get knifed?
I do not think he's going to get knifed.
No, me neither.
If I'm Olaf, I just run on top of that. I run on top of the railing every single time. I just go right up the ramp.
Stand there and look.
I'm just like, kill me.
Yeah, kill me if you want to. Not even going to fight you. Let's see if Twist can be the only guy from NIP to win a duel against the FaZe Clan boys. There's a reason we call them the Real Madrid of Counter-Strike, or at least they used to be, but I think Forrest is going to go for it. There we go.
Oh, he's ended it. It's over.
That's it.
It's done.
That's it.
Olaf went for the challenge. Oh, that is a BDP if I've ever seen it.
That's the most dominant win I've ever seen on a standoff map.
What an alpha.
35-13. Ouch.
And it's all over. That's the victorious one. That's a beautiful thing for Olaf to pull off. It started with surfing, it ends with surfing. He gave Twist a chance at least, though.
He did, he did.
He just got that first stab in a little bit quicker.
Couldn't capitalize, and there we go.
I really admire that from someone who, again, has been the best player in the world at some point.
I feel like we say that about a lot of those players.
Who's maybe one of the guys up for like the greatest of all time in CSGO specifically.
Sure.
That's the kind of statement to make.
It is, and I think it feels good for the FaZe Clan guys to actually get away from here with a victory, right? Not finishing the tournament with no victory at all.
FaZe Clan, our standoff winners, come and join me at the top of the stage. I've got a big fat check for you here, boys. Come with me. All of you, please. Come on. One last chat before you're released for Christmas and you can celebrate. Olaf Meister, how'd you like the look of this?
I like it a lot. What did you even say? I didn't hear, sorry.
I said, how'd you like the look of the check? 20 grand, not bad, hey?
I like it, yeah. We're happy.
And you seemed in a little bit of a rush, actually, to pick this one up, because you kind of spoiled Twist's fun in that last round.
Yeah, but we had already won before that, so that's why I went for it.
Oh, okay, fine, fine. You know, you just wanted to get the team up here to celebrate one last time. Listen, it's been so fantastic having FaZe as part of the Blast Pro Series this year, hasn't it, guys? And you found a lot of fresh fans here in Bahrain as well. So thank you so much for joining us. And we can't wait to see you at Blast Premiere in 2020. So is there any last words you would like to say to the crowd, Nico?
Thank you all guys for showing up. Like, we really didn't expect like this much support that we had here. Just amazing that the scene is like growing here as well. And like we were like really impressed by you guys. And thank you so much for coming.
And thank you for being part of this phase. Now, we need to take a short break, but stand by, because when we come back, we're going to be getting the Blast Global Final underway.
For a lot of teams that have had the success that you've had historically, it's hard to keep it ongoing. So how do you keep that fire alive?
Here we are at the Blast Pro Series, Sao Paulo.
Of course he goes down to Vice, so powerful, an ace.
Team Liquid versus Astralis.
Decided to play the final here with an amazing crowd.
As stellar shot from Sipix. A two-piece. Astralis continue to just outclass Liquid here. Nobody can touch these guys. They are not on another level. They are on another planet. Miami, it is a damn pleasure to be standing here amidst you. Astralis down to just Dupree, and FaZe could very realistically be putting them in the coffin.
The question mark coming into this event was who will meet Astralis in the grand final.
Everything was just not clicking, people misunderstanding each other.
They have been eliminated.
Spain, we love you!
Right now, Astralis, we still call them the best team in the world.
He's ready for it. Another one for the pre. Time to the grand final.
They are undefeated this year.
Okay,
this map.
My God, there is no way they can pass this position.
Is this how it ends, Dan? Looking to collect the bomb. We've got Alexi beat by O, and that's it. It is time for Blast Copenhagen to kick off.
12,000 people all rooting for one team. No matter what happens today with Astralis, it's going to be fun.
The experience walking in here, you kind of forget all the bad things.
Simple doesn't know what's happening. They got it again. It's going down.
It's got the whole arena on their feet.
There it is. He's tossed them up into the air. For Copenhagen standoff winners, Astralis.
Well, we've officially gone gold, and that means it's time to find out which 3 maps we'll be seeing in the Blast Global Grand Final. And as Astralis topped the group stage, that means you get to decide if you want to pick and ban first, or if you want to throw it over to the boys from Liquid. Glaive.
They will be picking and banning first.
That seems very charitable of you. It is Christmas after all. Okay then, boys. Nitro, what will you be banning first?
Train.
Okay, we are banning Train, and that seems to make a lot of sense from seeing these guys play it yesterday. Glaive, what would you like to ban?
We would like to ban Mirage.
What an absolute shocker. Okay, coming back to Liquid. What is the first map of the grand final, Nitro?
Inferno.
There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Our first map will be Inferno. coming back to Astralis. They're having a serious conversation right now. You're so confused, right, Glaive? Can you see clearly now what's going to be our second map?
It's gonna be the nuke.
Nuke, everybody! We are going to nuke! Our second map will be nuke. And finally, coming to our final 2 bans. Liquid, what would you like to ban?
I will ban Overpass.
We're banning Overpass, and our final ban, gentlemen.
Hvad er det?
Det er så...
Jo. We will play Dust 2.
You're banning Vertigo, so we're going to Dust 2 as our decider. So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have our 3 maps. We're going to Inferno first, then Nuke. And then if it gets as far as 3 maps, we'll be deciding our final champion on Dust 2. So let's head over to the desk, but not before our teams shake hands one last time. Gentlemen, let's get this grand final underway.
Thank you so much, Frankie. And I really, really wish I could just stand there next to Glaive and Zonic and hear what they're saying when they're cracking up at the end and everything. What's going on there, Pimp?
They said nothing. They expected this video flat out, I think. You know, there was no big surprises for any of these 2 teams coming into this video. We're getting the same 3 maps we saw 2 days ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as I say, shocker really to see Astralis pick Nuke, shocker to see Liquid pick Inferno. There was some wiggle room, I think, in terms of the pick. I think Overpass could have been in the mixed. They decided to go for Nuke on the side of Astralis. I understand that. Well, Liquid, keeping with Inferno. Again, the first series, 16-12, 16-13, pretty close.
It was a competitive game, right? It was a game where we were standing here saying after that, if Liquid would have won some of those key rounds, you know, maybe just played a little bit better, or if Stu 2K and Nitro for that matter would have had a better game, it could have been, you know, going the other way around. So yes, definitely competitive, definitely a great set of maps for both teams. That being said, though, I think Astralis, just by, you know, watching the body language and watching, you know, how calm they were up there, they knew exactly where this was going to go. And I think Liquid did as well, for that matter.
Yeah, it looked a bit the same with Liquid on their side as well. You know, you saw some chuckles out of Adren going on there. They know what's going on.
You know what? It's hard to surprise your opponent when you play each other so much, right? There's been so many matchups between these 2 teams. Obviously, team number 1, Astralis, throughout the year against, let's say it, you know, the second best team, you know, judged by the entire year. So they have played a lot against each other, and they like to play the same maps. When we got Vertigo into the pool, you know, that's when it changed up a little bit. But we saw Astralis, they beat Liquid on that map as well. So if you're Liquid, you just got to stick to what you know, and that's, unfortunately for them, Inferno.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, before we get into the details, obviously we have some time before the game begins. For the viewer at home, if you're not too familiar with Counter-Strike, there is a beautiful history between these 2 teams. They have played against each other so many times. 25 maps only in 2019. That's insane, right? They are the number 1. They are the number 2. That's how it is. Astralis up there. Liquid, they had a period of time in 2019 where they won everything. Astralis was a little bit down. They came back up. And again, we finished the year with a new page in that crazy book that is Astralis versus Liquid. And as you say, when it comes to video, when you have played so many times, it's like watching Inception. It's like a dream, and then there's another dream, and another dream, and another dream, because you never know what's going to happen in the veto. If we think that Inferno and Nuke is going to be a pick, they know that too. They're aware of the situation. So do they have plan A, B, C, D prepared? I think so. That's what it makes so interesting. Every new game is a new story.
Yes, and while you can already see it playing out, certain players spamming certain positions in smokes. Right. Oh, he knows I'm going to be there, right? And then you're going to get into the mind games. Oh, I've played that position a little too often. Now I have to adjust. Now I have to change up.
And that's the attention for detail you need to have, right? And that's where the coaches come into the picture. If you're Sonic, you definitely have been sitting up watching demos throughout the night, right? Obviously, you have a lot of pre-work done already from the times they met before, but they know as well that they're going to change up the playstyle. They're going to change some of those smokes. And it can come down to such simple stuff as if you know in a round that's, let's say that 55 seconds has been played out and there's going to be thrown a smoke from this position that's going to land over here, you know it's going to end up in an execute over on the other bomb side. You know, those attention for small details, if you can find those when you're watching a demo, you can get ahead so much. And I think Sonic and Adrian, for that matter, as well, have done their homework, so they should, you know, expect to be not surprised, you know, but expect to get down to the brawl where it's the individuals that have to carry it over.
Well, one of those details does happen to be aim. We got a little bit of a lead into that here with the standoff. I mean, how important is aim in a game like Counter-Strike with Toman.
It's so important, right? It's why we're standing right here. We don't have the aim anymore, so we can't play.
Yeah, no, I don't think I ever had the aim that these guys have. Let's be honest about that. Neither of us really had it. I mean, maybe you did. I didn't. No one had it. They're just one step ahead.
I was an aim kid when I was young, you know.
Listen, it's like sports, right? The level right now is so much higher than when we were at the top. And that wasn't 10 years ago, but it's just Counter-Strike has evolved so fast and so quickly that mechanically speaking, players now, they're miles ahead of anything. And that's what's beautiful, right? And we sit here, we talk about the methods in Counter-Strike, we talk about procedures and tactics. That's all beautiful, and we know we appreciate that. But at the end of the day, it's can you shoot faster than your opponent? Can you be more accurate? Can you be quicker in your reaction? That stays a mechanical game, and that's what makes it so magic.
And that's why I'm here. It was just unfair. You know, I was playing against them.
I'm trying.
I had to. It was like hacks. You know, I had to come back onto the desk because it just was totally unfair that I was playing against them. I shot Happy in matchmaking once. I remember that much at least. Got him. That's too long. I remember it. It's like 7 years ago. All right, but we do actually get to see some real aim, and that is the aim challenge by Omen.
To honour the global final here in Bahrain, we decided not just to crown a lone champion of the AIM Challenge, because let's face it, Rez topped that leaderboard back at Blast Sao Paulo, and there was no topping him. So we decided to award a whole team with the AIM Challenge Champions crown. The question is, can they work together to get the best combined score? Can NIP hold on to the top spots? 3, 2, 1, go! I did do my part there. Oh, here we go, there we go. Look, you know what? That was a lot better than it looked. I'm not gonna lie.
Jake is more practiced. He's got the route a little bit more down.
What a lovely smile.
Come on, quicker.
Bated breath here. Okay, this is not bad. This is.
Where are you walking towards?
It was really. You know what? If that was a single aim challenge time, that would probably be one of the top 3 times. Listen, this is his second blast.
Yes,
no, he hasn't seen lots of the aim challenge, right? Look at.
No. Please.
No.
Twist, don't blow this now. I think it's gonna bring Rez down a lot here. Honestly, I think Rez, yes, you did good, but I think Twist is gonna.
What the hell?
Glaive knew. Look at that little smile. Look at that smile.
He's not going to use the snowball, if I know him correctly.
Yeah, he's going to
he really wants to win this.
Nice.
Come now!
No! The dig! And with a combined score of 4 minutes and 12 seconds, the winning team of the AIM Challenge 2019 final is Ninjas in Pajamas.
So there you have it. What it takes to be a pro player, throwing snowballs in people's faces.
Is that the key? Huh?
That is the key.
That's what we missed the whole time.
NIP won the AIM Challenge. FaZe Clan won the standoff. If Astralis is winning the final, Liquid will be the only team not to win anything.
Oh, that is actually pretty sad. I have no comeback to that. I was trying to think about what they could have won, but yeah, you're actually right.
Absolutely nothing.
No, Pimp, that's not true. They'll win a place in the hearts and minds of fans.
Would you please?
Are they not already there?
Go on. Right there, thinking about them, Christmas spirit.
You know what I hope?
They get, they're American teams, they get participation trophies. So even if, they don't actually get a trophy, they get a trophy for participating in the tournament because that's how it's done in America.
It's like when you're
Is that really so?
That's actually a real thing.
That's how it works in Denmark as well. When you're 6 years old, you enter a football tournament. You may finish in last place, but you damn sure get a medal for it.
You get a medal for it, and sometimes they don't even keep score anymore. They just put the kids out there, run around, kick the ball. What's the point? Who knows?
Interesting.
Don't want to encourage that competition.
Yeah, let's have a talk about education system and how it works and
why not?
The pedagogy behind that.
Let's go deep into this.
Down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, well, we're about to go down the rabbit hole of some of the greatest CS that we're going to get all year. This is one of the greatest rivalries that has developed, I think, in the history of CS. I think it's fair to say now, 2 of the heavy hitters going at it for such a long span. I mean, it is truly remarkable in terms of, let's say, the history of CSGO.
And no matter the outcome, right, it's going to be interesting to see how that's going to affect these 2 teams coming into 2020. Because we will have a break now. The teams will have a break, a month roughly off, before the next season of Blast starts. And in that period, they'll have time to relax. They'll have time to maybe rethink the way they play Counter-Strike. We talked to Twist before as well, saying that some of the positions within Team Liquid have changed as well. Probably that's what we're going to see from some of these teams. But against these 2, right, Liquid versus Astralis, if, let's say, Liquid were able to win here, that's gonna, that's gonna stick a little bit to Astralis, right? They want to make sure that there's no discussion whatsoever whether it was our year or not. Right now, we can safely say Astralis are the best in the world, but Liquid, they're not far behind, right? So if they could win this one and they could start off 2020 great, then we may have a new discussion, in a month's time from now, where we have to consider the fact that maybe Liquid are better than Astralis.
Maybe, and I think what is so magic and beautiful about this matchup is that it's the equivalent of, when you play a video game and you have to pick two different heroes or two different gods with different characteristics, right? Because Astralis and Liquid, they're two different kind of beasts. On one hand, you have the optimization kings, Astralis basically making the best decision 80% of the time, always playing the clutches, playing the numbers, 90%, 95%, hell, 99%. They will always try to go for the A player, and you have Liquid, the brawl, the mechanical gods. When they will take you in a duel anytime they can, they will play simple CS, efficient CS, but you're right. Twist said it in an interview, they try to go towards that kind of Counter-Strike. They try to maximize the numbers for them, because we know they have the individual talents. That is never a question with Liquid. The roster is so deep, there's so much talent, but when it comes to the logic behind Counter-Strike, then we would always put Astralis one step ahead. So they're trying to catch back.
That is exactly why I would say that Astralis are the greatest team, and they are the GOATs, because they are playing CSGO the way that CSGO needs to be played. If you are going to go through, they have the individual talent, just like Liquid have the individual talent. What sets them apart? It's how they play the game, and they are unmatched in that department.
That's a very ballsy thing to say, right? Because what is the right way of playing Counter-Strike? We've seen throughout the years that
it's not trying to chase exit frags with an op alone from the rest of your team.
Well, there you go.
It's not trying to take, it's not paying attention to economy, taking high percentage situations. I don't know. For me, that's kind of like winning Counter-Strike.
You're not as dumb as you look, but the problem
I'll take that as a compliment.
And you should. The problem is, we've seen over the years, you've seen many teams, play different versions of Counter-Strike. When LDLC were the best team in the world, it was in one way. When Fnatic, they owned everything and everyone. It was sort of like Liquid did it last year, with individual skill, just running around. There was not necessarily a big plan ahead, Obviously, they knew what they were doing, but it was not the Astralis way. I believe you can play Counter-Strike in many different ways. If you win, you're doing it the right way. But when Liquid was the best team in the world, when they won the Instant Grand Slam and when they were unbeatable, basically, they were playing Counter-Strike as it was supposed to play in that era. Simple as it is. So if you're winning, you have the last say.
So we're going to go deeper than this. It's on era now.
Yeah, I don't know.
Based on this meta.
I think it's like a philosophical discussion, right? I mean,
we're going to get deep here.
Counter-Strike can go crazy, and you have players who bend the rules. Let's say Simple, for example. He will sometimes not make the best choice, but it doesn't matter because the ability he has, he can win the round anyway. But I do believe that in any given situation, there is a best course of action. That is my philosophy when it comes to Counter-Strike. Any clutch, any round, there is one way that has highest percentages of possibility to win the round. That's how I see it.
This is a very Swiss take.
That is a very rational way. Counter-Strike is like 4D chess, right? You have 5 players, limited amount of resources, a limited space. You cannot fly. There are rules, like a universe with rules and methods. There is always a best way to go about. But the beauty about Counter-Strike is that you can make the wrong choice but still win. That's when we talk about aim. That's when we talk about brilliance, right? You have Simple, 4v1. Any odds say you're going to win this round, but no, you won't, because he's going to 4-1 tap you in 5 seconds, and that makes no sense. That's the beauty in Counter-Strike. But there are rules in this universe.
You're absolutely right on that. Now we can spend all night talking about those rules and debating them, especially when it comes to Counter-Strike. But we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. We are going to take a very short commercial break to hear from our sponsors, and we'll be getting back into the global finals here in just a few moments' time.
For a lot of teams that have had the success that you've had historically, it's hard to keep it ongoing. How do you keep that fire alive?
Here we are at the last Pro Series, Sao Paulo.
Of course he goes down. Device, so powerful, an ace.
Team Liquid versus Astralis.
Decided to play the final here with an amazing crowd.
A stellar shot from Zipix, a two-piece. Astralis continue to just outclass Liquid here. Nobody can touch these guys. They are not on another level. They are on another planet. Miami, it is a damn pleasure to be standing here amidst you. Astralis down to just debris, and FaZe could very realistically be putting them in the coffin.
The question mark coming into this event was who will meet Astralis in the grand final.
Everything was just not clicking, people misunderstanding each other.
They have been eliminated.
Spain, we love you! Right now, Astralis is still called them the best team in the world. He's ready for it. Another one for the pre-time to the grand final.
They are undefeated this year.
Okay, that's mad. Oh my God, there is no way they can pass this position.
Is this how it ends, Dan? Looking to collect the bomb. We've got Alexi beat by 0, and that's it.
It is time for Blast Copenhagen to kick off.
12,000 people all rooting for one team. No matter what happens today with Astralis, it's going to be fun.
The experience walking in here, you kind of forget all the bad things.
Simple doesn't know what's happening.
He got it again.
It's going down.
It's got the whole arena on their feet.
There it is. Lord, he's tossed him up into the air. Copenhagen standoff winners Astralis.
I don't think I've had to develop a personality. I think Counter-Strike is my personality. We're being watched. I want everyone to be careful. It's Microsoft.
The amount of jaw-dropping moments that we get in each and every game, you feel something very unique inside of the arena.
You can't really imagine that a video game online can draw that kind of emotion from so many people, but it actually can.
My name is Jason Moses O'Toole.
Chad Sponge Birchall.
Christine Potter Chi, and I'm an analyst for Counter-Strike Go.
Yep. Game time? Yep.
2, 3.
Oh.
I don't do anything else. It's a little bit of a sad existence. I don't really prioritize time off.
Your notebook's looking really good.
Oh shit, hold up, sorry, let me write something. Mint vid.
Very important.
Mint.
She's being recognised.
Vid.
You take notes, and then the camera zooms in, and we're playing Hangman.
My time off is when I go home and then try and play CS. So it's one of those weird things where I think you have to live and breathe Counter-Strike considering how busy our schedules are to get the most out of it.
I like how you make it seem like you're working with the cameras on. I
make it seem like I'm working on them on the analyst desk too, so I'm pretty good at that.
The preparation I do for events is actually quite extensive now. I think before my hobby was and is to watch video games just on the side in my free time anyway, but a lot of the traveling that I've been doing lately, it's really tough to keep up with the games and the broadcasts.
I do enough events to where I don't have to sit down and grind stats for hours, and you kind of pick up that knowledge as you go at casting at other events and everything like that. So I do so many events that my prep has kind of gone down, but all the knowledge is somehow still there. They let him slip away, and Astralis is always going to maximize on that. So we're going to have to do a break, and we'll be right back.
We did it.
Moses, how's that game for you?
It was awesome. It was all good up until the end when things got ugly, but that was a fun game to cast.
Esports as a whole, I don't really get into the other games. I just play Counter-Strike. When people ask me what I do for fun, it's play Counter-Strike.
I think it's the most beautiful esport we have out there in terms of how the mixture of strategy that goes into it on a team scale.
Counter-Strike at face value is the easiest game to understand. It's a 5v5 game with a very easy solution of who's winning and losing, right? But it's also very nuanced, the strategy of it, the little details, and that's the bit that I like, the fact that I get to express that to a viewer at home. And if I can make them understand a little bit that gets me excited about the game, then that's my goal at the end of the day.
So my journey into this position is kind of, I guess, pretty generic. I was a Counter-Strike player for a very long time, and I kind of naturally fell into it.
So I started out as a player once upon a time, a long time ago, and just kind of fell into this as a hobby, and it eventually turned into a career path.
An analyst can be anybody. I used to be a professional Counter-Strike player, and I take pride in that fact, the way that I talk about the game, the experiences that I have. When I went professional in 2008, it was off the back of lots of hours playing until 2 o'clock in the morning during high school and then sleeping during
Vamos a hacer una relajación con diferentes sonidos que tenemos por aquí y que espero que os relaje muchísimo. Vamos a empezar a limpiar lo que es la energía. Tengo cerillas ahora mismo, así que voy a utilizar
Arwen, set them beyond flow.
Good morning to the beautiful people of the Counter-Strike community. We are back for CS Summit 5, Day 3. My name is Henry G. I'm joined here by Chad Birchall, who...
You brought your glasses today, I thought everyone.
Chuck yours on. Alex Machine Richardson.
No, I don't have any glasses.
I don't need glasses.
No. Are those just like transparent frames?
These were prop glasses. That,
really? You're pulling them off again.
They kind of work.
Yesterday.
Can I see Alex in them as well? Let's see who...
I don't think I'm a glasses guy.
I don't think you are as well, but Let's try it out. Let's see if it works.
Sure, maybe. Maybe.
Could land.
What do we think?
Let's look at that.
Nah, these not glasses.
I mean, there's a degree of additional intelligence present, I'd say.
Hold on. We're going to get you a single shot here, Alex.
I don't
it's coming
think so.
your way. There it is.
Oh, God. Okay. Hi.
They're not the ones. We were just discussing which glasses would fit my face.
Those ones working for
These
now.
were working really well
Let's
for
give them back to
you.
Chad.
Yeah.
And I guess we'll get the day ended away. Day 3. Fellas, we've... had a long year, did a lot of Counter-Strike.
Do you understand which teams go through, Henry? I heard that you were the man up to that.
I spoke to VP in the car here, and they said if they get 1-1 in their 2 games today, they go through. Remember, it's the top 4 teams go through.
Okay,
right?
so they have 2 matches, two sets of games.
Yeah, so as long as they get 1 map in each one,
Okay.
that's enough, considering some of the other blunderous results we've had.
Yeah, we've got OG at the moment still without a win.
At the bottom?
Well, not without a win. We of course saw their wins come in yesterday, but it's still like very much at the bottom.
Yeah, but MIBR losing a Fury at end of the day kind of made things a little bit interesting as well, didn't
the
it?
Coach in the form of Gary as well. That's
Gary the Snail.
That's like playing your little brother on the Super Nintendo.
Oh,
you're like for years and years and years, you're just smashing it, making it easy, and then all of a sudden he catches up with you, and it's not looking good at all.
Yeah, I'd probably go crying to mum after that one.
Yeah, that was a little bit difficult to watch. So what's going on with MIBR right now? Obviously, there's just change of player.
Yeah,
but you'd think like they'd have some sort of peaks at this point. Like, it's just been nothing but disappointing results recently.
Yeah, well, we discussed yesterday the first thing I think about them being like that core, the last team with the core of old that was good. So I don't know. I'm not sure. I think that even though they said that they were going to take like some time off from events, they still attended a lot of events.
Yes.
Then they've changed players. They've added KNG this year. They've added Lucas this year. They've added Mayan this year. They've added Taco back at the end of last year, like this time last year.
Yeah.
So in that period, they've never really just like settled things down.
No.
They had the organizational change, like all that stuff going on as well.
Sure.
So there's probably a lot of things that I could chalk up, but realistically, when you have the next major in Brazil, we need to start seeing some results soon.
Yeah, that's a terrifying prospect, isn't it? The fact that it's the first major in Brazil, and there's a chance they're not going to make it.
And I think they're aware of it, man.
Yeah, like what a time to start changing all the lineups. Here are the round robin standings so far. You can see G2 actually at the very top, as you'd expect, boys. To be honest, in the context of this tournament, Mouse Sports are here with a stand-in. Virtus.pro not really necessarily on the same caliber as the rest of the teams.
Yeah.
Here. Furia playing with the coach, MIBR with a new player, and OG with a completely new roster. So G2, no surprises there. To be honest with you,
they're the favourites.
They dropped a couple of maps. Like that's still like a little bit alarming.
Yeah, I think though, like coming into this, when you look at the caveats that you just pointed out, that G2 are the favourite here. Like they'd be the clear cut. They'd be the highest rated team in the tournament with Mouse Sports having that caveat next to their name.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
So G2 should be the ones coming through here in pole position. The ones that I think are more. Not like surprising or anything. Like OG, we didn't expect. This was meant to be like an entry-level tournament for them. So if they don't make the playoffs, considering the field and the stand-ins, that's a rough one, right? I still think they should be like getting that 4th slot.
I'm not so sure. I actually think that there's probably like a really good foundation for not an excuse, but I do think that OG can probably they decided that instead of most teams would give 3-4 months. Behind the stages, you go to like a couple of online qualifiers for a big tournament, and that's you're putting your scrims into action. Instead, they've just jumped straight into the public eye with less than a week's worth of actual quality practice and rigidity set, and they're performing against some of the majority of the big names here. I mean, admittedly, they haven't struggled, and we've had some very flimsy T sides, but they stepped up. They've decided to show up here right at the inception of a new roster.
Well,
I think that's something.
I think if you had any tournament that you could come into, this is a good entry-level tournament,
Considering
right?
the
field
and
the field.
Yeah, all the different reasons we listed.
A lot of games.
I would be saying it'd be disappointing that we haven't seen any sort of blowout from them, like a game that just ran away with it, or some individual form.
Mantu's been the highlight.
Yeah,
right?
And he had the first 2 games they played, which are the most disappointing ones, I think. He was like nervous. He wasn't really getting into the rhythm of it. It's his first like big tournament here in terms of prize money. So he came from like the tier 3 levels, right? He was playing like Meisterschaft. That was his biggest tournament he'd been to before this tournament, right? So it's not surprising he's still finding his footing, but he looked great towards the end. Like when he started getting warmed up on day 2, like he started to look fantastic. Like individually, he was carrying the team.
Yeah, and he was bringing some of that close quarters AWPing, which sometimes gets squashed out as pro careers continue. But I'd love to see if he can kind of find a balance and maintain some of that.
So who do we think is going to make the top 4 today?
G2
must be locked. They are locked in at this point, right?
Yeah. G2 should be
just whether they're going to what position the seed they get, I suppose. They do well to give up the first place, I think, at this point.
Mouse
Sports, they should be going for it.
They should have a shot.
They're 4-3, right? Or 4-4.
4-4 at the moment.
Yeah,
so they have one more set of matches, right?
Yes. So they should be fine for the top 4, no problem. VP are 3-3, I think. So they need. That's what they need. Those 1-0, 1-0, 1-1. Sorry, on
twice.
Each of those, or a 2-0, I suppose.
One would argue.
Yeah, so that's going to be I think it's going to be a real scramble towards the end.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of close games here, and the maps will mean absolutely everything. Remember, there's $1,500 per map victory as well, so even if the teams aren't guaranteed to make it to the playoffs,
You're playing for something.
There's still some money on the line, so none of the games will be a complete waste of time, I suppose, because with sometimes like the Blast format, we get those couple of games at the end that just mean nothing, and we're just like, okay, well.
There is the final boss as well, is that we make a team on the last day.
Oh, yeah?
And every round that the team who wins the tournament drops to us, they have to pay us $1,000.
That's what I think we should be doing.
Each.
I'm so in.
Yeah, that's the final boss.
Yeah.
That'd be a lot of fun, actually. We should be considering that. Here's the schedule for the day. Kicking things off with G2 versus Virtus.pro, and then the same versus MIBR, so that's where they can try and pick up those couple of maps they need. And then MIBR, who are not looking good for the playoffs right now, will be taking on OG. That's a good matchup for them. Should be able to find a 2-0 there, I'd say. Furia.
Well, we thought that against Furia as well.
OG could make quite a run here,
They could. It could be the bounce back with MIBR and Furia. Both not looking amazing right now, especially MIBR, and then Furia, like you said, with the coach, and Mouse Sports against Furia to close things out there. That's going to be a difficult game for Furia, but they still have a good chance, I would say, considering they took the MIBR yesterday. So lots of games, best of 2 format, remember.
Yep.
So we'll see whether we can get into the action momentarily. So G2 versus Virtus.pro. I guess we'll start with VP. Have we been impressed? It's about what we expect. A lot of speculation as to what's happening with the organization, picking up Avangard right now. I'm sure those guys are no strangers to the news, and it's understandable at this point. You can't really argue too much of it considering the prestige of the brand, right?
It's par for the course of what I've been expecting from VP, like what they would deliver, right? You have me, who probably has the best player in the team, and you have a pretty good strategic base. I've been curious. I've been a little bit interested in the AWPing situation over there. They've been having a lot of people pick up the big green. Snacks is doing it. Snatchy's doing it. PHR's been doing it as well. So they're a bit more flexible with that. It hasn't been horrible by any means, right? Like they've been competitive for sure. And this is like we don't put VP on the same pedestal as what we once did, by any means. They're no longer that powerhouse.
I suppose, though, this is about to be expected for all the strategic reasons we mentioned before. They're one of the few actual teams here, right? They're going to be drilled at least.
Yeah.
They look out of their depth at times, like they seem like they're overwhelmed by firepower, but most of the time they're holding their own and actually making these very competitive games, having decent comebacks. They kind of maybe can't close games necessarily, but they make them very close. They're very good at making the opposition sweat.
It does feel like that happens a lot, doesn't it? For the tier 2 teams and the tier 3, they can now, through drilled, regimented, hard work and team play, can keep competitive. But it does seem there's always like that 10, 11, 12 round sweet spot where you're never going to quite be able to push them over the line.
Yeah, I think that's true. And Virtus.pro, if they make it to the playoffs today, I'd be fine with that, considering they are one of the actual teams here. In terms of individuals of the players, or the viewers, I'm really aware at this point. Snatchy's the main AWPer, right? I guess he's one of the star names. We've been expecting him to maybe provide a little bit more action this year. He had a lot of hype around him when he first joined VP. He's known as a very aggressive, flashy AWPer as well, right? But I don't know, he doesn't really wowed me this tournament necessarily. I feel like the fact that everyone's picking up the AWPer is a little bit worrying. Maybe they don't have full faith in his impact, potentially. I'm not sure.
Or rolling back the years to the VP way of doing things.
Just change it up every week.
So long ago, everyone's leader, everyone's an AWPer.
Yeah, that was right. They just went for it each and every player. You could be the AWP this month.
So Neo's leading now, and actually, Snacks is going to be the AWPer. Snacks is leading.
Are we able to get the veto up? Just to show the maps.
We can definitely bring the veto up.
I'm sure that's something we can make work.
There we go.
So we've got Virtus.pro picking Train. It makes sense. They've been playing it a lot this tournament with Mirage. And then we've got Vertigo, G2, bit of a home map for them at this point. They're playing it a lot.
Yeah, well, we just heard from Kenny yesterday, like he likes the map, he likes all the close quarter fights and all that kind of stuff from
sense.
it. But the Train one I think is a little bit curious, right? And the reason I say that is because VP, their T-sides looked really quite flat. You know, they weren't able to get anything going.
They seem like I don't know, they're not looking like they've got that old VP DNA, you know, as being able to just push away out of the main entrance, just get stuck in together. They play a very tactical game, and I guess against the skill they're up against on the server, the strategies, you can run the best strats in the world. If you're not killing people at the end of the day, that could be a real problem for you. But it is a map they play a lot in terms of their online performances and the lands they do go to. But yeah, the results of this tournament especially haven't been great. Against G2 though, how do you think they stack up? What's the playing field looking like?
I think that if G2 have that same level of firepower that they were displaying yesterday off the back of Hunter and Jax just running around wrecking
wild.
His aim is insane.
Yeah, he's one of my favorites to watch. Like, you always just feel like he gets himself in a position where it's not going to work out. He's been overwhelmed with just two quick, very accurate kills coming in. Like, you can see, like, he's a playmaker for the team.
On the T side, especially on Train, like he is set up to go for these kind of walks, those mid-round 3 smokes and 2 flashes and Molotovs already.
Gets a lot of room, doesn't he?
And he gets, I guess that's a nice short way to short. The abridged version is he just gets so much space, and he does just manage to maneuver and find often, two CTs with their backs turned and the faces flashed.
Speaking of space, why is his hotel room bigger than yours and mine put together?
I feel like that's star power. He's got the Dota connections, you know. So he's come here.
They were like, oh, it's our boy.
And it's like, respect to Alex, just make sure we give him the
king size.
And we're kind of there, like, we get it done. We got those small bedrooms with the single beds.
I'm big bone.
We bunk beds.
You're on the floor with a blanket.
But Alex's room has a massive hallway. It's because right next to the lift.
It's because I'm right next to the lift.
Yeah.
I could sleep right next to the lift, but that would be unpleasant.
That would be unpleasant. Sleeping in the lift would also be quite unpleasant, I imagine.
I would assume so.
So I had a breakfast burrito delivered to me this morning.
Yeah, I saw your tweet. That seemed like quite a proactive play.
Yeah, well, I did wake up at 5 a.m.
Again.
But I was hungry. I don't normally wake up hungry, so I thought to myself, you know what? Let's see how this burrito jam goes. And it wasn't great.
Eggs.
I don't think they got the best chefs in at that time, to be honest.
No, but it's like I look for here's the thing. I think that America probably does breakfast the worst out of all countries in the world.
That's quite a statement.
All countries in the world. Every single... No, but compared to the countries that I visit and eat breakfast in, I think that American breakfast is always like it's too greasy, mate. You know, it's not like a British breakfast or an Aussie breakfast. European breakfast sucks. Whose idea is it to have those little things that they got? It's like they're like cardboard. You know what I'm talking about? They put some spread on it or whatever, or they put their bloody fish on it. Get that shit out of here.
That's a Scandinavian thing, yeah.
That's not breakfast.
Knäckebröd?
Whatever it is.
They like their breads, their cold meats for breakfast.
Cold meats as well. Yeah. Come on. Just get the scrambled eggs going, get some proper bacon.
That sounds like you're describing a pretty
get
good
some
American
cheese. No. Their eggs are horrible here.
I would say in this hotel, that's true.
I didn't eat them at the hotel. I didn't eat the hotel eggs.
Okay, so this is a blanket statement for the entire country.
This is a place. Let me name and shame the restaurant. Hold up.
America's eggs were subpar is Chad's review so far. And that is the end of my poem.
Well,
you guys haven't had the eggs.
I've had the eggs at a hotel.
Yeah.
A couple of times.
You haven't had these eggs?
No, I'm not. Yeah, well,
how do you like
probably
these
not
eggs?
That specific dish from that restaurant, no. I don't know.
Yeah.
It was a breakfast burrito from...
Okay.
Where is it?
You're going to geotag us here.
Oh, yeah.
Within this radius. Chad
Never mind.
This 1 mile delivery radius.
I feel like we don't need to call them out.
No, in terms of advice,
I
wouldn't bother.
There's the boys, Virtus.pro. Not quite the same team he once was, but they're still a decent little squad. They can be competitive, as Alex said. They've got skill within their ranks. Younger players these days and more based around strategy than brutal aggression. And haven't really seen them in many big tournaments this year, kind of the lower levels. But I still feel like they have their place at this tournament. They're going to be one of the few structured teams, and hopefully we'll see the best from them today. Snacks has been playing a relatively good tournament, nothing mind-blowing, but from what you would expect these days, it's been fine.
Yeah, but these days, I mean, of course, is the tag you've affixed to that, and I totally agree. On the other side of things, though, for G2, I'm really starting to get a little bit excited for the potential of this Amanek, Hunter, Jax. Like, that's firepower. Like, I just those three names, like, just get me riled up.
Let's be clear. There should be no way G2 give any of these maps up. Like, they want to make a statement and close their year out strong here. Like, you should be, like, smashing teams like VP at this point. You should be feeling comfortable. Sure, you had communication issues in this tournament. You felt like the game was slightly off, but yesterday was really good for G2. Like, they looked like everything was coming together, and more of that, I would say. Let's show the world they've still got it. Let's look like they're scary going into 2020.
I had a really long conversation with Malik yesterday.
He's a good lad, isn't he?
Yeah, and he was kind of giving me a bit of an understanding of what he does from a coaching position, what he's been working on this year, what he's been working on with this newer roster, and how hungry these players are, and the fact that, like, we were sitting there having the conversation. Kenny and Jax were sitting here on the couch, doing the cast with the other boys, and he was saying, where do you think the other players are? I was like, I don't know, maybe they've already gone back to the hotel or something. He's like, no, they're already in there watching the 4 maps we played today. And, he's telling me about Amanek's notebook, where he puts down all these notes about, like, his own gameplay or things that, he wasn't happy with, or things that, all this stuff. And how Hunter, Nexa, and Amanek are just absolutely, like, owning the theory side of Counter-Strike at the moment.
Yeah, they seem like a very hard-working team. Like, they're really hungry.
But they're new gen as well, right? Like, that's the thing that I think is the new gen hunger is probably where I'm going with
Nexa, Hunter, Jax?
Yeah, because, like, this is their... For the three of them, really, this is their first proper shot at a big team.
They're not here for the paychecks, right? They want to be playing
Counter-Strike.
They want to be lifting trophies. They want to have some hard work and grind. They know what it's going to take with an international squad as well. It's not going to be overnight. And they seem realistic in their expectations. They're not, like, heartbroken as soon as they give up a map or have a bad tournament. They know there's a lot of work and restructuring to do.
And I have been a bit of a goldfish brain, because you know what? If you actually... when you mentioned paychecks, and I just kind of cast my mind back to the G2 rosters gone, and they did get stuck in that kind of that trench of French Counter-Strike for a while.
It's just the old school mentality, though, of the way of approaching the game, right? Like, these guys are so stubborn that it worked for them when they were, like, the best in Source or the early days of CSGO, that it was working really well for them. But the game's completely changed. Like, if you look at CSGO from a couple of years ago to CSGO now, and the players and the approach and everything behind it, it's not the same game anymore. It looks like the same game, but it's not. The approach to the game, it's so completely different. These players are on such a higher level than I think we've ever seen before out of any iteration of Counter-Strike. And this is all thanks to, obviously, what Astralis has been able to do over 2018. That paved the way for everybody to kind of follow suit in 2019. And now everybody is getting their own takes. Is the most unique part, is there's still no one's worked out the correct approach from coaching or anything like that. You can come in with your own take on this shit.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why we see these peaks and troughs with teams like Astralis, right? Like, they're certainly trailblazers and they're showing us new ways to play the game, but all these lesser teams will watch their demos and take those strategies and those approaches and actually evolve on them and actually improve on them. And then eventually Astralis' approach will be counted because everyone's doing it and finding slightly better ways and slightly timings, and then they'll have to restructure once again and work out how they're going to bring their new game plan forward. And Astralis had to do that, and they came back swinging. They looked much better, and every team's going to have to go through that cycle. There's not like you can find, right, we've got the perfect strategies now, this is going to work for the rest of the tenure within the team. You have to keep changing as the game develops and the patches come through, and there's always going to be these small nuances of the game that don't seem like a big deal, but then you break it down and play it out over a couple of tournaments, you see, right, this in CSGO right now.
Yeah, and then adding to that conversation is the idea of the target on your back when you are the best. In the same way, we're saying Astralis are creating all these new innovations. And, like, I think we're seeing it right now with, like, Team Liquid. I think it's really interesting to see how that they've had the target back. Everyone's suddenly really looking into how you play, and now you're in this weird paranoid state.
The best example of that was Avangar, right? Dustine going, we just watched like 11 Liquid Overpass demos, and away they go. So that was simple as that. Simple as this, simple as that. And Henry G has just been delivered his wedding ring.
Lost my ring yesterday. Really was. I was quite anxious about the whole situation. He's found it. Well, someone found it.
Yeah.
And Kevin found it.
Kevin found it. There we go. And now I'm feeling myself again. I've got my powers
back.
You're
looking yourself.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first game of day 3. It's G2, currently the top of the leaderboard here at BTS. And we've got Virtus.pro, who need at least one map victory in this best of 2 to stand a chance of making it to the playoffs. I hope you're all excited.
Hell yeah.
I certainly am. It's VP on the T side here with a PT50. A couple of them, in fact. I don't see that too often. Just one flashbang. Send it over and get started. Things.
2 armored P250s. I'm ready.
So old boy me who would have dropped those, and then he got that flash bang. Oh, okay. Well, the headshot machines from yesterday.
That's what you like to see.
Kicking off exactly where they left off.
Forgot to remind you guys watching at home as well that the odds you just saw on your screen were brought to you by Betway, one of the sponsors here at CS Summit. And jeez, you can't really fight, can you? Every time you give them an inch, they do seem to be willing to take the mile. Good dinks, though, my goodness.
Yeah.
It is easy to see the screen with these glasses on, Henry, isn't it? Fucking hell.
I can actually see all the screens now.
I see all the
available to
pixels.
me. I'm watching in 4K right now.
Wow.
I'm watching in 3D.
3D?
Yeah,
What?
you've never seen anything like it.
I haven't seen a 3D film since that was a thing in like 2009.
Why did they try and push
did
that?
They even bother making them anymore? I have no idea.
I feel like they probably do.
It was such a shit gimmick anyway.
Every film had it. It was like always just
Avatar
whack.
in 3D.
Avatar wasn't bad. Like,
I went
the
and
film
watched
was
Avatar
shit, but,
in
like,
3D.
the like in terms of a visual experience, it was pretty cool. Like,
Fern Gully, the animated.
But I never wanted to watch another 3D film after. I was like, that was cool, but I'd never want to see it again.
Why do I know Fern Gully?
Because Fern Gully was a movie that you would have watched on VHS from Disney when you were a kid, which is literally the plot line of fucking Avatar, which the old mate David Cameron just stole. I don't even know if David Cameron directed Avatar. I'm just making shit up at this point.
David Cameron, the British Prime Minister.
I don't know, man. I don't know the name of any of these people. I know Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, took a break from his busy schedule
and they planted.
Yeah, we will see the defuse, only one body drops and no weapons preserved.
Anyway,
I'm looking forward to seeing Boris Johnson's Fight Club.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that one.
In 3D.
In 3D.
In 3D.
60.
Oh, Theresa May's Full Metal Jacket.
Yeah, what a story. No, she'd be doing more like Tarantino-esque films. I reckon,
that's
of wheat, blood everywhere.
This is a promising start from G2. What we wanted to see, and considering they are looking in good form as of yesterday. Virtus.pro will have the rifles out.
I like the early AUGs. I do like the early AUGs.
Yeah, Carrigan said he's a fan of the AUG still. He's one of the few players still rocking it, but it's good to see it's still alive on train.
A lot of people don't understand that the fire rate was 666, right?
Yeah.
Which was the same as the M4, for example. But now it's 600, which is the same firing rate as the AK. It just sounds a lot slower, right? And they've also...
Sounds like it chugs.
Yeah. So the firing rate, obviously, they changed a couple of other little bits and pieces too, but...
Yeah, the spread from the hip is actually like really cut down.
I'm all about the wide hips.
The spread from the hip of the weapon. Pushing in from Ivy. Who's receiving? That's going to be Hunter, just rounding out that smoke with his...
The fact I haven't been able to derail you guys in 3 rounds yet means I'm not trying hard enough, so...
What do you want to talk about?
Well, this round... we can talk about the game, but...
I'm
going to do my best to
Oof, not bad from the Krieg there. Fur will make his way out. And at this point, they still have a couple of flashes of smoke. And G2 on the back foot here, I would say, boys.
One can't argue with that. But
which one would the back foot be? The left?
Depends which way you stand.
I suppose, yeah. Oh! Well, that's one way to change things. There's the bomb and a double kill, and he was just holding that line. And they were holding their hands.
Yeah, they really were, weren't they? They put it on a plate for him, served it up. And we'll see 30 seconds remain.
He wasn't ready for that. Now they've got access to the site, but now Nex has arrived from Ivy, and the bomb's still on PHR.
Good shots from him.
Yeah, he's having a good round here. He's got the first two. Cracked into Ivy. And Nex, the silent assassin.
He's too good. Now he's heard him. You're fucked, mate.
He heard the steps, so now he's going to wait a couple of seconds and then maybe go...
He's got a kit. Not too many dramas. Can make sure that he's going to take a nice little advantageous peek here.
Rascal.
he's just cerebral.
He's mugged him off there, hasn't he?
He's a big brain player. He's picked up the Krieg. He's going to carry that forward.
He couldn't have played that any better, right? He had the smoke down to get him nice and close. Listened for a footstep. Got the information, knew exactly where he is. Instead of just taking the long swing round where he could have like a one-on-one, went up above. He just didn't see it coming at all. Really clean finish there. And a round Virtus.pro should be winning. That was the 4-3 advantage. All of a sudden, Kenny managing to steal that lineup away, gets 2 kills, and it will be 3-0 for the G2 squad. So with the bomb planted, there is still one more buy here, and we'll see one Krieg, a few AKs, a lack of utility once again. That always is a problem on train, and now they've got the AWP on Kenny S as well. So all things kicking off here, and it looks to be an inside play with 5 players making their way towards Brown Halls.
Yeet.
Oh, we saw this where they had all the bomb site control after the opening kill, remember?
Yes, that's right.
They
took close sight because Valda pushed in aggressive, and then they managed to get full access to the site and hold on to their utility, and then they threw it all at the first 5 seconds. And overtaken. But what is the actual commitment? Because I'm seeing the bomb running all the way back towards team main, so perhaps a little bit of a bait and switch. No aggressive CT moves towards Ivy or main, so they're not going to be punished for this late arrival.
Yeah, it looks like it's okay. They certainly had something in mind there, but it seems it's been cancelled. They're going back into maybe an outside set piece. Nothing towards Ivy for now as we hit the 1 minute mark. So CTs will still have 3 smokes, couple of flashes, but looks to maybe be a contact play here. They're not setting up any initial smokes.
But look at this setup from the CTs, right?
Yeah.
5 at main entrance here.
This is not ideal.
Is this standard Counter-Strike, did you say?
No, I've never seen this before. Actually.
Why are they just
It's
walking
a new idea.
out?
It's working.
This is peculiar.
It is really working.
Hi. Gets the info, and now Amalek can just tuck himself
Jax has
in.
got him. Right where he wants them.
But they're so... Uh-oh. He's been spotted. He can't do
Actually, I
anything.
think they've got this brownie though. Looks like VP timed it to perfection. The old contact play. 5 players out main entrance after 45 seconds.
And they walked out main with like 2 dudes having almost full sets of utility.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild. Like, that's such a risky play, because if you get multi-fragged, that's your round over.
There was a chance that as well, the lineups from the backtrack.
Bravery.
There. But they only spotted 1 when they got that kill, and then no one could really react to it. Jax holding Pop Dog looked promising, but yeah, can't argue with the result. VP just walking out of main entrance and helping themselves to the round. 4 of them survive. Next up. $1,200. The money is not great on the CT side after finding a 3-0 start, so it's going to be a force buy with a saved M4. That's if he manages to take it.
Doesn't look like he's going to have too many threats coming his way.
Can hear those Cheeto in your brain. Just
Go, man, they're good. This
very
is
crunchy.
This is the better breakfast than that fucking burrito.
You're so angry about those burrito eggs, man.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
I'm so sorry.
I had a strawberry and banana smoothie as well.
Oh, I want one of those.
That also wasn't great.
They're
What
normally such a safe bet.
What was the thing you had from the gym the other day with the oats? Was that good?
I like that, yeah.
What's in that?
Just 40 grams of protein and some oats.
Yeah. There's a thing with peanut butter in it. That looks like a good one.
I need a bit more information. What do you
Well,
mean
it's a shake. It's a shake
Oh,
with
okay.
peanut butter and stuff.
That sounds
in it.
nice, yeah. I love a bit of peanut butter.
Yeah, peanut butter is one of my favorite spreads.
Yeah.
Are you a crunchy or a smooth man, though?
Smooth.
Oh.
I'm both. I don't mind.
No,
I definitely mind.
I'm definitely partial to the additional crunch that it provides.
But why?
Because I quite like that whole, like, I'm getting the normal peanut butter experience, but occasionally it's like, yo, peanuts.
No. If I wanted to eat peanuts, I'd eat peanuts. I want to eat peanut butter, which I want to have the consistency of butter.
I mean, I can totally see where you're coming from a kind of a word standpoint.
Yeah.
But in terms of just personal preference,
I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. You're having a debate.
There is, because dairy milk
Chad
chocolate
is making a point.
better than dark chocolate.
Dairy milk chocolate's better than...
Well, yeah,
milk
I would say the
chocolate,
majority of
milk
people
chocolate.
prefer milk chocolate.
Yeah,
but
good.
doesn't mean...
Do you know they don't make their
better.
chocolate here in America with milk? They make it with sugar.
Sure.
That's why their Hershey's sucks.
There's a lot of sugar flying around here
Yeah.
in this country. They really enjoy it.
Do you know they've got like 45 different names for sugar in America?
Yeah, different kinds and shapes and sizes.
There's loads of different words that mean the same thing.
Yeah. Loopholes.
Yeah, it's like sugar-free, but it's got sucraloocaducaros.
Yeah.
Pookaloopalupalos.
Well, you got to respect it.
Yeah, you do. I'm actually going to try on a new comfortable... I haven't really found comfort on this sofa. I do think it's worse than the old sofa.
I tell you to take your shoes off, but your shoes cost more than the sofa, so maybe we should have the sofa off.
I don't think so. I think I'm just going to try and go for something. I don't want to be too rude. I do clean my shoes, so I can put
That's
them
what
on
I
the
mean.
sofa. Yeah, I can put them on the sofa.
What's the baby doing down here?
I didn't want it on the sofa.
Oh, okay.
It just made me
It's a
uncomfortable.
bit of a mutant child, isn't it?
It's just strange, and I just don't think, like, all these people throwing around babies and doing that thing, I just don't think it's like...
Well, I'm getting ready for fatherhood, so I
like
thought that, like, maybe
the gift
I would...
potential of that's just too strong. I didn't want to be caught throwing that baby.
No,
around.
me neither.
It was like,
I don't
out of
mind.
context
People know
gifts.
I'm an absolute moron.
Yeah, it does say Arteezy on it as well.
Is that to do with a meme from Dota, aka Baby Rage?
It's, well, Arteezy, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. So.
I don't know what an
Those
Arteezy
3 letters.
is.
I mean, like, his name is like, Arteezy, but he gets to do it with 3 letters. That's cool.
If No-Tail's here today, Alex, he's your like Dota friend. You want to see if he can come on and talk to us about Counter-Strike?
I don't think he's got time for any of our hijinks and funny business.
What do you mean? I've seen him lurking around.
That was the Chad's introduction last time.
He's an actual
Hey, you see that guy?
millionaire.
Yeah.
He's
like,
he's got money, you know?
Hey,
wow, a millionaire.
Millionaire.
Nice one.
Wow, I'd have had to go bow my head to it.
I heard you want some money, sir. It's an honour to meet you.
Wow.
Goodness.
I can't believe it. I mean, a real life millionaire. In
real. Million, not even 100,000.
But yeah, he will potentially be in the room today.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think he might have been in town for the Game Awards. That would be my
Yeah,
guess.
they went.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that would make
He did go, but he's still here.
Is he still?
Well, he's watching his Counter-Strike team lose.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we don't know that. And of course, they actually have a
They
real
might
shot.
win a game. They could maybe bring an overtime in.
Come on, guys, have a bit of fun. You know?
I'm having the most
Just
fun.
See if we can make a couple gags. Couple
Fun.
Chad, you know me. If you
Fair
have a
enough.
gag ready, I'm good to go. Like, I always say yes. I'm always down, putting on the clown outfits and juggling and doing what I can.
I don't know. It's been a long year. My creative juices.
I feel
this
like
is
yeah,
they're fleeting
chill,
a little bit
man,
right
yeah.
now.
We haven't got the full Chad Burchell experience yet. We get more
There's
gags.
no red phones.
Yeah,
or
we don't get more gags than normal broadcast.
Ooh, he's gonna think about that one for a while. He's gonna hate
gonna
that.
sting, isn't
It's
it?
gonna
That's
sting.
gonna fucking-
He's casting his mind to Belak, thinking, "Oh God,
All
what
the
have I
gags
done?
then with the
What have I
crocodile
done?
skit.
The crocodile and the
That was
knife
big.
and
That
the
was like
sponge
the
and
highlight of the
sticks.
year.
Sean and I unplugged the telephones from our hotel rooms and took them over.
Brought them down, yeah.
Wasn't that hotel room?
Good shot.
Oh, Veggie, you're so fine, you blow my mind. Hey, Veggie.
Hey,
Veggie.
Hey.
Okay. Anyway.
That's from, oh, Mickey, you're so fine, you
Yep.
blow my mind. That's for all the kids out there watching.
What day is today? Saturday. Oh, it's like we're like the Saturday morning cartoons to a
Yeah,
a
did
couple
you
of
ever do
American
that?
youths.
Watch them?
Or
yeah.
even like school days. Did you get to watch cartoons?
No, Saturday mornings I'd go
School
down.
days, it'd be like you get to watch like 20 minutes or something while you eat breakfast.
Oh, you were the cool kids then. I never got
I
TV
used to
time.
get
I
to
never
do
got
that.
TV time preschool. No way.
Well, what were you doing?
Sleeping usually.
Oh, just
no,
the last
no. But the
seconds.
rules were no TV in the mornings.
Well, he wasn't allowed.
What-
What
for
wasn't he
what
allowed to
reason,
watch?
though?
He
What-
wasn't allowed to watch
Well,
something.
Yeah, because
They just want you to sleep instead.
no, they want. I mean, you think I've got an additional 20 minutes. I'm eating my breakfast at the dinner table, and then I'm gonna have
Well,
to
that's
go
a
straight
strange
to
place
school.
to eat breakfast.
Yeah, no TV time while
Why
we're
don't you
eating
have it at the
meals.
breakfast bar?
My parents had a lot of rules.
That doesn't. They it obviously didn't rub off, did it? They didn't do a good job.
Well, I mean, as soon as I didn't have to, respect their rules,
He started
I
rebelling.
decided to correct all of their.
Okay, course correct away from
Yeah.
the rules.
Now he
Yeah.
watches all the TV ones.
I watch all my
Whenever he
TV, and
wants.
I'll have the Haribo when I want them. So anyway, there you go.
How many Haribo are you allowed a day?
I wasn't. Wasn't
Whatever,
allowed any.
dude.
No, I'd have frozen sweet corn or peas instead.
Oh,
in a little bowl.
you
Or
were.
frozen vegetables and
I
shit.
thought that was the compromise. You can't have Haribo, but you can have some vegetables.
Yeah, well, just as a kind of a TV sweet.
Why do they hate you?
Well, I've asked myself that question recently.
It's a question that's come up a lot.
Yeah. They started working out that they weren't achieving anything and were causing unnecessary friction.
Just
by about,
unnecessary.
but-
why? I don't get that. Like, surely you want everyone to be cool and happy, like just within
Yeah,
reason.
you would,
You don't
but,
want to
like,
just starve them of any
I think
sort of luxuries.
I was like their first kid, and they were like, obviously, like we got to do it right.
Yeah,
Gotta try.
so
do it
my
by the
parents
book.
tried to
Yeah.
be strict with me about stuff, and my grandma just came in and said, "Stop being absolute idiots and let
Yeah.
him do whatever he wants."
My grandma was more of like a herbal remedy
okay.
healer, so she
So
was
like a
kind of-
hippie?
Yeah, exactly. You could say that. So she was more interested in kind of giving me, various plants and petals and
dandelion and burdock.
And, some licorice sticks to chew on. But by licorice, I mean the actual bark I'm chewing on. Anyway, that's a little too much
Apart
of my
from
overshare.
Repressed childhood memories. We'll be moving on now as we get into the action. Have a gun around here. Famis's.
This looks good.
This does look.
Abracadabra.
Does look correct. Oh, look at the damage!
Bloody hell!
Damn.
Amanex a smart cookie, man.
Put that one in your fucking pipe and smoke it.
If only he knew what he's just done.
Yeah, he's none the wiser.
Dirty little boy.
Those hands cause a lot of damage out there.
Gonna throw these hands.
Just want to note there's only one defuse kit on the board here. If we do find ourselves in a post-plant situation, G2 will have to accelerate for the 10-second defuse.
Good to note. Always good to keep track of the defuse kit situation. Right now,
So
work out.
I just want to talk about booths because I didn't get a chance to go on my podcast the other day.
Didn't get a
do
chance
it.
to get your rant in?
No, I didn't get my rant.
Okay, so do you want to do it now or do you want to wait till an eco? You can really go for it. We don't have to cut you off.
This round's over.
Well, give it a chance.
They're going to save.
If they do save, you can start.
You can start. Looks like it's going to be a pop drop. Hop, lop,
They're going to
pop.
save.
Okay, yeah.
Yep, fair enough. And Chad, Butch, over to you.
So I heard what Zeus and what Regin were saying on the couch yesterday, and they were both for not having booths, which I thought was
Okay.
quite nice. They like the crowd element, the fact that you can play off them, you can hear them, all that kind of stuff. Not the fact that you get a super biased crowd. Now, I want to make some clear points here in long form, which I do have the ability to do right now. If anybody
how long form are we
soundbites this,
talking?
if anybody soundbites this and puts this on Reddit without full context, I'm going to come to your fucking house.
No, not that.
No, I'm not going to come to your house.
Not You're not gonna
do that.
I'm not going to go to the
Not
house.
going to do anything.
Okay.
Nothing's going to change.
All right.
They can do whatever they like.
So just want to say that the best possible solution to have fair Counter-Strike matches would be to have teams in an environment that is completely cornered off from any crowd of any possible way, putting them like backstage in a bubble where they can't see and
hotel
can't. Yes, right. That is the best way to do it. The next best way would in fact be to have booths that, to be the proper ones, do cost $500,000 if you want to do something like the
Sound
TI.
isolating booths.
Those things
DIY,
there, I've spoken to multiple sources who have worked at on TI with TI who have stated that those booths cost $500,000. Now, if you think that these TOs that already don't make money could invest $1 million in booths and then have to ship those around the world and have a correct crew to put those together every single event,
you're out of your mind.
You are out of your mind.
You're having a bloody giraffe, mate.
Now, I've already stated that the best way to do it would be the booths with the noise-cancelling headsets and the in-ears and the white noise. However, that is not the best for everybody because a lot of the feedback that these tournaments get is the number one thing that the fans care about at these tournaments is the signing sessions, which translates to me, Mr. Chad Birchall, one thing, that the fans want to see the players. So if you remove barriers of entry to see the players, like booths, then you're going to be taking away the reason to go to the event, and thus satisfaction for the people who actually pay the bills.
I do find it
down.
I find it very much less satisfying staring at the stage and watching an esports event when there's just a big block of glass.
Yes.
And metal.
Zeus made a good suggestion yesterday. He said back at MLG they did a thing where they had, obviously the in-ears, they had the headsets over the top, and then they had speakers with white noise being pumped at the stage.
Yeah,
that's a good idea.
That's a nice idea.
So adding those white noise speakers would be one way to go about it. Doing observing differently in the arena, so no X-ray in the arena. I think that would also be more of like a suspense-filled kind of viewing experience for the viewer at home. And when we do go to a place with an extremely biased crowd or a home crowd that is obviously going to cheer for their home team, we, on the media day for these tournaments, record with the home teams a PSA. Hey guys, we want to keep it fair. We want Counter-Strike to be fair, da-da-da-da-da. So it's out here. We want you to enjoy, we want you to support. But let's keep the integrity of the game as number one. Do that. That's coming from the players' mouths, which is the thing that the fans care about the most. We've already reiterated. We take away the X-ray because half of the fans wouldn't be able to work out the fact that they're about to see a jewel right here by looking at the radar on the top left. So removing X-ray means they would only be able to react to exactly what they see as it happens. And we fixed the problem without spending an extra $1 million per TO.
Cuts.
Put that one on Reddit.
That's a wrap. Put it in a can. We're going into round 8.
No, I do agree with your points. I just don't know what's going to happen.
No, I could say almost unequivocally there will be no booths.
And I just
I agree.
I just can't really be bothered with all the argument and vitriol and drama. And I guess just chill, man. Enjoy the games. It doesn't have to be all stressful and there's always a problem. Like, why can't we just enjoy ourselves? Enjoy Counter-Strike, celebrate the highs and
the T-side double AWP back out.
It's going to work as well. Watch this. Snacks is going to find Jax on the train in about 7. Very quickly, actually. Never mind.
Down he goes.
I think Jax has to be quickly becoming one of my favorite personalities in Counter-Strike.
Oh, yeah? For what reasons?
Just because he looks like a really fun-loving guy.
So you're attracted to him, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I want to have sex with him.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay. Right, so Chad's
you
got
can
a
be attracted
crush.
to someone without having sex with them. Just to put that out
I have never been able to do that,
Okay.
so...
What? Well, that's saying quite a lot. But I mean, well. So the 9th round, I'm not going to follow this train of thought with a microphone in front of my face. You're suggesting some things there, Chad.
I don't know if I'm suggesting anything here, Alex, but...
Like a lol for PHR. Now that's where I'm taking this conversation because
Moving on.
It's important to acknowledge that there is only 10 seconds left of this timeout. Isn't that right, Henry?
Well, the 10 seconds
What's the
and
score?
then freeze time as well. It's 6-2.
Thanks to you. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
No worries. In favor of G2.
Always happy to help.
And we'll see VP with the difficult purchase into round number 9 here. We've got the MAC-10s, the Galil, and they're up against the AWP and the rifles as well. Good amount of cash available for G2. Everything okay?
Yes, I just saw it. Someone took a screenshot of the baby upside down doing like breakdancing, and I thought it was quite amusing.
That looks like more than breakdancing. Looks like it's in a very uncomfortable spot.
Well, it's not a real baby for everybody playing at home.
Baby.
Keeping
What's
tabs.
the baby's name? Does he even have a name?
Jeremiah.
Jeremiah.
Jeremiah was a bullfrog.
Let's go to Jerry for short, maybe.
Who was a good friend of mine. You guys didn't have Jeremiah being a bullfrog? Or?
Jeremiah the frog, the
you guys didn't have
bullfrog.
Jeremiah the bullfrog?
No, you must have missed him.
Oh.
This is the classic VP, go brown holes, throw one grenade, and then walk back. I've seen this one a couple of times.
You might see it a couple times more, Alex, as we are only in round number 9 here.
A classic maneuver. There's the second nade, so they throw one towards Pop Dog. Keeps
So
the CTs on their toes.
The plan here is to establish no map controller information at the start of rounds and just walk around as a pack hoping to find trades.
It is a weird approach. That is,
it's very unique.
They've done it a couple of times. That is, just walk around as a 5-man group and walk out. This time it's going to be a little bit more coordinated. They've got the smoke down towards the 5-track now, and we'll see it towards E-Box as well. And at this point, Jax just trying to find them as they make their way through the main entrance. Kenny S with a good line of sight towards Pop Dog. Don't have to worry about that too much at this point. His rifles can focus towards the other choke points here, because the Ivy might be a bit of an issue considering their positioning here. And the overwhelming Molotov, it's going to cause a bit of a ruckus here, but it's going to be Jax stepping up once again.
Jesus!
He's Chad's favourite for a reason. And we'll see another headshot delivered down to 1 HP. Here, Jar now dinked and removed. 7-2, that was a force buy. Should be a partial going into the next.
Do you know what that kind of looked like? That 5-train smoke and then walking out into throwing additional secondary utility. It's a bit like their a B take on does too. You know, the dribble smoke, getting right up next to the smoke, and then they would Molotov towards bomb train, flashes over the top. It was like a little two-pronged, two-step outside walk, which I don't really see VP do, or anyone really do outside of VP.
The qualms with doing it so late round when you haven't established any map control is where the CTs could possibly be holding from.
I mean, it could be halfway down Ivy behind you. Yeah.
Or the fact that like you didn't even have pop control, you didn't have any map control at all, so you could have lost main when you were walking around back from box halls.
Yeah.
I think that, like, when I used to play, there was a really awkward timing that Fnatic would run. So they'd throw, like, the initial flashes over, and then they'd land their 5 and E-box lane smokes. But we would we'd use all of our utility to get up close to clear out Olaf to make sure no one was, like, you know, lurking out there, make sure there was no rush. And as we were pushing up there to clear out that angle, the second wave would come over. So, like, 2 more smokes would come at the same time as flashes over the roof, and then 3 guys instantly coming out pop. And you'd get, the timing was always so awkward, because you had just cleared the stuff you had to clear, but you were left in the open. So you just were getting so flashed, and then, like, a guy's coming out Ivy, you're trying to fight main, you're out of position because you're doing your protocols, and it's like, fuck you, Fnatic, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I do think PHR's got a little bit too much on his plate at this point.
Or as Henry would like to call him,
Fur.
It's like a muffled fart on a plane.
Yeah. Snatchy will be joining him. They've got 25 seconds here. All they can really do is more of the same. Walk out of main entrance.
And die.
And die,
Yep.
I would say, considering
And we're off.
And second. Yeah, well, there it is. He can get himself an AK. And G2, after giving up a couple of rounds in a row, looking like the dominant force we expected. Kree coming out for Fur, and we're going to have Mihu, as you mentioned, Chad, the big name in the team, 1 in 8 right now. So not ideal on a map like Train.
Well, he's the shortest in the
space.
team.
He is the shortest. That is true as well. Snacks, I think, the biggest by quite some margin.
Quite the margin. Snacks could be the biggest guy in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, he's a unit.
6, 7 foot tall.
He's fucking giant. Do you think you want to go for another G2 attempt here today, Henry and Alex? You guys want to see if you can get better than 26
I don't think it really landed.
seconds?
Didn't seem to really resonate with anyone online.
It resonated with me, and that's probably all that matters. I know there's a couple fans out there. OJ Borge messaged in. He said it was one of his favorite segments of the day.
Well, as long as he's happy, then I suppose I am as well.
Veggie
might make his way through. Going to be the headshot delivered. Another contact play shut down.
But look at all the pressure, though, that is on Amanek, because he was playing a 2-pronged outside hold, right? So that's yard completely open. Now we're going to have 2 guys coming fast pop, and whoever's going to come connected just has to... Oh, he's going CT. I like that. It's better. So they maybe go for a team main flank here, but the fact that VP are going to be... Oh.
It's on him.
Oh.
No dice. Kenny S.
This is... Look at all the nades that are left, and there's nothing that they can do from coming from these positions, right? Pop Dog, you can't use anything to, like, get yourself onto the yard. You don't want to give away your position.
That is going to be mollied out.
Next to... Oh, they're saving.
Yeah, they might as well, right?
Oh, take a couple with you. That would be nice.
Nex is dead in. Ooh.
Off he goes. He's had enough. Don't really want to be chasing on the T side here, to be honest with you.
Especially
got 10 grand. Why?
Why
you
not?
didn't even have HP. You've got because you've got no money, and they've got plenty.
Yeah,
like,
but I want the stats, Henry.
They got 10K.
I appreciate that, Chad. But at this point, like, I'm really looking to get through the playoffs here, and every dollar really does count in Counter-Strike. You've thrown quite a lot away, and your teammates are going to need some help financially. If you lose this round, you have nothing left. Really didn't have to give that one away, but still, it's fine. We'll let it go.
Alles gut. Alles klar.
You heard him say that. You knew he was there. Don't really want to give it to free, but either way. Round
the best
12.
things in life are free.
Sunshine. What else is free?
Not much, really.
Isn't it strange that, like, we get charged for dirt?
Okay.
Do you want to elaborate on that?
A little more on.
Well, like, we have to pay for land on Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's because
people have monopolized the world.
Well, I mean, that started from the very first civilizations of man.
Well, not the very first civilization of man. That would be a very inaccurate statement, Alex.
I think as soon as we started the trading of goods for services, and we started developing currency and democracy, I think that's pretty much when we started drawing lines in the sand.
I think we only started paying for land when we established government.
I wouldn't be surprised if a farmer goes to another farmer and says, "Yo, I'll give you 12 sheep for that bit of grass over there," and he's like, "Yeah, sure, man, no worries."
Yeah, but
that's the buying and selling of land. Now, instead of just having to give him 12 sheep, you can say, "I've got 12 vouchers for sheep if you want them, but you can also buy anything you want."
Now we're talking about bartering.
That's money. That's what I was talking about.
It was a very.
The sheep analogy didn't land for you?
No, it did.
Okay, good. Amanek still, I swear, he's always weaving and
he's what I would classify
flanking
as a weasel.
He is. Gets under your skin, disappears, and you know he's going to just perfectly evade PHR's crosshair for another 30 seconds, times it perfectly.
Not sure much can be done with this one.
Let's go for...
He could save.
Yeah, you know he wins this, I reckon. Because Kenny misses that shot.
Yeah, he should save, considering he can actually drop next round. But not going to happen. And they'll find themselves in another tricky spot.
Get the Krieg next up. Yeah,
and now the pause will come through, and you can see that money situation coming to haunt them a little bit. Snatch into 4K, Snacked 3,000. Had to keep the players up.
Look at this. They've got 2 Augs.
Yep.
Well, I thought they did. They got a Krieg, an Aug,
an AK,
an M4, and an AWP.
It's not bad, is it?
It's quite the crib.
Yeah, and they're stacked as well. Oh, a couple of players low. We got 10K on Kenny S, 8,000 on Nexa. They should be good for the rest of the half.
Yeah, comfortable. No doubt about it. So 1 AK thrown across. Scouty Bounties. A couple of the CZ75. Still the least used weapon in Counter-Strike from me.
The which one?
CZ. Can't use that thing for as far as I can throw it.
It's all about positioning that weapon, I think.
It's the actual shooting the bullets that tends to evade me. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like I feel like I've got a good 3 or 4 of them in the right direction, but doesn't ever seem to report back as such.
Big round for VP here. Give this one up. It's probably going to be a 12-3 half. See whether the AWP is Snatchy, which I don't think we've actually seen so far, will be able to pretty much impact Snacks. Really wanted that double orb set up. Had to settle for the scout instead. CZ to go with it. I'm not sure that was the best buy he could have really brought to the table, but still, I would have preferred a Galil.
Understandably, especially if they're going towards
especially going to afford the CZ to go with a scout. That seems a little excessive, but a good flashbang. By Garnet some access here. It's going to be a fumbled incendiary as well, but Hunter still delivering, but he will be taken down. That incendiary would have actually been key to stopping the push and allowing them to take him down, but Snatchy, remember AWP in hand, not too good in terms of the result, though, because Kenny S rotating him will take him down. And now Veggie, 16 HP.
And a dream.
Amanek coming in once again. The Weasel plays, just making their way forward. And a clean round from G2 there. No bomb planted as well. Alarm bells here for VP. Another partial buy. And we'll see 3,400 across the board. Baby's fallen over.
Good.
And then back up here.
I don't know if I'd be equipped to look after another human being.
I'd just say, yeah, just knock that one on the head. Just don't pursue that idea.
Yeah, so you're talking about the idea, knocking the idea on the head.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not the baby.
Just a single set of utility for Veggie, as he's going to try and get them some sort of map control later, it seems, because the bomb's been thrown at spawn, and off we go. It's just going to be a little bit of a Desert Eagle hero round.
Didn't against OG yesterday, it was 11-4 half in favor of OG on the first half, and then they won 11-4 themselves, and we went OT, right?
Well, that was OG's T side that was so flimsy, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, VP's T side is also pretty poor.
Right. They picked this for a reason.
Yeah, we're yet to see that reason. But, I'm sure maybe we will.
Make it 10-5 still. That wouldn't suck too bad. Nex already gets the frag onto Snatchy though, and so now they're running out of too many options. They're going to regroup towards Ivy, which is where Veggie finds himself moonwalking back to.
They're not playing anyone inner either. So, like, they're playing someone in... They think they've lost a lot of territory right now. That's why these positions from G2 seem really awkward. Because like, you got someone in CT spawn, now you have Hunter. They weren't aware they could die from multiple angles there.
Right.
Well, it all comes to a bit of a standstill for now as we get to the 35-second mark. We all see Virtus.pro considering their options here. They've got the AWP, the M4. Cheeky smoke. A lovely flashbang. Smoke has been deployed. Time ticking away here, Chad. This is where Hunter will strike.
Oh, and now they know exactly where the others are coming from. They can react, and it should just be easy for Nexa. Triple kill or picked up as well. And that will be the last round of the first half of our first game of our third day here at the 5th edition of the CS Summit.
It's G2 against Virtus.pro. A
no one's
classic
got
matchup.
double-digit kills yet for VP.
That's a good observation, actually. And as Miho come online, he had that round of 2 kills. That was about it.
They had the double AWP. They had a double AWP round earlier. Then they had a Snacks on a Scout with Snatchy on an AWP, right? Now Snatchy's brought out the AWP. Okay, so Miho's found some space. This is where they might be able to get something done. Oh, can he?
It's fine, totally fine. Smooth as you like.
The Maltese sniper. That smoke's done a lot. That's bought them 20 seconds. But look at, once again, like, G2 setups, they really like to stay together, right? Like, we noticed there's a lot of, like, pairing up.
Yeah.
Trading off each other.
They're very tight-knit here. I like this setup as well, though, right? You can play more forward towards main, E-Box, and Pop Dog, and your Ivy guys kind of just spotting from that passive position. So then if they leak Ivy, one of the inside rotators goes towards CT, right? That's how they deal with it. So these guys... Uh-oh. This is going to catch him off guard.
Hunter's not ready for this.
Oh, he's ready, all right.
Multiple targets.
Golly gosh.
He is ready.
But
so yeah, now look, so they know that they're aware that they've leaked right now, so they need to know what they need to cover off. The smoke towards main means they don't have to put eyes on it.
Well, it's a 5-on-1. It's all done. Snacks will be able to bring a couple of frags to assume there's a second, and that's going to be it. It's 12-3 for G2, looking very comfortable indeed on the pick of Virtus.pro, and the CT will have to be tremendous from VP to pull this one back. We'll go to a break and be right back.
A bit nervous, I ain't gonna lie. Pressure is on.
Oh, I would have beat my time.
I want the time now, baby.
Turned out for what, huh?
That's
Hello.
a brave fight.
Indeed.
Smokes are down, but VP have fall back, and this is looking very good now. Getting stuck in towards Pop, though. They read it. They saw the smokes
Next
down.
is going to win this.
Are you sure? Well, we've lost the server.
Well, we're going to have to replay this around, so when we come back, he's going to win.
Do we have to replay it, even though there's bloodshed before?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
We don't know the outcome.
Yeah,
it's a 1v3.
But I thought the rules... Oh, I guess that depends on the tournament, doesn't it?
No, but it's like if a player drops,
And then you can-
but
then
we
you
have
kill him.
no idea what the outcome of this round is going to be, so you have to replay this.
Oh, I thought the way it worked
Well,
was
it
like
might be
if
the
there's-
go-to V. No, that's if the round. If a player crashes in a one-on-one, you're thinking of.
Yeah.
And then they win because he crashes out the server.
Okay.
Then you'd have that'd be the round
Oh,
result.
okay.
This is the whole server's crashed. Everyone's dropped out.
So when one person disconnects, it's different.
It's also it is tournament dependent and little bits and pieces. But in this scenario here, where the whole server crashed and the round hasn't finished yet,
Yeah. You start again.
Yeah, because you have no idea how many players he was going to kill, if the bomb was going to get planted, how much money he's going for. You just replay this. It's pistol around as well. Back in the day, this is when like we used to have the scumbags who'd like kick out power cables and network cables and stuff after lose pistol, because the rules used to be that if you lost pistol and then there was a crash within the first 3 rounds of the game, you'd have to restart it again. So there's certain people from certain regions who will who are no longer playing professionally.
Who are more commonly known to do it. I suppose.
More commonly known than others to
allegedly kick out power cables.
Accidentally on purpose.
Allegedly, accidentally, on purpose.
Knock out their power and network cables.
Damn, I can see why. Yeah.
But the map did change as well, so
it'll take a moment.
I don't know if Prius is doing the bloody server settings correctly here. You know, we got one job and he can't even do that right.
TJ the server admin, that's what they call him.
So yeah, that is a full server crash, and maybe a sigh of relief there for G2, I guess.
Yeah, they get another crack at it.
Yeah.
Because that didn't work out well at all.
No, it was pretty much what we said. The Smokesy decided the bomb team, they flashed over from main entrance, 3 down Pop Dog, but VP reacted so well to it. That's going to be frustrating. And in this sort of situation, Chad, would you, if you're G2, are you gentlemanly about it? Would you just run the same strat?
No.
Yeah,
because the thing is, you might just throw the same smokes, but you'd throw something different at them.
Yeah, I guess you have to. Really can't just do the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Right?
So do you want to know who the highest rated players are in the tournament?
I would
far?
love to, yes.
I thought we'd keep it Counter-Strike related because the viewers at home love it when we talk about Counter-Strike.
Sure.
Hunter is the highest rated player.
Makes sense.
K Serrato coming in at number 2.
Ooh.
Okay.
Jax in 3rd, Amanek in 4th, Kenny S in 5th.
Good to see Kenny up there.
Yeah, Snack 6th, in there, Mantu's in the top 10.
Okay, yeah, he had some very, very good games, but he had some quiet